So good morning, everybody. I will start our conference. My name is Meeme Lux. I'm a dentist, father, sixth child. So I opened this our conference with a little speech, if you allow me. We have a small change also in our plans. Unfortunately, one our speaker cannot participate today, so Helen asked me to talk a little bit longer. So during my car trip here to conference, I let AI, artificial intelligence, to write my text for the next part of my speech. But it's my ideas, but he took my old articles and we created a short speech for you. So, the first part, honored humans, free spirits, awakening hearts, keepers of light, children of the Creator. Today, we are not here merely for another discussion. We are here as a co-creators of a new consciousness. We are here as guardians of truth. We are here as messengers of deeper humanity. We have come to shape a world where life is measured not only in duration, but in meaning. Where health is not a marketplace, but a sacred harmony. Where peace is not a political luxury, but a human right. Where happiness is not controlled, but cultivated through connection. This world is not built with fear or force. It is built with wisdom, honesty, justice, and love. Not by dominating nature, but by listening to it. Not by imposing light, but being a light. Let this moment be our shared invocation, our global signal that truth must be spoken, that health must be protected, that freedom must be upheld, not through fear and coercion, but through love and consciousness. We are not codes. We are not commodities. We are not data sets. We are not programmable biology. We are human beings created in divine harmony, with minds of discern, hearts to love, and spirit to choose. This life does not need mRNA editing or synthetic reprogramming. This planet has thrived for billions of years without parasitic greed or invasive interventions. We are not GMO humanoids. We are sacred life designed from love and divine intelligence. And so let us ask, are we truly willing to surrender the freedoms our ancestors fought and died to secure? Are we ready to trade our fundamental rights for trackable numbers, surveillance devices, and a place as objects in a super database? We must not here, not now. For our hearts sing the song of authenticity. Our lips speak the voice of the soul. And one truth echoes through all time. Love never loses. Truth cannot be extinguished. When science forgets the soul, when policy forgets the people, when progress forgets wisdom, We do not heal our world, we wound it. So as the Don Juan Matus reminds us, the warrior does not fight the world. The warrior restored the unseen order in silence, in wisdom. We do not fight windmills. We illuminate shadows. We respond with awareness, sovereignty, and healing light. We do not seek power over others. We embody alignment with the source. We are bridges of light, reaching into darkness, reminding the lost of who they truly are. And so we say, enough is enough. We will not relinquish our God-given rights. We stand for human dignity, personal sovereignty, and the light of our shared humanity. It is not only America that must become healthy again. It is the whole globe. Humanity as one body, Earth as one living organism. We say, make the globe healthy again. Health is not a privilege for the wealthy people. Health is not the product of patents. Health is our bright right, the root of life itself. We envision a full-longevity planet where medicine serves wisdom, not profit, where food heals instead of poisons, where children grow in joy, not in fear, where every human heart shines with dignity. This is not utopia, it is the natural order, if only we choose it. Let this conference be our pledge to heal the globe, to restore health in body, mind, spirit, and society, to stand as guardians of life, not only for Estonia, but the whole nation, but for the whole earth. And yet, as we stand for truth and freedom, we cannot forget those who paid the ultimate price. Today we honor Mr. Charlie Kirk, a crusader for free speech, a fearless defender of truth, a man who stood tall when silence was demanded, and who gave his life as a witness to freedom. And with sorrow we see that the cunning, cowardly, and criminal hand of darkness still seeks to hide its plans, to impose fear, to silence truth, to press down the light of freedom. But the light cannot be buried. Truth cannot be chained. And even in death, Charlie Kirk ignited a brighter flame, a flame that now burns in us all. Today, on this very date, September 9/11, we remember once more how fragile democracy can appear, how fear has been used to chain nations and silence peoples. And yet today, in honoring Charlie Kirk, we declare that 9/11 is no longer just a mark of tragedy, but a sign of awakening, a reminder that freedom must be never surrendered, that the voice of truth must never be silenced. Today we saw the forceless mask of evil striking down a single candle of light. Yet in that act, millions of torches were lit, a great awakening of light, a rising power of truth within us all. Let us therefore hold our light. Let us stand and be as beacons on the stormy sea. Let us carry the fire of freedom and dignity for every soul, for every nation, for the generations to come. Charlie Kirk lives in this mission. He lives in our courage. He lives in our choice to make the globe healthy again, to heal this planet, to restore freedom, to protect human dignity for generations to come. So let this conference be not only our pledge, but also our tribute to every soul who stood for freedom, to the eternal flame of truth that no force can put down. And now let us whisper together, may the globe be healed. May humanity remember its holiness. May the Creator light shine through every people and every land. We are here. We are ready. We are light. Thank you for your attention. And now we have a floor for Mr. Anti Poolamets. So please, welcome.
Dear conference participants, I would like to make my presentation in Estonian, so maybe somebody helps with translation. So you can take, yes, your distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to welcome you today. This conference is special because we gather here not only to share, but also defend our values that are foundation for every free society: freedom of speech, freedom of science, and the right to seek the truth. Austatud külalised, daamid ja härrad, mul on suur au teid täna tervitada siin kenas Radissoni hotellis. See konverents on eriline, sest me koguneme siia mitte ainult teadmisi jagama, vaid ka kaitsma väärtusi, mis on iga vaba ühiskonna aluseks. Sõnavabadust, teadusvabadust ja õigust otsida tõde, seda lihtsat õigust. Ja nagu eelkõneleja ütles, et kui me vaatame tänapäeva poliitikat, äsja USA's juhtunut, siis paraku ei pruugi olla sõnavabadus tagatud. Ja veendumuste vabadus olla tagatud, isegi õigus elule mitte tagatud. Kui te peaksite tahtma oma sõnavabadust kasutada, vähemalt on see nii USA's ja mõnes teiseski kohas. See konverents on tähenduslik ka selle poolest, et meie peame oluliseks rahvusvahelist koostööd, teadmiste jagamist, mida me nendel paaril päeval näemegi. Samas jagame me ühist arvamust, et otsuste tegemist tervist puudutavates küsimustes ei tohiks suunata üha kitsama ringi otsustajate kätte, üha kõrgemale ja üha kaugemale. Globaalsetes institutsioonides kaob seegi piiratud läbipaistvus ja vastutus, mida vahel võib kohata riikide tasemel. Ma alustan vabandusega. Ma vabandan nende parlamendi liikmete nimel, kes algatasid konverentsi toimumise Riigikogus, Eesti parlamendis. Aga me ei osanud ette näha, et selline samm toob kaasa pretsedenditu rünnaku sõnavabaduse vastu. Kui rünnakuid juhtinud sotsiaalminister Karmen Joller ei suutnud konverentsi täielikult ära keelata, seati ähvardustega ja tingimuste seadmisega kahtluse alla meie võimalus pidada konverentsi 2-päevase programmina, mis oli meie eesmärk, et jagada võimalikult palju informatsiooni, kui meile tulevad nii võimekad ettekandjad üsna kaugelt. Ja selle tagajärjel kolisimegi siia Radissoni hotelli, et konverents saaks toimuda 2-päevasena. Ent eksib see, kes arvab, et väljaspool parlamenti on sõnavabadus automaatselt tagatud. Ka see sama hotell Radisson sattus pretsedenditu surve alla. Kui siin ukse peal mind majaperemees tervitas, siis ma tänasin teda eraldi, et olete ettevõtlusvabaduse ees seismas, teie otsustate, mis siin toimub, mitte keegi väljaspoolt. Ja see konverents saab toimuda tänu põhimõttekindlatele inimestele, kes keeldusid allumast välisele survele siin samas majas. Et mul on südamest hea meel, sest head asjad toimuvadki printsipiaalsete inimeste abiga. Teisalt, ma tänan ka kõiki neid, kes konverentsi ründasid, sedasama sotsiaalminister Karmen Jollerit ennast, kellega ma eile rääkisin Riigikogu hoones, küsisin, kas ta ikka kutse kätte sai, ütles jah, sai. Ja küsisin, et aga siis tulete ka või? Ta ütles, et ma küsisin, aga kui te julgete keelata konverentsi, kas te äkki julgete tulla ikkagi? Ja lõpuks tuli see vastus siis Riigikogu saalis, kuna eile oli ka tema umbusaldusavaldus ja mul oli võimalus temalt 2 küsimust küsida nii Eesti-USA suhete rikkumise teemal, kui ka siis seda, et miks ta konverentsile ei tule. Ta ütles, et ma tean niigi, mida nad räägivad, ma tean juba neid narratiive. Et see oli tema vastus. Tegelikult sümboliseerib kõik see COVID-i aja järellainetus. Seda keelamise, kirgliku keelamise ja käteväänamise tungi. Aga nende keelajate jõud on juba ammu nõrgenenud. Et pigem on olukord minu meelest optimistlik. Inimesed on kogemuspõhiselt juba teinud oma järeldused. Ka tavainimesed on väga palju lugenud, väga palju kuulanud, ehk siis nad on kujundanud oma arvamuse. Ja kogemuse põhiselt oleme me juba suure kogemuse võrra rikkam ja meid ei saa lihtsalt ära keelata, ära tühistada. Mida näitab ka selle hotelli omanike ja tegevjuhtide julgus öelda, et ei. Meie lubame siin sõnavabadust, teadusvabadust, ettevõtlusvabadust. Ja eriline tänu USA terviseministrile, kes oli valmis meid tervitama videosilla kaudu, vaatamata ülimalt tihedale graafikule, see oli meile suur au. Aga ta loobus nende samade isiklike rünnakute tõttu, sest minister esindab tervet riiki ja pärast Eesti ministri solvanguid tema suhtes, ma ei tea, kuidas meie konverentsitõlgid hakkama saavad, kus ta nimetas uhuuks kogu seda konverentsi, uhuu-teadusteks, libateaduste esindamiseks ja kunagi on ta nimetanud ka härra Kennedyt USA uhuuks. Nii et tõlkile raske ülesanne seletada, mida see tähendab. Tegelikult tuleb keelamise asemel kuulata. Meie hindame arvamuste paljusust ja diskussiooni väga kõrgelt. Ja me oleksime igal ajal nõus ka proua sotsiaalministriga siin väitlema tundide kaupa. Kahjuks meile seda võimalust ei ole. Ja 2 päeva me arendamegi teemasid siin väga asjatundlike inimeste seltskonnas. Nüüd Ma tahan jagada mõningaid tähelepanekuid globaalse tervisejuhtimise teemal. Kas see on läbi kukkunud või oli ta edukas? Kas peaks minema edasi WHO pandeemialeppega, veel rohkem tsentraliseerima kõike või vastupidi, andma riikidele võimu tagasi? Suveräänsed riigid on nagu laevade veekindlad sektsioonid. Kui laev saab kuidagi kahjustada, siis ta jupub. Vesi tuleb ühte sektsiooni, aga laev peaks pinnale jääma. Ja nii võiks ka olla tervisepoliitikas. Riigid eksivad, terviseametnikud eksivad, aga kui eksib globaalne süsteem, mis on ülitsentraliseeritud, siis justkui eksivad kõik, ta haarab endaga kaasa kõik riigid. Nii et kui meil on suveräänne otsustusõigus, siis on lootus, et vähemalt mõni riik teeb ratsionaalsemaid, mõistlikumaid otsuseid. Suveräänsed riigid suudavad vältida rohkem vigu. Autoritaarsed riigid ei lahenda probleeme avatud aruteluga. Samas just nemad nõuavad, et teised riigid annaksid uue pandeemia lepingu alusel neile oma teadustulemused, isegi patogeenide jagamist nõutakse, ilma et neil oleks endal vähimatki teadusvabadust või läbipaistvust. Aga sellistes riikides kasutatakse teadust geopoliitilise ja poliitilise relvana. Tuletame meelde Nõukogude Liitu või Hiinat ka külma sõja ajal, kus töötasid tohutud laborid, nii-öelda siis biorelvade laborid, paraku ka lääne pool tegeleti sellega. Aga kui me vaatame tänast WHO olukorda, seal on kõige mõjuvõimsam riik Hiina Rahvavabariik. Kas tõesti peaksime siis usaldama rahvusvahelise tervise juhtimise sisuliselt Hiina Rahvavabariigi kätte, kus on üheparteisüsteem, kus Uiguurias on ülerahvastatud poliitvangide laagrid sunnitööl tegemas, kus Tiibetis rikutakse iga päev inimõigusi, kus infot ei jagata, kui me vaatame pandeemiat, ikka on kõik küsimused üleval, mis toimus Wuhanis, mis seal üldse toimub. Ja kas me tõesti peaksime oma töö tulemusi jagama siis kommunistliku Hiina peasekretäri seltsimees Xiga? Kas meil on usaldus tema vastu? Minul ei ole. Hiina manipuleeris algusest peale nii välismaailma kui oma inimeste ees COVIDi teemaga. Aga paraku ei jäänud ju puutumata lääneriigid. Pikema analüüsita mindi kohe jõumeetmete peale, liikumiskeeldude peale, sundvaktsineerimise, maskikohustuste peale. Piisas vaid ühest ümber lükatud väitest ja kohe asendati see uue valega. Näiteks kõigepealt vaktsiin takistab nakatumist. Siis, kui see põrus läbi, öeldi, et vaktsiin tagab kerge põdemise. Kui see põdes läbi, siis ei olnud nagu midagi rohkem öelda. Aga vaktsineerige ikka. Ehk siis meile müüdi kaupa, mis ei toiminud, miljardite eest ja tahetakse edasi müüa. Hirmu õhkkonna loomisega piirati teaduslikku arutelu ja vaba debatti. Kritiseerijaid rünnati viisil, mis meenutab Hiina kultuurirevolutsiooni, häbimärgistamine, teadlaste häbimärgistamine, kellel oli oma arvamus või peavoolust erinev arvamus. Ja selle konverentsi keelamise katse on ju selle sama Hiina kultuurirevolutsiooni tüüpi käitumise näide. COVIDi ajal loodud digitaalne passisüsteem muutus paari kuuga düstoopiast reaalsuseks. See oli ju ulmefilmi stsenaarium, et lähed baari, palun üks õlu ja siis vaadatakse sinu sotsiaalse krediidisüsteemi. Te olete tööle hiljaks jäänud, selge, te ei saa baari. Umbes nii see läks ja tohutu kiirusega muutus ulmefilmi stsenaarium reaalsuseks. Aga need absurdsed näited olid ju igapäevased. Minu abikaasa, kes istub siin, sai kohvikusse, kuigi ta ei olnud vaktsineerinud, istus laste kõrval kohvikus, lapsed tohtisid süüa, tema ei tohtinud. Et niimoodi kaitsti kõrvuti istudes siis inimeste tervist. Selline sürrealistlik loogika. Samal ajal teenisid ravimifirmad miljardilisi kasumeid. Pfizer on varasematel aastatel vahele jäänud võltsravimite turustamisega ja maksnud USA-s miljardilisi trahve. Suurim trahv oli $2,3 miljardit. Võltsravimite müügi eest, tõendatult. Igaüks võib lugeda USA justiitsministeeriumi leheküljel, kuidas nad petsid USA sõjaväge, oma riiki ja oma rahvast. Kõige rohkem said kannatada USA kaitseväelased nende võltsravimite müügiga. Kas see peaks meid nüüd veenma, et need firmad on muutunud kristallseks ausaks? Ei usu. Mina neile ei delegeeriks uut võimu juurde. Ma ei delegeeriks. Sest miljardilised kasumid on nii magusad, et need kaaluvad ka 2 miljardilise trahvi üle. See on nende küüniline kalkulatsioon. Teenid 15 miljardit, võib-olla maksad 1 miljardi trahvideks. Aga kas kasum on olemas? On. Me nägime kõige kõrgemal tasemel, kuidas Euroopa Komisjoni president Ursula von der Leyen varjas teavet Pfizeri miljardihangete kohta. Pfizer Gate'is avastatud varjatud suhted ning von der Leyeni keeldumine ravimigigantidega peetud personaalsete läbirääkimiste avalikustamiseks, olgu kinnituseks, et palju kiidetud tervisealane rahvusvaheline koostöö ei pidanud vastu esimestki tuleproovi ning 900 miljoni doosi vaktsiini hankimine uppus kontrollimatusse ja korruptiivsusesse. 35 miljardi eurone tehing osutus läbipaistmatuks ja ka õiguslik järelevalve kukkus läbi. Küsiti von der Leyenilt SMS-e, mida ta oli Pfizeri tegevjuhiga vahetanud. Kus need on? Kui nii kõrgel tasemel korruptsioon on võimalik, kas me peaksime veel rohkem võimu andma Brüsselile või WHO-le meie tervise üle otsustamiseks? Mina küll kahtlen selles sügavalt. Võib-olla ühel päeval taipavad seda ka Eesti terviseametkonnad. Ka Eestis nägime testihangete skandaale, ülehinnatud lepinguid, teeniti miljoneid. Kui ühe riigi sees ei suudeta korruptsiooni ohjardada, miks peaks tsentraliseeritud süsteem rahvusvahelisel tasemel paremini toimima? Et siis ei kao korruptsiooni teel mitte miljonid, vaid miljardid. Vaatame korraks kogemuspõhiselt, kuidas siis erinevad riigid hakkama said. Kas see suur gigantne süsteem, mis põrus Euroopa Komisjoni tasemel, või mõni väiksem riik. Tuletame meelde, mida tõi kaasa niinimetatud seagripi pandeemia Rootsis. Ega ta ei olnudki pandeemia, vaid õigupoolest paanika, seagripi paanika, mille just WHO paisutas üles väga suureks ärevuseks ja kes läks esimesena kõige korralikuma riigina ostma vaktsiine, oli muidugi Rootsi. Nemad olid korralikud. Vaktsineerisid 60% elanikkonnast 2009. aastal. Pandemrixi vaktsiiniga oli peamiselt tegu ja mis oli tagajärg? Ühel hetkel peatasid tervisevõimud vaktsineerimise, sest avastati, et kõrvalnähud on rasked, rängad, noortel ja lastel tekitab see narkolepsiat. See on hirmutav häire, ma ise olen sellist last kohanud Eestis ka, kes sai narkolepsia sellest süstimisest. Ehk siis vanemad ütlesid, et ta võib ära kaduda, sest ta võib igal ajal magama jääda. Nad olid oma lapse pärast väga mures, et me tegime spordimängu, siis ma ütlesin, et aga laps ei kao ju, võib-olla ta on sul maja taga, ärge muretsege, aga meie laps võib kaduda, sest ta võib igal pool magama jääda, ükskõik kus kohas. See ongi narkolepsia. Ja Rootsis ligi 500 inimest kannatas narkolepsia all, esitati 1500 inimese poolt kahjunõuded, kokku 363 miljoni Rootsi krooni ulatuses. Aga sellest halvast kogemusest pärineb ka Rootsi targem lähenemine COVID-i poliitikale, eristudes positiivse näitena. Ehk nende peaepidemioloog Tegel, tema hingel olid päris suured patud seoses 2009. aasta 500 inimese sandistamisega. Ja COVID-i kriisi alguses valiski Rootsi teistsuguse tee. Vähem piiranguid, koolide avatuna hoidmine, sundvaktsineerimise vältimine. Tulemused olid paremad kui enamikul teistel riikidel. Majandus, haridus ja inimeste vaimne tervis said vähem kahjustada. Siiski andis ka Rootsi järk-järgult keelamisideoloogiale järele. Ja täna me kuuleme selle kohta väga huvitavaid tähelepanekuid meie Rootsi kolleegilt. Sellegipoolest Rootsi näitas, et rahvuslik suveräänsus loeb. Ei ole nii, et WHO ütleb, sulgege kõik, et majandus kokku kuivaks ja tulemus on ikkagi nullilähedane. Ehk siis üks lahendus kõigile ei tööta. Rootsi ei kuulutanud välja eriolukorda, maski kohustust ei olnud ja isegi täiendavad soovitused tulid hiljem ja piiratumalt kui mujal. Lapsed jätkasid koolis käimist, noori julgustati spordiga tegelema, ettevõtted ja kultuurielu jäid toimima. Rootsi ei lasknud end samal määral massihüsteeriasse viia, mis halvas mujal poliitikute või teadlaste mõtlemise. Uus pandeemialeppe on samm vales suunas. See tähendab tsentraliseerimist, korruptsiooni ja autoritaarsete riikide mõjuvõimu kasvamist, kus sõna on pigem Hiinal ja teistel autokraatiatel. Minu ettepanek on lihtne. Järgida USA eeskuju ja lihtsalt lahkuda WHO-st. Aga vaevalt see toimub, sellepärast on oluline mõelda ka alternatiividele. Ehk siis Maailma Tervisenõukogu, mis on kodanikualgatuslikel alustel kokku tulnud ja kelle suurepäraste algatajatega ma olen kohtunud ka eile. See on lihtsalt suurepärane, haruldane kodanikualgatuslik tegevus, kus samamoodi tehakse rahvusvahelist koostööd, mis on hädavajalik. Aga ilma tsentraalse kontrollita, ilma surveta, ilma ähvardusteta, mis on tavaline WHO tüüpi suurtele süsteemidele. Aga nii saamegi me luua veekindlate sektsioonidega laeva. See sama Rootsi näitel ja nii mõnegi teise riigi näitel, mida siia tuuakse. Ehk siis ei ole nii, et üks mõõt kõigile. See ei tööta. Täna me siis seisamegi ja homme 2 päeval siin sõna- ja teadusvabaduse eest. Seisame teadmiste ja kogemused vabatahtliku jagamise eest. Aga kui me loobume vabadustest, sealhulgas vabast teadusest, siis me liigume kiiresti Hiina tüüpi ühiskonna poole. Ja paraku on väga palju märke, et kas või Hiina sotsiaalse krediidi ideed on juba Euroopas kohal ja otsivad kohta, kus oma jalg maha panna. Ma olen Euroopa Liidu asjade komisjoni liige Riigikogus ja näen, kuidas digitaalne Euroopa rahakott tahab meile vägisi ligemale tulla, digitaalne kõikide Euroopa kodanike ID ja nii edasi ja nii edasi. Tuleb kogu aeg meile lähemale, ehk siis, nagu ma ütlesin, et tänane utoopia on hommene reaalsus ja see võib teoks saada kiiremini, kui me arvame. Aga mina arvan, et me ei tohiks seda lubada. Ehk vabad rahvad vabal maal otsustavad kõige paremini ja ma soovin kõigile viljakat arutelu ja ma tänan kõiki külalisi, kes tulid meile appi teadmisi jagama. Ja te olete kinnitus sellele, et meie sotsiaalminister eksib, kui ta tahab sõnavabadust nurka suruda. Aitäh!
Thank you, Mr. Antti Poolamets. And our next speaker is Mr. Martin Helme. So please welcome Mr. Helme, head of Estonian Conservative Party. So floor is yours.
Aitäh! Ja ma esimesed mõned sõnad räägin eesti keeles, sest et eesti keel on lihtsalt nii ilus. Meie külalised ka kuuleks, missugune nende võõrustajate keel on. Mul ka hea meel, et kõik siin olla saavad ja tulnud on ja mul on hea meel, et me siia kolisime sellesse ruumi. Minu meelest see, mis Eesti sisepoliitikas on ja meedias loomulikult, ärme unusta, ei ole võimalik piisavalt palju põlastada peavoolumeediat. See on olnud lihtsalt häbiväärne. Aga ma oma ülejäänud jutu räägin inglise keeles, sest et see läheb ka ülekandesse ja siis on lihtsam kõigil. So I want to greet everyone who is here. I'm very grateful for you being here. I'm very grateful for being offered the floor. And I too want to start with the current events. Yesterday, a vicious far-left, hate-filled political murder took place in America. And a conservative truth speaker, father of 2 little children, Charlie Kirk, was murdered. He was murdered for standing up against the official lie, for not going along, for exposing the agenda of the globalists. He was unafraid and very spirited in his mission to stop the evil madness that is destroying our families, our nations, and our Western civilization. The news, it resonates with me. I bumped into him in Budapest at this year's CPAC Hungary. And what we are doing here today is very similar to what he was doing. The very prescient old saying by Edmund Burke that all that is necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing is exactly what drives us all here. And we know that speaking the truth is the most powerful weapon against the triumph of evil. And the hideous murder of Charlie Kirk reminds us that there is a real risk, a heavy personal price to pay for not staying silent. The evil that inspires the so-called liberal globalists is real and it is merciless. So I want to express a very sincere and personal gratitude and appreciation for everyone who has come here, who has chosen to be on the side of right, on the side of truth, on the side of good. Now, I am a politician, not a scientist and not a doctor, so I will speak about the political aspect of the things. I will try to frame the subject from my point of view. Over the past few years, the processes that were vaguely perceptible for decades have taken very concrete shape. What seemed boisterous UN-peddled fantasies or ridiculous far-left academic drivel have been actually enforced with speed and ruthlessness that even the most paranoid of us, like myself, would not have realized, would not have believed. It turns out that the more loudly and aggressively something was declared to be a conspiracy theory, the more accurate it was. No theories here, just practice. And we are still not allowed to mention it, lest we risk being fired. If not from a rifle, them from our jobs. What happened during COVID years was a turbo process to subjugate the nation states of the West under undemocratic, unelected international globalists. And to achieve that, it was necessary to usurp the sovereignty of the states. And because most countries in the West happen to be old, settled democracies where people assume they have a say on things, it was also necessary to usurp the sovereignty of individuals, the citizens. Now, it is interesting, by the way, that the societies that still have a living memory of totalitarianism, that is, the countries in Europe that used to be on the wrong side, on the eastern side of the Iron Curtain, have a better understanding of where we are and where we are headed, compared to the people on the western side. I can still remember the naive Westerners in the 90s when we spoke to them about the horrid, violent repressions by the Soviet regime against the people. The naive people asking us with a sincere face, well, why did you not call the police? Well, because the police were part of the regime. It would have been as useless as calling a Brit copper about a child rape by a Muslim gang. So COVID years was the coming out from the closet for those who had for years yearned for a decisive power grab. And again, in order to do it, the most important thing was to silence dissent. We learned that the promise of the yesteryear of uncontrolled, unlimited change of information because of the internet turned out to be a complete inversion. The internet, the social media platforms, became actually the most efficient tools for silencing people. Worse even, it became a tool for finding out who was harboring heretical thoughts and then setting the legions of trolls on them to ruin these people. The official lie was established about the wet market in China and the poor maligned pangolin, and anyone who doubted it was a tin-foiled hat loony. The official lie was established about the necessity of masks, the necessity of lockdowns, necessity of jabbing, the effectiveness and safeness of the so-called vaccines. You could not question it, and you could not diverge from it. It was all done because it was needed for the power grab. It was done to undermine the sovereignty of the nation state and its own processes and procedures. It was necessary to deprive the citizen of his sovereignty. Freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of choice, bodily sovereignty was all trampled on. We now know too much and too well for the globalists to maintain their official lie. Indeed, some of the bravest people knew from the beginning and tried to shout it to the rest of the world. But the official lie is still being tried to maintain. The gaslighting, the threats, the insults are ever more vile now that they feel that it is all slipping away from them. We have to win this. If we don't, the Western civilization will be destroyed in our lifetime. Our home countries will be destroyed. All of our freedoms, as well as our wealth, health, and property will be destroyed. This is our last chance to turn things around. This is why I admire Trump and his cabinet so much. They know what the stakes are, and they are doing an amazing job against all odds. I salute them, truly I do. So, let's not ever get tired of telling the truth and standing up against the evil. Let's fight for our freedoms, for our countries, for our way of life. And you see, we are winning. Despite the depressing news of the day, we are winning. You can smell it in the air. We are winning. Thank you all for that.
Thank you, Mr. Martin Helme. Next speaker is Ms. Tess Lowry. So, floor is yours. Thank you.
I'm a medical doctor and a scientist. I was working as a consultant to the World Health Organization when COVID was launched in 2020, and I had 10 years of working with them as a consultant, helping with their guideline developments, so their clinical practice guidelines. And then during COVID, as I will explain, it became clear that an independent World Council for Health was needed because people weren't getting the information to protect themselves and their health. So without further ado, I'm going to be speaking about a better way, which is health sovereignty, as opposed to the World Health Organization way, which is health security. It's important to reflect on where and reflect on COVID, what actually happened, what are the key findings in retrospect, and basically, man-made pathogens are implicated. This is gain-of-function research. We know this now. PCR tests were misused to diagnose infections. Effective and safe treatments for COVID were withheld. And experimental COVID injections were deployed, and now we know many people are suffering from vaccine injuries. Just to reflect on the PCR test, it is a scam, and don't fall for it again, because the inventor of the PCR test, he's a Nobel Prize winner, Dr. Kary Mullis, said that PCR tests should not be used for diagnosis. PCR tests do not distinguish between live virus and residual dead virus or viral fragments from previous infections. So identifying cases with a PCR test does not indicate whether someone has an infection or whether they can transmit it. It just causes a whole lot of false positives. To get on to the safe, effective treatments that were withheld, well, ivermectin had plenty of evidence to show that it was safe and effective, and it was very cheap, could have been rolled out right away. This study is a systematic review, a high-quality systematic review that I'm pleased to have co-authored with very wonderful colleagues, and it is ranked 8th out of actually now 26 million scientific papers, and yet the government's never referenced it. The World Health Organization never referenced it. It's a highly referenced, highly cited paper, but our governments and the health authorities have not referenced it. And it showed that ivermectin would have made a big difference to especially deaths during the so-called pandemic. What wasn't safe and effective were the COVID vaccines. These are data from VigiAccess.org, which is the World Health Organization's pharmacovigilance database. It's a collaboration with the University of Uppsala in Sweden, which is a WHO collaborating center. And you can see by February 2023, there were already 5 million adverse event reports on the WHO's own database. And ivermectin, which had been around since 1992, and had been recording since 1992, had around 7,000. And at the time, they were saying this is not a safe medicine to use. So it really bears reflection. And if you say, well, COVID was an extraordinary event and billions of doses were given, you would expect, and of course, reporting was encouraged, you would expect such a high number. But no, you wouldn't, because people weren't encouraged to report. Doctors were not encouraged to report. They weren't told, this is a new experimental vaccine. Please tell us if you see any side effects. Let me just go back. And if you look at the bottom line there, the tetanus vaccine, which has been around since the 60s, and adverse events have been recorded on the VIGI-Access, or VIGI-base. At the time, in Feb 2023, there were only 15,000 adverse drug reactions, and it's been given billions of times. We've all had the tetanus shots. So it is extraordinary to have such a high level of adverse events, and the fact that the WHO and the University of Uppsala said nothing about it. It would have been a simple and important audit to do every year upon rolling out a brand new experimental drug. So this is actually this is a tweet by the WHO from 2022. And it says there, the mRNA COVID-19 vaccines are as safe as other vaccines. And I've just shown you that's a blatant lie. And they go on to say the mRNA vaccines cannot change your DNA, and certainly we do have evidence of that now. It says the vaccines teach your body how to make a protein that triggers an immune response. Now that might be true, and that's not really a good idea, especially if that protein is a COVID protein, and it causes your body to just keep making this COVID protein and keep triggering the immune response until one's immune response is exhausted. So a very bad idea, but certainly that it's the WHO that was providing misinformation and disinformation during COVID-19, and we need to recognize that. Otherwise it can happen again. Not only did we have one pandemic declared by the WHO in the last 5 years, many people don't know that they declared a second pandemic in July 2022. They said, this is the Director General of the WHO saying, I have decided that the global monkeypox outbreak represents a public health emergency of international concern. So he overrode his committee, which voted against declaring a pandemic, or a public health emergency. So you can see the WHO is completely out of control. And it just fizzled out, really. But that was another pandemic declared. So how have we got to this place where we just willy-nilly have a international health authority declaring pandemics left, right, and center? Well, it's because it's become a highly compromised organization. 80% of its funding comes from voluntary contributions, and who pays the piper calls the tune with these contributions. These contributions come from wealthy individuals like Bill Gates through various mechanisms and organizations like the Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, the Global Vaccine Alliance. It comes from the drug industry, and it comes from special interests, including certain nation states. So we have a policy brief called Rejecting Monopoly Power Over Public Health, and we encourage you to read it to understand why a monopoly over public health is a really bad idea. Should the WHO be given more power? This seems a bit of a moot question, but we do need to discuss it because this is what's happening right now. Through these two documents, the one is the WHO Pandemic Treaty, and the other is the amendments to the International Health Regulations. And these things together create a new supranational body that governs the world and puts the WHO in charge of health emergencies. There are colleagues here today who are going to speak more about this, and I will leave that to them to do so. But what I will do is just explain how we got here, or what the state of affairs is, and that our governments are not in control of policy right now, of health policy, and it's really important to understand this. Our governments are enforcing policies that come from policy distributors, like the World Health Organization, the United Nations, the World Bank. But the World Health Organization is not making its policies either. The policies are coming from these so-called think tanks that think on behalf of the corporations. So they think the policymakers are organizations like the World Economic Forum, Chatham House, the Council of Foreign Relations, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Club of Rome. These organizations are thinking for our governments, and ultimately they are thinking for the banks. The Bank of International Settlements is at the top of the heap. We, of course, as the public, are right here at the bottom, and we're paying for all of this. We're paying for the PCR tests, the harmful vaccines, the surveillance tech, and so on. Klaus Schwab he founded the World Economic Forum, and I think what he has said over the years is quite significant. One memorable phrase he used was saying that they'd penetrated the government cabinets. So, they very proudly acknowledge that they have extensive influence in governments around the world, and this has been a concerted effort over the years. He also said the pandemic represents a rare but narrow window of opportunity to reflect, reimagine, and reset our world. So if you're one of those people who sits with that question, why did this happen, how could it happen? Well, it was all because a great reset was needed, and this was a mechanism in order to reset the world and create this new world order. So what does the health security agenda look like? Well, we as a public must sacrifice for the greater good. We must do as we're told. We are like livestock. We have been referenced as hackable animals. Banks and billionaires know best. We need to be monitored and surveilled. Free speech is dangerous, and merging us with AI and technology is inevitable because we're not very smart. Safety and well-being depends on banks, technology, and vaccinations. So that's the sort of sad part of my presentation. But I'm here to tell you there is a better way, and that's health sovereignty. And what this means, and I've put a card on your chairs, is that we all agree to act in honor and do no harm. We can't change what they do, but we can decide what we are going to do. We don't have to go along with their health security agenda. We have free will, and we are responsible for our choices. We are part of nature. Spirituality is essential to our well-being. We thrive together, we value different perspectives. So we like to have conversations and discuss out in the open what's going on. And we use technology with discernment because it can be good, but it can be very harmful, as you can see with our children today, all addicted to their mobile phones. And underpinning this, our better way is that we don't tolerate the violation of unalienable rights and freedoms. And we don't tolerate profit, power, and influence coming before the well-being of people and the planet. A World Council for Health as a people's health and sovereignty organization is really needed. It's a decentralized system. It's not a concentration. It's the antidote to the World Health Organization. It's a coalition of lots of different expert groups. And we have, from those expert groups, been establishing and activating country councils. And we will decentralize further to city councils, and so that eventually we have everybody being their own council for health, because that's what needs to happen. We need to re-educate ourselves, step up, engage, and take responsibility for our health and our sovereignty. So health sovereignty is our mission. We have no conflicts of interest, and we are funded by the public. We launched in 2021 with a cease and desist notice with regard to the COVID-19 vaccines. Not many people know this, and in 2021 November, we didn't have a massive social media following, but fortunately that has grown. And we still stand firmly behind the statement that the mRNA vaccines should be taken off the market, all of them. mRNA is an inherently unsafe platform. There have been no adequate safety studies done to our knowledge by the developers. The DNA plasmid contamination has been proven, and it poses a risk to our genes. And there are many ethical issues, including the lack of informed consent. People were not informed about the risks of these injections, the risks of shedding, and the use of these injections as bioweapons. I'd just like to say that the WHO endorses 100-day genetic vaccines. These vaccines are GMO, genetically modified organisms, and they endorse 100-day vaccines. From their vaccination campaign in 2023, this is their poster, it says they're planning 500 new vaccines in low and middle income countries by 2030. Can you imagine 500 vaccines? Is it not enough that we appear to be trying to prevent all these myriad of childhood infections with so many injections. But imagine where everything is reduced to a vaccine injection. We must really say no. So what does WCH do? We raise awareness of the root cause of disease. Let's not treat symptoms anymore. Let's look at what is causing all this sickness, this chronic disease. And we promote choice and an integrative approach. We're countering the globalist overreach with education on sovereignty, on health and sovereignty. And we're co-creating new ethical societies and decentralized systems like World Council for Health. So the way World Council for Health works is we're establishing these different councils they often have different expertise, different experiences. We meet weekly, depending on where in the world our representatives are, and we share and we discuss what's coming, what we think is coming, how we can help people with vaccine injury, and so on. And I just want to share some of our products. I'll pass them around. I only brought one set, so please do gather them up and leave them at the back of the hall. But just to show you a few, this is the Preventing Monopoly Power Over Our Health. This is a 2022 summary, a pharmacovigilance report of the COVID-19 vaccine adverse events, which showed clearly that there was more than enough evidence to stop the vaccines right there and then. This is a policy brief on the effects of unregulated digitalization on health and democracy, and this is very pertinent to Estonia because Estonia is very deep into digitalized technology. And a legal brief on preventing the abuse of public health emergency is very important because we have been told there are more pandemics coming. Pandemics are the flavor of the decade, it seems. I also want to show you some of our health resources. We have a detox and wellbeing companion guide, and do have a flick through because you will see it has contributions from our different country councils, and this will grow. So it really gives people a choice of how to detox from the vaccines and other environmental toxins. So hopefully we'll have a World Council for Health Estonia protocol in there soon too. A guide on complementary approaches to cancer and other metabolic diseases, really to support people who are going through mainstream treatments, but also who want to try something else. Coughs, colds, and flu. And Autism New Horizons. We know this is very, very needed, and this is Autism Month, where the autism rates are higher, unprecedented and higher than they've ever been. And if you want to know more about World Council for Health and how it was founded and why, you can also get that book. So, we have a campaign. We've been campaigning since 2022, early 2022, that countries should exit the WHO. And we know that the USA, Italy, Argentina have actually taken that step and have said they're going to do it. But is it enough to exit the WHO? The WHO has independent funders. You know, it doesn't need the money from these countries. And it has 266 active collaborating centers in Europe alone. So it has about 800 collaborating centers around the world, and another kind of, including a center called GORN, which is the Global Outbreak Alert Response Network. And that's got 310 centers that are just dedicated to outbreaks. So is it enough to exit the WHO? Where is WHO in Europe? Okay, so this graph shows you the blue, the light blue is the discontinued WHO collaborating centers. So these can be universities, government departments, military institutions, and so on. And many of those were active in relation to COVID. And I hope that you will be interested in finding out more about those as you reflect on what happened with COVID, particularly in Europe. And then there are active WHO country councils. So they are sort of 4-year terms, and so the active ones are running now, and it's worth investigating those active ones to see what they could be planning, what are these collaborations they're doing over the next few years. And then there's the pink is active WHO country cooperation strategy. Now, you can see the UK has such a huge number of collaborating centres, it had to have its own separate stream. It's at the end there. It has 50 active WHO collaborating centres. So, you know, it really seems like the UK, other countries like Switzerland and France, have a huge influence on the WHO outputs. But just to speak about Estonia, Estonia doesn't have WHO collaborating centres or global outbreak and response network centres, but it does have an active WHO country cooperation strategy. And this agreement with the WHO to help provide their digitalized health systems. So this is certainly something we would like those interested politicians to take up, and please read the World Council for Health's policy brief to find out how seriously this impacts national and individual sovereignty. And another relationship that Estonia has with the WHO is in this country collaboration strategy is a strategic priority 4, which is emergency preparedness. So they certainly are informing the emergency preparedness of Estonia, and this runs in this document, which you can get up until 2030. So, you know, if the WHO is telling Estonia what to do about emergency preparedness, it's important to know who is telling the WHO what to do. Just an example of a collaborating centre is this one in the United Kingdom, which runs, you can see it expires in 2028, and this is actually a military location. It's a special pathogens laboratory, and you'll be hearing more about the pathogen access and benefit system that's part of the new pandemic treaty and negotiations. So I just want to point out that this base has and stores and investigates things like anthrax, hemorrhagic fever viruses, pox viruses, rickettsia, which is like Lyme disease, tick-borne fevers, the plague, a whole range of hazardous pathogens, you know. And you have to start wondering, well, what came first? Is it the fact that all these pathogens are being stored and played with and fiddled with and modified, etc., and then we got the pandemics? Or did the pandemics come first? And I think we probably think we know the answer to that. But I also just want to highlight here that the second term of reference is to support WHO in the early diagnosis, rapid identification, and characterization of high-risk pathogens, keeping the results confidential. So this one really needs to reflect, does confidential arrangements with collaborating centres from different countries that impact Estonia, for example, in WHO policy, does that have an impact on the sovereignty of an individual country? And I would argue that it does. You can search to see these collaborating centres using this link. You may or may not know that the UK is currently undergoing a pandemic simulation. It began on September 7th, and it runs until the end of November. Those who remember Event 201 in 2019 might feel a little bit concerned about this, because the Event 201 preceded the COVID pandemic by 3 or 4 months. So the objective of the UK pandemic simulation, which is called Exercise Pegasus, is to simulate a realistic pandemic scenario, in addition to objectives about, you know, exercising decision-making processes, about controlling the pandemic. It's about exploring the impact of inequalities. Now, one of the inequalities that happened with the COVID pandemic is that a whole lot of people were coerced or persuaded or made to fear or trust and take experimental COVID vaccines, and others didn't. So one has to suspect that that could be the inequalities they're looking at is how they can mandate or encourage more people to take the experimental vaccines which are being developed. The other point I've highlighted here is to test the strategic response to disinformation and misinformation. So, this is about censorship and controlling the narrative. And as I showed earlier, those responsible for the misinformation and disinformation during COVID were the health authorities. They told us the vaccines were safe and effective, and they lied. A safe, effective vaccine or any drug cannot be made in a few months or 100 days. It takes years to prove safety, at least 10 years. So it's impossible to make a safe and effective vaccine, and this is very concerning. So, to emphasize what World Council for Health does is we promote integrative health and choice. So we are really working with the public to say, look, you've got to take back control of your health. So we can work at the international networking level, but you have a responsibility too. And you've got to step away from fear when there's, the fear-mongering begins again, and you have to take control of your health and exercise choice. You have choices. We have a health systems reform brief for those who are able to inform policy at country level, and this really focuses on removing the root cause of disease, preventing monopoly, combating corporate corruption, respecting personal autonomy, promoting personal responsibility and choice, and changing medical education. It needs to be reformed to include natural options to health, and not just big pharma's options. I want to just highlight we have a World Council of Health Nursing and Midwifery for those nurses and midwives who would like a change to a more holistic and caring perspective, and the World Council of Health Veterinary Health on the way. So when I talk about sovereignty, individual sovereignty, what are we actually saying? What does sovereignty mean? It means self-control. It means self-governance. It means stepping away from fear. And it means knowing right from wrong. We all know right from wrong, but there are various, we forget along the way, or we tell ourselves, we override our intuition and our conscience many times. So it's about acting on our conscience. Once you know right from wrong, you have to act. Otherwise, you become terribly unhappy. Once you act, you feel much better. It's about making informed decisions, your own decisions. It's about living in harmony with nature, not, building ugly office blocks or being in ugly office buildings, or, it's about really us creating beautiful things and living in harmony with nature and being our own land and our own territory and defending it. So at World Council for Health, we use a hand-heart to indicate our individual sovereignty, standing up for ourselves, standing up for our rights, and standing up for our freedoms and our sovereignty. It's really vital that we take a stand. And I'm sure you will agree that it's very disarming and uplifting, actually, to have a hand-heart. You can also use it to say thanks, goodbye, sorry, whatever. But, it's a much more, it's a very uplifting and liberating symbol that can be, I would hope, disarming in also situations of potential conflict. So we do encourage that. I think we are getting to the end, but just I have a colleague, wonderful colleague, Shabnam Palesa Mohammed, who's going to tell you more about how we're being pushed and led towards a one world government with standing authority being given to the UN. So I have hopefully a video to play just to sum up everything. There we go.
Stands at a crossroads. We have a choice between freedom and fear, ignorance or truth. The Great Reset?
We need a great reset.
Or the Great Free Set? The World Council for Health has emerged with a comprehensive vision. We aggregate holistic, unbiased health advice from international sources, free from the shackles of vested interests. We have united over 230 unique organizations spanning 55 countries. Powering the international health sovereignty movement, we have activated 33 autonomous country councils representing voices around the world. and enabling people to make the best informed choices. We see the big picture. We have a long-term vision. We implement a broad strategy that respects individuality, ethics, and life on Earth. We're powering international opinion, and we are being heard. Welcome to a new era of enlightened health discourse, empowered by science and shared wisdom. Co-create a healthy, free, and sovereign world with us, the World Council for Health. A better way for a better world.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tess. Thank you. So our next speaker is Sven Roman. You are here. You are ready. So please welcome.
Okay. Well, this is the title of my lecture, The Doctor's Appeal, Activation of the Brain Through Fear-Mongering and Its Impact Together with Restrictions on Mental Health in Sweden. Yes, this is my disposition. First, I will talk about my background very briefly. Then on the activation of the amygdala by fear propaganda, the doctor's appeal, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on mental health, conclusions, and 1789. I became a consultant in 2010, and I realized through severe side effects in children that I had been indoctrinated throughout my specialist training. I read the books critical of the development of psychiatry and demonized as Scientology literature. You can compare this with what they tell us anti-vaxxers and conspiracy theorists. Big Pharma has gained enormous power over us doctors since the early 90s, especially us psychiatrists. And we have a severe over-psychiatrization and over-medicalization. For more than a decade, I have been an opinion leader in psychiatry in general and child and adolescent psychiatry in particular. And I would like to highlight a specific area that I have been involved in for the last 6 years, and I have issued 6 expert opinions to a US state on this topic. And it has strong similarities with the COVID-19 pandemic and its gender dysphoria in children. The treatment for children and young adults of gender dysphoria, completely lacking in evidence, causing severe and irreversible damage, driven by lobby organizations and a lot of money for Big Pharma, lifelong medication with high doses of sex hormones, plus all the pharmacological treatment that follows the side effects. This whole phenomenon shows that we are living in a cynical time. Okay, on the activation of the amygdala by fear propaganda. This is about the psychological warfare. They frightened the masses with fake films and reports from China, then films and reports about the terrible situation in Lombardy. ICU staff on their knees, war situation, people dying like flies. And then the next step. At all costs, stop the spread of the deadly virus, restrictions of various kinds, school closures, face masks, only allowed to meet in very small groups, teleworking, distance learning, and travel ban. And then people were vaccinated. New restrictions, travel ban, reassignment, prohibited from continuing medical education, dismissal. I have lost 2 jobs. Delegitimation. On December the 3rd, 2020, I wrote an opinion piece in Sweden's second largest evening newspaper, Expressen. And it was the most widely read opinion piece in that newspaper that year. And the Headline: the greatest mass hysteria ever is now underway. And here is from the paper. And introduction: Sweden's public health agency and politicians have, on the whole, handled the pandemic wisely. Unfortunately, the rest of the world has acted in panic. The secondary effects of the lockdown will have consequences for decades to come. And excerpts from the article. Unfortunately, the amygdala was allowed to make the decision. Unfortunately, politicians in most parts of the world allowed the amygdala, the ancient part of the brain that reacts when we are exposed to immediate danger, to make the decision. And this is appropriate when we are faced with a bear or a wolf. But the amygdala is less effective at dealing with more complex problems. That is when the frontal lobe is needed. But as with teenagers, contact with that part of the brain was lacking. The reaction to the scenes unfolding in hospitals in Lombardy, combined with models predicting 10 times more deaths than actually occurred, led to what was perhaps the greatest mass hysteria ever experienced by humanity. Within 2 weeks, the anxiety, which also has the ability to become epidemic, spread to virtually all European countries. Lockdown was imposed. The world staged the most powerful shutdown of society since the Second World War, in the hope that it would reduce mortality. The secondary effects are worse. The tragic thing is that the amygdala's decision will probably make the cure worse than the disease, much, much worse. The secondary effects of the shutdown will have consequences for decades to come. The draconian measures risk leaving millions of children in poor countries without vaccinations and treatment for malaria. Millions of people in poor countries dying of tuberculosis because there are no resources to diagnose it. That millions of people in poor countries starve to death because of the economic recession. That millions of people die because of a lack of care for cardiovascular disease, stroke, and cancer. That the future of hundreds of millions of children is significantly impaired by lack of schooling. Okay, now I come to the doctor's appeal. Yes. On the 12th of March 2021, the Doctor's Appeal was launched. It was in response to 3 professors' initiative, the Great Barrington Declaration that was launched in October 2020. We had 3 messages. Increase targeted protection for risk groups. Reduce restrictions. Oppose the introduction of vaccination passports. And this was published also in this newspaper, Expressen, where my article in December 2020 was published. After 1 week, 5,300 signatures. Oh, I have not changed here. Oh, look. I can't. Okay. Here, that's the article in Expressen, and here, but complete silence in mainstream media. I am then creating a network of doctors, researchers, and others, and we are writing articles in the mainstream media. But we are still never mentioned in the news in any media outlet. 2 important articles were written in July and September. The first one, ivermectin could be the end of the pandemic. It was published in Dagens Medicin, Today's Medicine. And in September, the 22nd, vaccines from age 12, against science and proven experience. It was published in Läkartidningen, the Swedish medical journal, one of Europe's biggest medical journals. And our article probably led to the Swedish Public Health Agency not recommending general vaccination against COVID-19 for children younger than 12 years of age. And our impact since then, well, we got in 1 year nearly 30,000 signatures. We have co-organized several other petitions, including one against the WHO. And we organized 2 international conferences in 2023. And the lectures from the first one in Stockholm, which are available on Rumble, on our account, have been viewed more than 2.5 million times, which is the largest impact for any conference on this topic. And since then, well, for the past 5 months, we have had an unprecedented impact on social media. That's quite interesting. We have an increase of 5,000, it should be 800 followers, because I wrote this a couple of days ago on Instagram. And now it's probably 27,000. On Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, we have had 9 posts, each of which has been viewed between 170,000 and 375,000 times. And here you can see those 9 posts. So 6 are from the Facebook account, 2 from Instagram, and 1 from TikTok. And now I come to my special area, the impact on mental health. And I will try to describe the effects of the restrictions and the more or less widespread social isolation on mental health in Sweden. And since Sweden was an exception and did not impose a lockdown, the negative effects are likely to be much worse in countries with lockdowns. It's difficult to prove the impact of each individual measure, and in general, it is extremely complex what caused what during this pandemic. So what I present is, just like the diagnosis in psychiatry, more or less well-supported hypothesis. I have researched diagnosis and studies related mainly to 2020, 2021, because in spring 2022, the restrictions were released in most of the Western countries. And I have reviewed all psychiatric diagnoses based on the trend in the previous 10 years, and this is from our official data. And it's a significant increase for 3 diagnoses. They are mainly affecting women and especially children and young adults. And that's gender dysphoria, as I have talked about earlier, self-harm behavior, and eating disorder. And it's also common for those 3 disorders that it's a lot of social contagion. And to begin with gender dysphoria. It has been a 10-year epidemic of gender dysphoria in much of the Western world. In Sweden, a debate on medical treatment started in 2018, leading to a decrease in diagnosis in 2019 and 2020. And in spring 2021, the largest clinic in Sweden for the treatment of children with gender dysphoria introduced a more restrictive approach, and that approach is now common in all of Sweden. Despite the reversal, the number of children with gender dysphoria increased again in 2021. And in 2022, it dropped slightly for girls, but increased for boys. And here you have the figure. You see in 2018, it's very high for is it possible to, well, you see, it's very high for girls, the light, the yellow line, and then it goes down really quite a lot, 2019 and 2020, but then you see it's increasing again. And the level for 2024, for example, is the same as for 2020. Okay, why might the increase be due to the restrictions? a very, very high percentage of children with gender dysphoria have autism. According to studies, 20 to 50%. My own experience from the 40 children I have met is that 2 out of 3 have autism or autism-like conditions. And with autism, social interaction is difficult, and the restrictions increased the isolation for these children. And even before the pandemic, children with autism were more likely than other children to have almost all of their social life online. And with distance learning, less opportunity for physical activities and meeting in groups, etc. The already limited social life via physical contacts became minimal. Then I switched to self-harm behavior. It emerged in the 1990s. It has many similarities with gender dysphoria, an epidemic, largely a social contagion, girls and women overrepresented. Self-harm usually involves the use of razor blades and scratching across the forearms to relieve anxiety. The pain from the physical injury reduces the anxiety or makes it less noticeable. The majority of these patients have emotionally unstable personality syndrome. Initially, when we met those patients in the 90s, they were heavily monitored because of the elevated suicide risk, but this triggered self-harm. So we have gradually learned a professional and collaborative approach. Take the person's problem very seriously. They are not manipulating anyone. Try to jointly find the triggers for the anxiety. Try to get the patient to use techniques to break an anxiety attack. And they all involve doing or thinking about things that have the opposite effect, that bring calm. Those people, they are a kind of temperature gauge of anxiety levels. In inpatient care, when inpatient care works well, we can deal constructively with this category of patients. But when it works dysfunctionally, it becomes a disaster. There are splits in the staff group into different fractions. There can be both a very high incidence of coercive measures such as restraint and a high use of psychotropic drugs. So those patients, they are a temperature gauge in inpatient care and also in the community. And this is a survey to high school students in year 3. Non-suicidal self-injury. The last survey carried out in 2020 and the first half of 2021. And you can see at the white numbers. And the first dot is 2011, and then 2014, and then 2020, 2021. And in 2011, 2014, you have in total about 17-80%. It's more girls, 25%, and it's 8-9% boys. But then, 2020 to 2021, it increased from the numbers from 18% up to approximately 28% in total, and it's for girls from 25 to 36, and from boys it doubles. And especially interesting if you break it down to every half year. So the first half of 2020, the COVID pandemic came to Sweden in the beginning of March, and it was distance learning for young children from about 16 years old. First half there, then it was 24%. The second half, 27%, and almost 31%. The first half of 2021. Isn't it self-harm behavior that the whole world has been engaging in for the last decades, and that has accelerated with the pandemic measures? eating disorder. The aim of the study was to map the prevalence of self-reported eating disorder symptoms among adolescents aged 13 to 17 who sought outpatient care, child and adolescent psychiatry care, between 2018 and 2022. The mapping was done using a DSM-based initial visit that included questions about this. And the outcome. The proportion of teenagers has risen from 16% in 2018 to 28%. That's approximately an increase of, it's an increase of 50%. This is in line with international studies showing an increased burden of disease from eating disorders. And I have also done a regression analysis of data from the National Board of Health and Welfare. And this statistical thing, R squared, it is 0.80, and it needs to be over 0.50 for statistical significance, which is exceeded by a wide margin. And you see, it's an increase of between 20 and 25% each year, and it doesn't. Well, it's a little bit lower 2024, but it's higher in 2024 than it's in 2021. So and here you can look at graphically. The red is this regression analysis, and the blue one, that's the real outcome. And you can see when it does increase 2021 and so then I come to conclusions. Where we know about the severe short-term consequences, but not in the long term. And but we know that those that are most affected of the restrictions, children and young adults, women, the poor within countries, the poor countries, and it is generally the vulnerable. That is, well, generally vulnerable. They are the most affected. And we must never, ever allow schools to be closed again, nor universities. A new healthcare system and a new regulatory system must be created without special economic interests. The private sector, nor other special interests such as lobbying organizations, supranational organizations, political and military-industrial complex. We must base ourselves on ethics and fundamental human rights. The right to education, the right to social life, the right to physical activity, children's rights, women's rights, the rights of the socio-economically disadvantaged within countries and in vulnerable countries. And then 1789. Well, we are in the eye of the storm, in the midst of a paradigm shift. It will get worse before it gets better. 2 examples from recent weeks. Well, the actions of the Estonian politicians against this conference, which led to RFK Jr. being forced to withdraw his participation. The scandalous attacks on RFK Jr. last week. And of course, the murder yesterday of this young father in the United States. But just like the phoenix, a new and healthy healthcare system will rise from the ashes of the dysfunctional one. And I would like to conclude by singing a song that I hope will inspire both hope and confidence. Just a moment, I must have the right key. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I know that I do believe that we shall overcome someday.
Thank you, Sven, for your presentation. Thank you for great song. And our next speaker is Jean Rungbe. You are ready? Thank you. Welcome.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you, Sven. That song was very touching. I just dried my eyes. Very strong. First of all, I wish to thank World Council for Health Estonia for organizing this very important, great and needed conference. I'm very grateful to have this opportunity to share my knowledge. I'm a medical doctor from Denmark. My specialty is ear, nose and throat diseases. I have been a surgeon and a senior consultant in mostly private hospitals. I'm also educated in how to do clinical trials and read research. In the North Group, we are a coalition of scientists, doctors, lawyers, and other professionals, today representing 27 countries around the world. I am one of the founders, together with Sven and Jonathan Giltorp and others, to found the North Group. I'm also one of the founders of World Council for Health Scandinavia. We gather around a common concern about the actual and potential harms posed by the modified mRNA products. And today's subject, the possible effects of mRNA COVID-19 vaccines on fertility, is one of our major concerns. Yes. Our concerns: the risk of infertility and of damaging the genes of the next generation, the shift from a clean to a dirty manufacturing process after approval. For those of you who may not know, Process 1 refers to Pfizer's basic clinical trials in humans that led to approval, while Process 2 was the large-scale commercial product called Comirnaty, introduced after approval. This shift of manufacturing process could potentially explain the excessive amounts of artificial DNA found by genomics expert Kevin McKernan in 2023. And a recent paper, peer-reviewed, just published a few days ago by scientists David Spiegel, Jessica Rose and Kevin McKernan, confirmed these findings in new vials of COVID-19 vaccines. Somehow it seems that the manufacturers were not able to clean this stuff out, even though we were assured that proper cleaning was done in our answers from authorities. Could those impurities of plasmid DNAs in the vials pose a risk of damage to human DNA? Especially when the SV40 promoter enhancer usually used in gene therapy was involved? Well, it seems so. The biodistribution and risk of lipid nanoparticles combined with the artificial DNA and the SV40 snippet was a very worrying cocktail. My own story as a doctor: in 2021, I saw my patients get harmed by these COVID-19 vaccines. I was actually shocked. My patients were young, and we got no diagnostic tools. There were no diagnoses to give the patients, no ICD-10 code, which are controlled by the WHO. So I started investigating, and I wrote a letter of concern to the Danish Minister of Health. I got an answer, or more answers, from the Danish Medicines Agency, and it was about the switch from This answer is about the switch from the manufacturing process. The question sounded, which placebo-controlled randomized clinical studies in humans, phase 3 trials, exist where process 2 was used in the manufacture of the vaccine on which the approval was based? The answer, specifically for Pfizer's commercial COVID-19 vaccine, the one they call Comirnaty, no placebo-controlled randomized clinical trials in humans have been conducted with material from process 2. I will repeat, no placebo-controlled randomized clinical trials in humans have been conducted with material from process 2. These are not my words. This is the answer from the Danish Medicines Agency on behalf of the Danish Minister of Health. There was an additional answer. It is not unusual for a pharmaceutical company to make changes to its manufacturing process during the development of a medicine or a vaccine. In other words, if this is a usual procedure, then what other medicine and vaccines have been approved by this procedure? And for how long? In my view, this undermines the trust in health authorities. Can we trust the content of medicine? I also ask questions concerning the SV40 snippet. How could they approve the presence of active fragments from SV40 in the vials given the scandalous history of SV40 in polio vaccines in the 60s and the proven connection to cancer? I got answers. It is correct that the DNA plasmid used in Pfizer's vaccine contains a very small fragment of an SV40 virus. There's a significant difference between a small fragment of a virus and the whole virus. Okay. It is unlikely that the SV40 fragment used in Pfizer's plasmid can behave in any way like the full SV40 virus. And therefore these fragments of SV40 pose no risk of developing cancer, nor can they insert or alter the human genome. The problem here is, and the fact is, that these SV40 fragments are normally used in gene therapy. It is used in cancer therapy when genomic changes are wanted. Don't authorities know this? And another answer, it is correct that it was not specified in the application that the DNA plasmid contained small pieces of SV40 sequences. They admitted it. This has subsequently been clarified in follow-up questions from EMA to Pfizer. Their answer. So, if the SV40 snippet was not specified in the application, should this omission not have consequences for Pfizer? That was my question. I got no answer to that. And could you please provide me with these communications between EMA and Pfizer? Answer, they had no such communication. So how come they cannot document these clarifying answers from EMA to Pfizer? And now about reproduction. Could the mRNA COVID-19 vaccines harm the ability to have children in both current and future generations? Well, it is important to be aware that the clinical trials based on process 1 used to approve the COVID-19 vaccines excluded pregnant women. So the question was, which specific reproduction studies were done to reject the risk of a change in the genetic makeup of sperm and egg cells? The answer, well, the preclinical data behind the approval included reproduction and toxicology studies in animals. Actually, they referred to one study, a preclinical study paid for and conducted by Pfizer-BioNTech on 44 female rats. And it showed no effects on fertility. The study is called Baumann. I will call it the Baumann study because the author is Baumann, and we will return to this study again. But in this study, they skipped preclinical studies in pregnant women. Pfizer did not include germline genetic integration studies, and therefore they did not exclude the possibility of mutagenic effects in either the mother or the offspring. There was no long-term studies of the offspring, such as behavior, development, fertility. The rat litters were sacrificed just after the breeding period. There were no histology studies of the ovaries. Histology means looking into the microscope. Male rats were not studied, and data on male rat fertility were unknown prior to approval. This is not an acceptable basis for approval. The precautionary principle was not upheld. So why did medical authorities not secure independent studies, given that Pfizer had a conflict of interest in relation to the result and Pfizer's history of fraud? This is a study, and you can see the headline, Lack of Effects on Female Fertility. But the story doesn't end here, because if you go into the study, table 2, you can see the number of pre-implantation losses were doubled in the vaccine group compared to the unvaccinated or the saline group. And this difference is actually significant. You can see the tiny star. It means it's significant. But what does this mean? A fertilized egg will divide, and when it reaches a certain stage, it will implant in the inner lining of the uterus. And if it cannot implant, it will be aborted. This pre-implantation loss significance this means this. Why did they say that there was no effect on female fertility? Because this says the opposite. The North Group got answers from other authorities and ministries. The Spanish Minister of Health, Monica Garcia Gomez, said or wrote, ongoing evaluation of safety data has not identified any link between vaccination and cancer or infertility. No findings have been found to suggest that COVID-19 vaccines may cause fertility problems. She then refers to a couple of post-marketing studies, and I say post-marketing studies. It seems to be the new normal that no real preclinical studies are considered necessary, and experimentation on humans are accepted. To summarize, the commercial product given to humanity was not subject to a phase 3 clinical trials, thus the risks of the product were never evaluated. The drug product that was rolled out to the public was not the same product that was used in the limited clinical trials. The North Group wrote an open letter to professionals working in reproductive health. The letter was written in a friendly and respectful tone. Hannah Parika is a former IVF specialist, and she had help from professional colleagues. Had they experienced any safety signals concerning egg maturity, quality, sperm quality, miscarriages, stillbirths, pregnancy complications, and more? We had a few answers. I will come to them later. Hannah Parika did some observation in the IVF lab. She noticed a lack of regulatory guidelines concerning the mRNA COVID-19 products. Guidelines were very keen on the cleanliness of walls, floors, equipment, and so on, but there was no monitoring of safety signals, including egg cells, sperm, early embryos, in the vaccinated versus unvaccinated. The vaccine statuses of the customers or the donors were not provided. Europe is facing a historic decline in fertility of approximately 15%. If you look at the shift from 21 to 22, you can see a steep decline approximately 9 months after the young population got the COVID-19 vaccines. And after that, you can see a decreasing trend. This is actually an awful lot of babies that were never born. A recent study by Manik et al. have identified a considerable decrease of approximately 33% live births in the group of COVID-19 vaccinated women compared to unvaccinated women. In the age group 18 to 45, data are from the Czech Republic. If you look at the figures, the timeline is the same. The upper figure shows the percentage of women with at least one COVID-19 vaccination, and the lower figure shows the number of successful conceptions, that means live births, per 1,000 women. The light blue shows the unvaccinated, and the dark blue shows the vaccinated. There is a clear difference. Another study by Gutzkow et al., not yet peer-reviewed, they looked at more than 220,000 pregnancies in Israel from 16 to 22. They compared COVID-19 vaccines to influenza vaccination. The study found that COVID-19 vaccination in pregnancy weeks 8 to 13 was associated with a higher than expected rate of fetal loss, including abortions and stillbirths. The data suggest a possible association between the mRNA vaccine and increased pregnancy loss during this specific period, which was not present in women receiving vaccination for influenza and could not be explained by a healthy vaccinee bias. This data provides a worrying and clearly defined safety signal on a large cohort of women. Did some other studies confirm these safety signals? Yes. A retrospective analysis by James Thorpe et al. Confirms the possible association. This study is based on VAERS from 1990 to 2022, and they compared COVID-19 vaccination with influenza and other vaccines while looking at the adverse events during pregnancy. And they identified 37 safety signals for pregnancy-related adverse events following COVID-19 vaccination, such as miscarriages, fetal injury, premature birth, pregnancy, and neonatal complications. Results shows extreme and highly significant elevated risks for all 37 adverse events, far exceeding the CDC FDA thresholds for safety concerns. So the study questions the transparency of safety monitoring, and the authors warrants a halt to COVID-19 vaccination during pregnancy. Many countries, including Denmark, still advise pregnant women to take this vaccine. And this is another rat study by Karaman et al. They examined the effects of different COVID-19 vaccines on ovarian histology and egg reserves in female rats. That means this time they looked under the microscope. At a dose equivalent to humans, rats experienced more than 60% reduction in the number of primordial follicles. Primordial follicles are the early eggs, which are the basis for future fertility. The primordial follicle pool is limited and non-regenerating. Women are born with all the eggs they will ever have. Destruction of this pool is irreversible and leads to a permanent fertility loss. They also found a disturbance in fertility hormone levels, such as anti-Mullerian hormone. It decreased significantly in the mRNA vaccine group. They also found increased cell death and elevated inflammatory biomarkers associated with ovarian atresia, fibrosis, and long-term tissue damage. The mRNA vaccines triggered the worst damage. These mRNA vaccines are based on manufacturing process 2, the one implemented after approval. So if these findings apply to humans, well, this was rats. If they apply to humans, they have far-reaching consequences for global fertility. This type of damage to women's lifelong egg supply is biologically irreversible. Then a study about antibodies to phospholipids associated with miscarriages. A study from 24 by Hisano et al. Showed that antibody concentration against phosphatidylethanolamine, let's say PE, after COVID-19 vaccination was significantly elevated compared to pre-vaccination levels. These antibodies to PE are one of the most common antibodies to phospholipids detected in women with recurrent miscarriages within the first 10 weeks of pregnancy. Could this be a direct effect from the lipid nanoparticles? It should be scrutinized, or it should have been scrutinized before approval. PE antibodies may affect cell division during embryogenesis and the function of the outer layer, the trophoblast of the developing embryo. And what does this mean? The trophoblast, the outer layer of the embryo, is responsible for the fertilized eggs when it has divided to implant in the inner lining of the uterus. So if it's damaged, the fertilized egg or the embryo will be aborted. So early spontaneous abortions may be regarded as menstrual irregularities and go under the radar. And what about the nanoparticles? Santa Cruz Marquez et al. Means colleagues, did a review article spanning 120 scientific papers. They concluded that certain types of nanoparticles affect pre- and postnatal formation of the egg pool, both in vitro and in vivo. Vitro means in the lab, and vivo means in living organisms. Many studies have been conducted on experimental animals showing that nanoparticles can damage the development of egg cells. The size, the shape, the surface, combination, and charge of the nanoparticles have an impact on different stages of egg maturation. As shown in this illustration, the balls and sticks represent the nanoparticles in different shapes, and they affect the different stages of maturation in the ovary. We got an answer from a midwife. She told us that increased maternal blood loss during childbirth had increased, that it had increased, yes, and severe postpartum hemorrhage has now been redefined as a loss of 1,500 milliliters or more compared to 1,000 milliliters prior to 2021. This is quite an increase. Increased maternal blood loss during childbirth have negative consequences for the couple and for the recovery of the mother. It complicates the breastfeeding. The breastfeeding is important for the bonding between mother and child. The breast milk is very important, as you may know, for the survival of the child the first year, because it contains a lot of nutrients and antibodies. The Danish quality reporting described a surprising decline in birth rates. 5,000 births or children is missing every year from 22, 23 and even 24 compared to 21. This was unexpected because a large increase was expected due to the large birth cohorts of women born 25 to 35 years ago. So in conclusion, these studies mentioned give rise to concerns and doubt about the long-term adverse effects on fertility, including concerns of the primordial follicle pool in daughters of mothers vaccinating during pregnancy or breastfeeding, and even mothers vaccinated before pregnancy. And what about girls vaccinated as a part of childhood program? A lot of questions and needed answers that should have been scrutinized before approval. The precautionary principle has not been respected. In many countries, the precautionary principle is set by law to be followed. Therefore, the North Group calls for an immediate halt to the use of modified mRNA vaccines and a product recall, an independent and transparent investigation into their approval and use, scientific evidence that documents that there is absolutely no risk of damage to human DNA. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sean. Our next speaker is Mr. Varro Vooglaid. So please, feel free.
Well, first of all, let me explain that I decided to limit myself to a written presentation in order to use my time as effectively as possible. So perhaps my presentation is somewhat lacking in spontaneity. Please bear with me. And secondly, I try not to move too fast in order not to frustrate our translators. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me also to begin by expressing my gratitude to the organizers, to my fellow speakers, to this hotel as a conference venue, and to all of you who are present here today, because it is thanks to your effort and courage that this important event is taking place. Despite the obstacles, despite the pressure, and despite the attempts to silence, ridicule, and marginalize us. We may have been pressured out of the Parliament building, but the discussion itself has not been stopped, and that's the most important thing. The very fact that so much effort is made to avoid or to suppress debate is perhaps the clearest possible evidence that such debate is urgently necessary. When people are unwilling to engage openly, it is most likely because their position cannot withstand honest scrutiny. So all of this is quite informative. But let me now turn to the subject of my presentation. As the title indicates, the importance of vaccination freedom in the system of fundamental rights, I will speak about vaccination freedom and its importance within the system of fundamental rights, based on my experience from legal battles against COVID vaccination mandates. But before addressing that directly, I must begin with a broader observation. For decades, those who hold political power in Western societies have called themselves liberals. They claim to defend the ideal of a free society. Yet in practice, we have witnessed the opposite, a steady narrowing of the scope of fundamental rights and freedoms. This narrowing does not affect only one or two rights. It affects the entire spectrum. Freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, freedom of religion, privacy and family life, parental rights, freedom of association, the secrecy of communication, the right to self-defense, meaning gun rights, freedom of enterprise, the right to private property, the freedom of movement, the right to health and life. One by one, step by step, all these freedoms are being restricted, as if constitutional rights no longer had real significance. At the same time, democratic rights have been and are being hollowed out. Political power moves ever further away from citizens into the hands of unelected bureaucrats and judges, both on the national and international level. Referenda are very rare, almost non-existent. Elections matter less and less because opaque electoral systems and powerful instruments of mass manipulation ensure that those who rise to power are merely interchangeable executors of the same ideological and political program. It is therefore no exaggeration, it is a sober statement of fact, to say that the circles calling themselves liberal have been conducting a systematic assault on the very foundations of a free and democratic society. Behind the facade of liberal democracy, a new authoritarian order is being built. Its pillars are plain to see: the centralization of power on a global scale, the rise of AI-based surveillance systems such as Palantir, the introduction of central bank digital currencies, the suppression of private property, the marginalization of family and other natural social hierarchies, the suppression of free speech, and so on. This transformation does not occur through a sudden coup. It advances gradually, step by step, measure by measure. No single step is shocking enough to provoke mass resistance, and so many fail to see the overall direction. Others do see it, but find themselves unable to mobilize society effectively. The result is a widespread apathy, and apathy is the fertile soil in which authoritarianism grows. Let us hope that the tragic events that we witnessed yesterday, I'm talking about the murder of Charlie Kirk, help open the eyes of the masses. Against this wider background, the restriction on vaccination freedom must be understood as part of the same process. That is, health dictatorship is part of a wider dictatorial program. As Klaus Schwab has infamously stated, and as pointed out already by Dr. Laurie, I quote, "The pandemic represents a rare but narrow window of opportunity to reflect, reimagine, and reset our world." Let us now recall that before the COVID crisis, there was broad consensus, both in Estonia and across the Western world more broadly, that vaccination freedom, understood more broadly as the right to decide freely about medical treatment, was a constitutionally protected right. The consensus was not seriously questioned in public discourse. Political debate on the matter was virtually absent, at least in Estonia. From 2020 onwards, however, this consensus was abruptly overturned. Suddenly, we were effectively told, and told very aggressively, that personal autonomy in matters of health belongs to the past. Just as privacy is now often described as a relic of the 20th century, so too has the right to decide what substances may or may not be introduced into one's own body been portrayed as outdated, incompatible with the so-called challenges of the 21st century. In short, the message was that the freedom of choice over one's own body was no longer something society could afford. And yet, in legal terms, nothing has changed. Nothing has really been changed in the legal order. The principle of bodily integrity remains embedded in our Constitution. Article 18 prohibits torture, cruel treatment, and subjection to medical or scientific experiments without free consent. Other provisions of the Constitution reinforce the same principle: the right to health, the right to private and family life, the right to self-determination, freedom of thought and belief, the right to human dignity, personal liberty, and the right to life. Vaccination freedom is inseparably linked with all of these rights. The same principles are affirmed in binding international instruments, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the European Convention on Human Rights, and most explicitly, the Oviedo Convention on Human Rights and Biomedicine. That convention was adopted in 1997 precisely to safeguard human dignity and autonomy in medicine. Article 2 declares the primacy of the human being over the interests of society or science. And Article 5 requires that any medical intervention may take place only with informed and voluntary consent, allowing adequate information about its purpose, nature, risks, and consequences. These are not minor details. These are core principles of a free society. However, despite these guarantees, which were and are still in place, in 2021, many governments in Europe and elsewhere introduced vaccine passport systems. Effectively, these systems were nothing short of a form of mandatory vaccination. For freedom of vaccination, and now please pay attention, does not exist if refusal of vaccination is penalized by exclusion from social life, by loss of employment, income, and professional career, or by serious restrictions on fundamental rights. Coercion need not come with handcuffs and police batons. It is enough if the cost of refusal is made morally, economically, or health-wise unbearable or unrealistic. That too means compulsion. When the vaccine passport system was challenged in the courts, and as a lawyer I was personally connected to many such cases, a sobering reality became clear. Citizens discovered that legal protection was, in practice, absent. Instead of defending constitutional rights, the judiciary often acted as an enforcer of an unjust political program, helping to destroy the careers of many military officers, policemen, and others who had faithfully served the state for a long time, but refused unnecessary injections of experimental substances, in fact falsely called vaccines. Claims and applications were dismissed even when the lack of justification for government decrees was obvious to any reasonable observers. I could bring many specific examples, but I don't have the time to do that. Fortunately, not every judge surrendered to this program. There were some notable exceptions, judges who refused to lend legitimacy to authoritarian measures. One particularly important decision came from Tallinn Administrative Court on the 31st of May 2022. The court recognized that the vaccine passport system amounted to direct compulsion and was incompatible with human dignity and the principles of the rule of law. This honest judgment by Judge Andreas Paukštis declared unambiguously that exclusion from society cannot be trivialized as a mere loss of convenience. And such measures, the court explained, cut to the very heart of human dignity. Although such judgments were later overturned by higher level courts on dubious grounds, to say the least, they remain shining examples of judicial integrity. They remind us of what it means for a judge to take seriously the duty to protect the Constitution and the dignity of the human person. They present an example to all other judges. However, when it became clear that the courts would not provide a real protection, I decided, after being elected to the parliament in 2023, to try the legislative path. I drafted a bill to amend the penal code and to provide explicit protection for vaccination freedom. I will not go into the details of the proposed legislation because I don't have the time to do that, but in essence, the proposal was clear: to criminalize the administration of medications without informed consent, as well as coercion or pressure to undergo treatment, including vaccination. The proposed penalties ranged from fines to imprisonment, with heavier sentences in aggravated circumstances, such as cases involving minors, significant harm, groups of victims, abuse of authority, the use of experimental substances, etc. The bill also included a narrow exception: in urgent life-saving situations where a patient cannot express consent, qualified medical professionals may act if it is necessary to preserve, as stated, the patient's life. Unfortunately, as expected, rejection of the bill, the bill was rejected. The government coalition sent it directly to the dustbin. Well, this is the fate of all legislative bills started by opposition deputies. This outcome, as such, should not be regarded as surprising, for the very political forces that blocked the bill were to a large extent the same ones responsible for the widespread violations of vaccination freedom in 2021 and 2022. But here, rejection of the bill does not mean the effort was wasted. On the contrary, it underlined how necessary such efforts remain, both in Estonia and elsewhere. For protecting bodily integrity from the intrusions of governments, international organizations, and corporations is not optional. It is the most basic duty of any state that claims to respect human dignity. If we abandon this principle, we open the door to even deeper intrusions. What begins with compulsory injections may expand to demands for biotechnological implants. Chips placed in our bodies in the name of health or security. The same noble-sounding slogans will be used again and again. And if the principle of free consent has already been eroded, our ability to resist will be gravely weakened. What follows is a dictatorial system of servitude on an unforeseen scale. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude. Without respect for bodily integrity and without vaccination freedom as a central part of it, we cannot realistically speak of a free and just society. These principles are not negotiable. They stand at the very core of human dignity. To defend them is to defend the essence of what it means to be human, to be treated not as a means to an end, but as a free and rational being with the right to make informed decisions about one's own life, about one's own health, and to take responsibility for those decisions. Therefore, it is our most important responsibility to defend these principles courageously and tirelessly. For my part, I'm grateful to stand and to collaborate with politicians, lawyers, doctors, scientists, academics, journalists, and others who have kept a functioning conscience and who are willing to join in this cause. Thank you all for doing your part, and thank you for your attention. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Vooglaid. So now we have a break for 1 hour. So we come back 1:30. So see you, and refresh yourself, please. Thank you for coming to our second part of the conference. And I'm very honored and pleased to welcome Mr. Rimas Jankunas from Lithuania. So please, floor is yours. Use pointer and everything. By the way, he is one of the reasons why we have a conference here. And Antti, of course, also. We met met few months ago in Old Town in one small cafe. And he told that maybe we should have some kind of a meeting. I said, okay, maybe. What kind of meeting? No, let's talk about science, freedom, and free speech and issues like that. I said, maybe we should. But we didn't know that it's so popular among different parties. So thank you, Rimas, for that idea. You are father of that idea, one of the fathers. And I'm looking forward to hear you. Thank you.
And I also thank Estonian part of World Council of Health for realizing this idea into life. You really have done tremendous job, so thank you so much. And now I go to my presentation to the limitations in vaccine clinical studies and pharmacovigilance. Initially, I put a disclaimer. So some gene products have been labeled as vaccines. Vaccines, by definition, then contain certain amount of known antigen. Meanwhile, mRNA products, they contain certain gene sequence instead, and this sequence causes the synthesis of unpredictable amount of antigen for unknown duration of time. So this is the difference. And I will still use the term vaccines, but I am not sure if it is the case. So, a few words about me. My background is medical. I was working for 30 years at the Lithuanian University of Health Sciences. I am pharmacologist. For 10 years, I was deputy director at Lithuanian State Medicines Control Agency, responsible for supervision of clinical trials, for marketing authorization, and pharmacovigilance. So, I will speak today about bad quality of vaccine trials, blind marketing authorization authorities, pharmacovigilance, so drug safety surveillance, which doesn't work. And I will provide a practical example. How does this work in real life? In combination with negligence of physicians in care during this pandemics of COVID mismanagement. So, what can I say about vaccine trials? It was inappropriate stratification. I will clarify later. Short blinded phase. They are not designed to detect rare or delayed adverse drug reactions. They are underpowered at critical safety endpoints. And efficacy endpoints were commercial, rather public health. I would say that this is a key table on efficacy. You may check. It appears in the summary of product characteristics approved by European Commission, and we go back to stratification. So, what kind of scientist can make such a stratum? For COVID-19 trial, they put into one group people from 16 to 64 years with totally different risk of disease and complications. People which are completely healthy with those with a lot of concomitant diseases. Next, we have a look at most important stratum, 75 years and older. People who are most likely to benefit from these products, Which percentage of subjects are here? 4. What? You take healthy people and then extrapolate data for those with cardiovascular diseases, cancer, etc., etc.? Next. Do you see any way individuals with, once again, cardiovascular disorders, cancer, immunological disorders, presumably that those were risk groups? No, we have no clinical data. We do not know how does it work in those people in comparison with healthy ones. Then, look at this number. This is subject years, so time of following, or follow-up, and this is number of subjects. If you divide this, 6,000 to 20,000, then you get that duration of surveillance was on average 3 to 4 months. So short time surveillance of the initial so-called wild type virus. Now I realize that it is not wild type, but it was called wild type, so original strain. They calculated vaccine efficacy. It is, how did they get? They protected about 800 people of those 20,000 who were included. And they got this 91%. This is so-called relative risk reduction. But absolute risk reduction, so real number of people who benefited from intervention, it is 2, 1, 3% depending on vaccine and depending on age group. But they do not show the absolute risk reduction, violating the guideline of the European Medicines Agency. So, conclusion of European Medicines Agency and European Commission was, okay, we can authorize a product on the basis of this data. My conclusion was, first, I should never take this product. Second, marketing authorization authorities have no appropriate qualification, or they are simply captured by pharmaceutical companies. So, risk stratification was against science. Decision was based on short-term prevention of mild illness. So you prevent mild illness in 3%, let's say, of people, or 2%, and cause at least transient, short adverse reactions, including fever, rash, etc., almost in everybody. I am not interested in mild disease. I am interested in prevention of hospitalization and death. They do not have this data. This did not serve as endpoints of the trial. Then, you remember, mass vaccination was done on the basis of conditional marketing authorization, which bypassed full efficacy and safety evaluation. And without any studies on the effect on transmission. The government became most important source of COVID disinformation and misinformation, declaring 100% efficacy against hospitalization and death. This is proof. This is a screenshot from governmental page. Exclusion criteria, by the way, included pregnancy and lactation, and we see increasing amount of data showing that the products decrease fertility. And it might have happened, the similar disaster as more than 6 decades ago with thalidomide and Contergan, with thousands, tens of thousands of stillbirths and lip abnormalities. We still see those people. They are a little bit more than 60 years old, and you see them with short limbs or even without limbs. So this is Contergan or thalidomide. And now they decided to bypass pregnancy's evaluation in pregnancy and breastfeeding. They should have done this because of good clinical practice. They cannot include pregnant and breastfeeding women, but they done even worse. Instead of experiment of a few thousands of women, they have done experiment on billions and billions. It is much worse. Next disaster was a study of Comirnaty, so Pfizer so-called vaccine in adolescents, without any data on randomized controlled trials on preventing severe disease and death, without data on long-term safety, with a short control phase and small sample size, approximately 1,000 in vaccine group and 1,000 in control group. And without consideration of the number of serious adverse events in the vaccine versus placebo arm. Have a look. 7 serious adverse events in vaccine arm, only 3 in placebo arm. Life-threatening, 2 in vaccine arm, 0 in placebo arm. Of course, this doesn't reach statistical significance. I told already, the trial was underpowered. And this is a publication of me and my colleagues based just on the analysis of the assessment report of the European Medicines Agency. You may check it at their website and check all these numbers. So on my understanding, risk-benefit ratio in this age group is clearly negative. Pharmacovigilance, so drug safety surveillance. We have seen in the presentation of Tess Lawrie that there are more than 5 million reports on adverse reactions to COVID vaccines. But which percentage have been reported? I took data from Lithuanian State Medicines Control Agency. They got 35 reports of death after COVID vaccine. Meanwhile, National Data Agency reported 4,962 deaths within 3 months after vaccine. So it is 0.7%. What about another adverse drug reactions? I say that percentage reported is definitely less than 1% and even less. And this is a table. Clinical studies demonstrated that almost everybody got some adverse reaction. Now I calculated number of doses administered in various countries and also number of adverse reports I took from websites of competent authorities. So then we get percentage reported. You see Lithuania 0.18, Norway 0.5, Estonia 0.35, etc., etc. Not so many. So the previous slide may be multiplied at least 100 of times. By the way, Health Law Institute encouraged citizens to report suspected serious adverse drug reactions. However, public officials challenged and stopped this initiative. I think that critical drug safety information was lost because of that. And now, how did this translate to real life? Case study, fatal cerebrovenous sinus thrombosis in 17-year-old male, post-vaccine and post-COVID infection. He was misdiagnosed as migraine, received treatment late. Emergency surgery wasn't successful, and these are laboratory findings which demonstrated increased coagulation, extremely high titer of antibodies against receptor binding domain, and elevating troponin, which probably demonstrates cardiac damage. Let's try to follow the criteria of WHO, which most of us do not like, but actually they produced a lot of, I would say, valuable papers. So if you want to assess causality, we need to have a look on temporal link, on biological plausibility, on literature reports, vaccine quality. Let's do that. Temporal link. Administration of COVID vaccine community. It's summer of 2021. Then hospitalization due to severe headaches after a few months. After next few months, COVID-19. Mild, only mild illness, and after next 3 weeks, cerebral venous sinus thrombosis and death. Biological plausibility. S protein, spike protein, it triggers autoimmune reactions against the affected cells, leading to cellular damage. Indeed, there is genetic sequence within lipid nanoparticles, so it may go theoretically into every cell, and then any cell affected expresses S protein on its surface. So this serves as the basis for immune protection, but the same mechanism is responsible for cellular damage. Why? Because the immune system attacks these cells. Once again, this produces immunity, but also this damages the tissue. And consequences depend on the amount of cells damaged and of tissue damaged. Then, S protein may trigger inflammatory cascades, and it induces the formation of fibrin and fibrinogen resistant to fibrinolysis. So it cannot be dissolved by clotting system, by fibrinolysis. Literature reports, they are multiple. And I am really surprised by the doctors who say, no, this is not possible because this was not reported in the literature. Literature reports appear later. Well, but how did these investigators reported that? If they consider this is not possible, they would never report. Look at EudraVigilance. Hundreds of reports of cerebral venous thrombosis and cerebral venous sinus thrombosis following mRNA vaccination. EudraVigilance, it is a European database managed by European Medicines Agency, to which reports from all member states have been collected. So once again, I think EudraVigilance lost a lot of reports because of activities of some Lithuanian public officials, which made great damage to public health, on my opinion. And then, vaccine quality. Maybe it was counterfeit product. You know, more than 10 years ago, European Commission adopted delegated regulation on falsified medicinal products. It was intended to prevent the entry into the legal supply chain of falsified medicinal products. Look what our health minister, famous Dulkys, has done. He made exemption for COVID-19 products. Safety features were not required from December 2020 till at least mid of 2022. So nobody who received so-called COVID vaccine may be sure that he or she received true vaccine. I do not consider process 1, process 2. I simply speak about counterfeit medicinal products. Remember dates of administration to this adolescent? And finally, I make conclusion. The traceability and authenticity of the administered product were not assured. A counterfeit product might have contributed to cerebral venous sinus thrombosis. And I want Lithuanian authorities to provide all evidence to say that I am wrong. I could be wrong, but I want them to prove that. So, relatives of the deceased applied to the National Service of Accreditation for Healthcare Activities regarding this event. they failed to acknowledge the necessity for probabilistic, not binary analysis for adverse drug reaction. So, binary means it caused or it didn't, but it is not possible in most cases. In most cases, you say it is likely, it is probably, it is possible, it is unlikely, but to say yes or no, it is possible very, very seldom. Then, healthcare professionals failed to report the fatal case of thrombosis to State Medicines Control Agency. And neither Lithuanian authority, it is a shame, neither of them until now applied the WHO criteria for the causality analysis of any death following COVID-19 vaccination. Final remarks. I am sure that long-term efficacy and safety endpoints are required in vaccine trials. This is valid for all vaccines because in most cases you will find that they investigate only immunological response. I am not interested in that. I am interested in how do they protect us against severe disease, against death, and what is the impact of another health parameters. Mandatory review of all fatal and life-threatening events occurring after vaccination should be considered, and independent access to COVID-19 statistics should be ensured. Clinical recommendation. Exclusion of serious pathology should have priority in emergency settings because they misdiagnosed stroke with migraine. Clinicians should be educated on the potential of serious unexpected adverse drug reactions. Unexpected means not appearing in drug label, including the summary of product characteristics. And finally, I would like to thank for your attention and to thank all courageous people in Lithuania, Estonia, and all over the world who decided to speak out for the sake of medicine, health, and human rights. Thanks once again.
Thank you, Rimas. Thank you for the wonderful lecture. And our next speaker is Meike Terhorst. So welcome, please.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Meike Terhorst. I'm a lawyer from the Netherlands, Alkmaar. My presentation is about how MPs can stop the WHO power grab. And I think like what we're looking at is a corporate takeover. So not just an international organization. There are two legal instruments for the global control. The International Health Regulations of 2005. This document concerns health threats. And then we have the Pandemic Agreement, which was agreed this year, about future pandemics. And this means like two legal instruments basically dealing with the same issues, but with different legal wording. So this means total confusion, and I think this is completely intentional. The International Health Regulations, they were concluded in 2005. And in 2022, it was also through James Roguski that we were made aware that these amendments of 22 could be rejected. So in our parliament, our MP van Houweningen, he started this motion that the Netherlands should reject these amendments because it is considered a treaty, the amendments, and a treaty needs to be officially accepted pursuant to Dutch law. So that's why we needed to reject the amendments, because they need to go through a approval process. Like first the Parliament and then the Senate need to approve it. So this was supported by a majority of our Parliament, and then our Minister of Foreign Affairs sent a letter to WHO rejecting the amendments. But also something else happened. Later on, I will speak about this. In 24, there were also amendments, and they were also rejected by a number of countries, USA, Argentina, Italy, and Israel. But my point is, like, it doesn't matter if a few member states reject the amendments, the rest of the process still continues. It's like a self-driving car. You cannot stop the car from driving. Even if some member states jump off the car continues to drive. So we need something else. And in 22, a Dutch member of parliament, Wibben van Haga, who's now trying to get back into the parliament, and I'm also on the list of the party, he challenged the WHO amendment procedure in 22 because there was no vote. So what was happening at the WHO, it was just some backroom talk and no actual voting took place. They call it a consensus procedure, but basically it was that the person presiding over the meeting said like, oh, is there anybody who want to say no? And nobody dared to go against the group. So then it was agreed. Of course, this is not acceptable, and it's also not valid on the basis of the constitution of the WHO itself. So Mr. Van Haga sent a letter to Dr. Tedros challenging that it was valid, the amendment itself. So basically it's very easy to stop these amendments because it's always done in the same way. There's never a real vote. And this letter was sent by registered mail. Philip Kruse, who's also been speaking here in Tallinn before, he sent a letter. We heard nothing back, not even confirmation of receipt, nothing. It just fell into a black hole. In 24, there was this big meeting in Geneva. The whole world was waking up to WHO becoming like a dangerous institution. Then Slovakia's Prime Minister, Fico, was speaking out against WHO, and later on he was shot down in the street. Well, he survived this shooting, fortunately, but the Prime Minister of Iran was shot down with the helicopter, and he did not survive this. So anybody speaking out may encounter serious problems or even not survive it. With Admiral, who's present here, we were at WHO headquarters in Geneva, and we were trying to present a letter to Dr. Tedros in person. This letter will be, you can see it later on in the presentation, but Wibben van Haga, we got a big taxi bus, and so we could go into the premises of the headquarters, because we said like, yeah, we're the Dutch delegation, and then we could just drive through. So it was quite hilarious. And then we made this photo in front of the WHO. We have this statue of a probably African girl being vaccinated. So it's a bit colonial. So we made this photo to kind of protest about this. And then we asked somebody to take the photo. And just out of curiosity, we said like, oh, are you here today for the IHR negotiations? And he said like, yes, I'm part of the Indian delegation. And so we asked like, how's it going? So like, well, we got a one-way ticket and we can only go back if we say yes to everything that they propose. So we were quite shocked to hear this. And as a lawyer, I was also very pleased because the next day was the big lawyers' press meeting. Reggie was also there in Shabnam. And so we could present to the world that this is not a fair game. Like, if you can pressure the delegations to say yes to everything, this is unfair pressure, and this is not legal. You can only you can only agree on things if it's out of free will. So when you're forced into accepting things, it's not legal, it's void. And so I think that all the agreements that are put under this kind of pressure to let delegates to say yes to this are null and void, or at least you can argue that in court. Okay, the pandemic agreement was signed this year, or agreed between brackets. USA did not show up. There were abstentions from Poland, Israel, Iran, Slovakia, and Russia. But still, the show goes on. Like the self-driving car continues to drive. And quite surprising, it turned out that the majority of the agreement was not agreed yet. So the PEPS agreement, Reggie will tell more about this later on, still needed to be agreed. So basically it was also a fake deal. Next week, from September 15 till 19, they continue to negotiate between brackets. And so it's basically a kind of a scam, in my opinion. So this PEPS agreement is a legal framework for access to pathogen samples. It sounds quite normal. But what they're talking about is that they are building bioweapons, and we have to pay for it. And then they build this bioweapon so they can produce vaccines. And we also have to pay for it. And this all takes place behind closed doors, and everything is secret. My question is, isn't this contrary to the 1972 Biological Weapon Convention? And I think the simple answer is yes. And of course, like, it can never be legal to kill people. So this is also not valid from a legal point of view. My question is, why was WHO never subject to serious legal review on how it handled the COVID-19 pandemic? I did some research, and it turned out the WHO helped to build the Wuhan lab, where the gain-of-function research was taking place. WHO did it. It was really surprising. And you can find that article on my Substack page, so I hope you can look that up. There, WIF-1 was created, which is supposedly the bioweapon that was used. Jeremy Farrar, he organized a conference call of February 1st, 2020 with Fauci and Marion Koopmans and so on. There they tried to repress the lab leak theory, and Jeremy Farrar, he had a power of attorney to, on his own, represent WHO and also the Wellcome Trust. So of course this is very strange. Like you say that WHO is an international organization, but then just a single person can represent that organization without anybody having to agree or say about it? It's very, very weird. It's also in my article that Jeremy had this single, that he on his own could represent WHO. Also, the WHO set up the PCR test in 2020 of January. WHO helped to set up the worldwide lockdowns. WHO helped to block access to early treatment, HCQ and ivermectin. And I think this is very important. Like Tess also pointed out, like if you have a medicine that is very safe and effective to cure COVID-19, why would you roll out these vaccines? And on ivermectin, it was through a legal court case that I was involved with as a lawyer, representing a doctor under fire from our authorities. Ivermectin was the biggest program of the WHO, where this ivermectin was given out for free in many countries, and one of the biggest factories is in Holland, in Haarlem, quite close to where I live. And they make like millions of pills per day. And they had like 5.1 billion recipes or off-label recipes to hand out this ivermectin. And they knew it was probably one of the most safe medicines in the world. And this program ran until 2020. So it makes it very clear that WHO knew that it was effective. Also, there is a book, The War on Ivermectin. It's very interesting. In this book, it was pointed out that the efficacy was like 75%, so it was very effective against COVID-19. Still, they blocked it, which makes it sure like WHO is not about health. It's about power. Okay, and WHO promoted the worldwide vaccination on COVID-19 vaccines, causing death, heart attacks, cancer, and so on. We have the Pfizer report 531, which is very important proof that it was meant to kill people or injure them. And this is, of course, from a legal standpoint, not valid. It all was about the COVID-19 passport that WHO fabricated. And COVID-19 means Coronavirus ID 2019. This passport was not something just for the pandemic, because in 25 we had a European citizens vaccination card, a digital one, in 5 member states. It's based on the roadmap to the digital vaccination passport, which was started in 2018, also providing for censorship and mind control and financing everything. The ID 2020 program is started by the ID 2020 Alliance. This is the Bill and Melinda Gates is behind it. And some other founders, like the Rockefeller Foundation. Behind closed doors, in 2020, the Immunization Agenda 2030 was agreed upon in silence. I don't know what it means. Probably that nobody was there, but it was still agreed. The vision for 2030 was a world where everyone, everywhere, at every age, fully benefits from vaccines for good health and well-being, meaning it's obligatory. And this was led by the Wellcome Trust, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and Gavi.
They're seeing how many people are in that household, and they're vaccinating everyone who's eligible in that home while they knock on that door.
We blijven vaccineren. Dat doen we wijk voor wijk, deur voor deur, arm voor arm.
to get more Americans vaccinated. One, targeted community by community, door to door.
Rapidly vaccinate those eager to get their first shot and their second shot, for that matter, if they need a second. Now we need to go to community by community, neighborhood by neighborhood, and oftentimes door to door, literally knocking on doors.
Minister L. Murugan has inaugurated and inspected door-to-door vaccination drive in Chennai.
In Wilcannia, for example, our AUSMAT team has been going door to door and having those conversations directly with people and offering the vaccine.
They're going to be going suburb to suburb, street to street, door to door, knocking on these and actively looking for people who are in the wrong house and finding them on the spot. Yeah, look, absolutely.
And what was so incredible is these teams are not just knocking on doors anymore, they're actually carrying eskies and vaccinating at the door. They're seeing how many people are in that household and they're vaccinating everyone who's eligible in that home while they knock on that door.
Well, in Australia and Canada, there were like indigenous peoples, like Indians, vaccinated against their will, and they were also, so we know who they are because it was all put on film.
They're seeing how many people are in that household and they're
there was a mind control program behind it, and in the Netherlands we had a program, it's called Think Tank Disinformation. So the whole censorship was kind of rigged in the sense that it was kept secret for the Dutch people, that all Dutch authorities, they acted under one umbrella to support the vaccination of the whole population and not good health. And they actively would go against anybody who would go against the vaccination agenda. And this was kept secret for the public and also for the parliament. And the media, they were part of it. So the journalists were also censoring, in the newspaper, they were censoring each other. And we have new information where this think tank also, part of it was also the Supreme Court in the Netherlands and the highest administrative court. So it becomes clear that this was not a fair game.
Aujourd'hui, au bout de ça, on parle de puces qu'on pourra s'implanter. Ce sera quand, ça?
Certainement dans les 10 années à venir. Et d'abord, on va les implanter dans nos vêtements, c'est-à-dire wearables, comme on le dit. Et après, on pourrait s'imaginer qu'on les implante dans nos cerveaux ou dans notre peau. Et à la fin, peut-être il y a une communication directe entre notre cerveau et le monde digital. Ce que nous voyons, c'est une sorte de fusion du monde physique, digital et biologique.
On appelle quelqu'un, on n'a même plus le réflexe de devoir prendre un appareil, ça se fait naturellement. Hein. La technique continue le corps.
Oui, vous parlez et vous dites, je veux maintenant être connecté avec n'importe qui. Et d'abord, vous avez les robots personnalisés. Et j'ai vu que M. Zuckerberg a prédit qu'à la fin de l'année, il va avoir son robot, son butler personnalisé qui est à sa disposition.
Donc, comme dans Downton Abbey, on aura son butler personnel, son serviteur, son esclave.
Oui, mais il y a une différence. C'est un serviteur qui, avec l'intelligence artificielle, apprend et qui n'est pas seulement votre assistant pour des travaux manuels, qui veut peut vraiment être un partenaire intellectuel de vous.
Creepy. Okay, yeah, so if we listen to Klaus Schwab, we will all get a chip in our brain and we don't have to worry about anything anymore and technology will rule over us. In 2017, the European Commission ordered a study on how to chip your workers. In 29, I think it was Bill Gates who did inject babies with a proof of vaccination chip that you could see with your iPhone. It's very clear that behind this is like the European Union, WHO, UN, and that are independent treaty bodies with legislative and other powers that are not subject to any review. And behind this is a group of investors that has taken over the EU and parts of the Dutch government. And this I found out through the CETA agreement, which is a trade agreement between Canada and the EU. This agreement says that these investors, they have more power than anybody else because they can go against any law that harms their interest. And also they want to take over the entire state, health, education, university, public transport, etc. So this is their plan to take over everything that used to be public. And how can we find back? We have to find back the MPs together with the doctors and the lawyers have to fight as a team. And we have to, as also Tess pointed out, claim our own right to our own body and say no to any chipping or stupid things like this. And ask for an investigation, ask for cartel oversight, never accept an exclusive digital ID or vaccination ID, and the MP should never allow this transfer of power from the national level to the international level. And this letter, this was sent by members of parliament to Tedros in 24. This was the letter that with Ruben van Hagen and Merel we tried to present to Tedros. I personally sent it to his email address. I never heard anything back. Total silence. But he got nervous about all these kind of things, and he said like he was regretting so much how there was so many powers going against WHO, and he felt so sorry for himself. Like we have to not feel sorry for Tedros. We have to feel sorry for all the people that got harmed. So we need to, stand up for the people who got vaccination injury, and help doctors and scientists that got cancelled and are still lost their jobs and lost everything. So we have to do something and not just talk. This was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Meike, for your presentation. The next speaker is Ossi Tihonen from Finland. So, welcome. I'm sorry we are a little bit in a hurry, but I hope you manage on time. Thank you.
I hope. My topic is Finland, the most brainwashed country on earth, and a few words of myself. I have done other things than politics too. In 2018, I switched to the politics side. Before that, I was founder of a telemedicine company in 2002, and I had 25 doctors working for me. So I have done many things in my life already, other than politics. The one who got me activated in the politics was this climate change hoax. I have known for 30 years that it's a total lie. So in 2018, I decided that I had to do something for it because I had time and money, and I have said that I will be a millionaire in the politics. My value goes down to €1 million. So we founded the Freedom Alliance Party 3 years from this moment, and we got 1% votes in the last parliamentary elections, and just 1%. And why is that? Most Finns don't even know that this kind of party exists. Mainstream media doesn't even bark on us. They don't want us to be recognized or even known. And you have a much better situation here in Estonia. You have a 10% EKRE in the parliament. In Finland, there's just one party in the parliament. There are different fractions, and they just change the actor. They're in the government, but the policies go on similar. Like there is said that we have a conservative parliament in Finland, but that doesn't apply. It's the same socialist, globalist government as the previous one. So there may be some other countries that are more brainwashed, like North Korea or something, but Finland is probably the second. I will state this later today. Can I have the second slide? We all know in somewhere in March 2020 or February there came a new deadly virus, and I too went to the grocery store and bought some supplies, and I thought, okay, this is it. But quite soon, in 4 weeks, I started to think that there's something very rotten in this, because my network brought me info that this is not true. I thought, why is that? But it comes from the climate change hoax. From the critical point of view, persons gave me this info, and I watched from the YouTube that there was stories from Sukarit Bhakdi and John P. Ioannidis, and when they were censored from the YouTube, that was the clinging tone for me that there has to be something very wrong here. And I started to watch the statistics. I wrote my first blog post in March 2020, and I started to look up the total mortality figures. And there were a few very funny things according to the state of the events. Can I have the next slide? Oh, I have this. Finnish government even made the thorough assessment reports of all the masks in May 2020. And it said quite clearly that masks doesn't work. It was done by a very prominent epidemiologist, former professor, and a quite large group of other scientists. And they said that, okay, they don't work. Media confused quite a lot of this, but in 6 months they turned it totally around. Everybody had to wear masks. In summer 2020, I watched total mortality figures from the Statistics Finland, and there was no excess mortality in total mortality, nothing. I thought, okay, when I show these figures, I have to convince some of the politicians and officials that there is nothing to be worried about. And I watched what happened in Sweden. I also watched Sweden's figures, and there was the same thing, nothing very special. And Anders Tegnell was in Sweden very informed about this thing. Turned later in Sweden too, but the mortality figures there was no pandemia. There was even in Finnish social and healthcare ministry there was criteria what is pandemia. It was not even close there. And they still said that there's a pandemic. Total lie. Well, media in Finland, all the politicians, except, for example, me, they are afraid of the media. Media controls the Finland, not politicians. And every politician fear of the media. They are not allowed to tell the truth. Here in Estonia, the situation is much better. Can I have the next slide? Here's total mortality figures now. Quite few, I think 3 weeks ago I made this slide. There is, we are here. These are the winter flu season from week 40, from the autumn to the spring week 20 in Finland. Usually the mortality goes up in the winter because every winter there are some kind of infection or epidemic. And there was nothing here in the winter 2019 to 20 and 20 to 21, nothing. And they said, we have a pandemic. It wasn't in Finland, at least. And death rates went up in May or June 2021 from the second shot. First shot didn't kill people first in the, let's say, 5 months. But in the second shot, it rose up immediately. And it has stayed quite high after that. I have quarreled in the net, for example, some professors who they don't know how to calculate these things even. Finnish THL, the health officials, they kept this kind of calculations until 2019. This is their idea, but they haven't published any figures since 2019. Why? We all know why. Because you can see that there is no pandemic, and the deaths start from the second shots. So there's no association to the claim pandemia in mortality, in total mortality, but there's association to mRNA shots. This is quite clear. Oh, it works. In Finland, there are several studies that Finns trust in the media. There are 4 main journals or media in Finland, and Finns trust them. I don't know why, because they lie daily. But the circulation of the media, the papers and readers, they dropped like stone. So people have realized something, but still according to studies, the trust to media is high. But they're usually done by the media itself, these studies. So Finland has traditionally been a high trust society. People have trusted each other, and even the officials and maybe some politicians, at least few. And I haven't figured out what's the reason for this, but I think it's from the cold climate. If you don't trust your neighbor or family members in the cold climate, you die in the snow. You have to trust your friends and countrymen. And it is now used to ruin the country and kill the people. So conclusions. If you watch the total mortality figures and the estimates based on the age, for example, from 1945, men were released from the front in 1944 autumn. 9 months since that, babies start to born, about 100,000 babies a year from 45 to 56. A large population. These people have started to come in the age when they die. But this is not the reason for the extra mortality. Statistics Finland have calculated how many people should die according to the age. And you can calculate the difference between these. So according to my estimates, about 70,000 Finns have died more than they should have been. And this is in line with the several international studies from the southern hemisphere. They calculated that 70 million people have died from the mRNA shots. So this is in line with this. Media officials and politicians all lied. People died. It was never a question of virus pandemic or healthcare in general, but pandemia of corruption. There's a thorough story in my blog with 122 references. And it was written by a very prominent scientist who is still in the medicine business, has been over 30 years. He's highest education in the area, but he cannot tell his name because he would be fired immediately from the medicine company. So in Finland, this is very well documented what happened. Officials lied in every step. I busted them at least 3 times. They just lied. For example, emergency care units, they said that they are full with corona patients, but there was another official in Finland who had the figures of the whole country. And you can watch that they are half empty, emergency units. And hospitals are also empty. And nurses and doctors had so much free time that they danced in there and made videos. So Finland is also, again, according to the several studies, the happiest country in the world. Well, you can be happy if you don't know what the reality is. Happiness is a feeling. You can be happy and then you die. Thank you. That was.
Thank you, Ossi, for a wonderful lecture. Our next speaker is Peter McCullough. You are online, we see you, and hopefully we can hear you also.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Continue with your lecture, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Chairman, and thanks to each and every one of you for attending this very important event, this symposium. My name is Dr. Peter McCullough. I'm in practice as an internal medicine physician, cardiologist, and a research epidemiologist. I'm president of the McCullough Foundation, and I am the chief scientific officer of the Wellness Company. These are my prepared remarks. Over the last 5 years, nearly the entire world has been exposed to a novel protein called the spike protein, which is on the surface of SARS-CoV-2. This virus was engineered in the Wuhan Institute of Virology by a US-Chinese collaboration. It began infecting people at late 2019, and sadly, people died of the infection. The number of deaths and the number of infections was greatly exaggerated based on testing and case definitions. But to make matters worse, the vaccines programs which rolled out in 2021 again featured the spike protein, the dangerous and lethal part of the virus. So people were then exposed additionally to more spike protein. And some of the vaccines, the genetic vaccines, like the messenger RNA vaccines, to this day are producing spike protein in the bodies of those who took them. The adenoviral vaccines gave a big blast of spike protein. That would be Janssen and AstraZeneca. And then others just gave a fixed amount, like the Sinopharm, the CoronaVac, and the Novavax vaccines. But suffice it to say, 97% of us have been exposed to the spike protein. A sizable proportion of us, my estimate is more than 5%, have circulating spike protein in our bloodstream right now. I'm actively involved in research. I have over 100 peer-reviewed publications on the topic. I'm one of the most cited doctors throughout the pandemic. And what we need now is we need a complete removal of the vaccines from the market. Virtually no one is taking them. It'll be symbolic to end the vaccine campaign. And then we need pandemic recovery research programs releasing the vaccine administration data in all the countries so we can merge to important data sets, cardiovascular, neurologic, thrombotic, autoimmune, cancer. All of these registries need to be merged with the vaccine administration data. All research papers need to report vaccine status. And then we need to begin the long road of pandemic recovery through spike detoxification, various methods to clear the spike protein from the body. One of the most widely used methods is copyrighted in my name for accountability reasons, McCullough Protocol, based spike protein detoxification, the combination of nattokinase, bromelain, curcumin, and other substances. There may be other natural compounds or even medicinal compounds that help clear the spike protein from the body. We must be vigilant and guarding against recurrent SARS-CoV-2 infection with nasal sprays and gargles twice a day. And all kinds of solutions work, from saline, that's salt water, to iodine and xylitol. All are reasonable. And then we must have immediate access to medications to treat the infection. McCullough treatment protocol is one such example. And in some high-risk patients, we still use oral antivirals, corticosteroids, antibiotics, etc. But I'm here to say, as a medical expert and someone of medical authority, that governments around the world have failed their populations, their citizens. Not a single government in the world right now has called for removal of these vaccines from the market or physically taken them off the market. Not a single government has opened the vials to inspect them for what went wrong. We know that some of the vaccine vials or batches offered little or no side effects. Others were deadly. To examine them for concentration of vaccine material, contaminants, and other impurities. And not a single country has begun a bona fide pandemic recovery research program focusing on the vaccine injured and disabled. Lastly, for those who have died from the vaccine, and those numbers are vast, there needs to be compensation programs to the families and admission of the truth. I'm Dr. Peter McCullough. Those are my prepared remarks. Thank you so much for listening.
So we continue with our program. Ms. Shahram, Alyssa, floor is yours.
Thank you. ETA. You know, in South Africa we say ETA as well. It's amazing how language connects us. There's so many words we have in common. ETA in South African is more like hi. It's like hi, hello, how are you? So yeah. We're going to watch that ants video. And I know some of you are going to be I think all of you will be very inspired by what you see. Are the ants ready? Maybe.
There was that ant that stood up to me.
Yeah, but we can forget about him.
Yeah, it was just one ant. One ant.
Yeah, you're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boss, they're puny.
Puny? Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? Well, how about this? You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line. That's why we're going back. Does anybody else want to stay?
Good message, right? We're the ants, we are the 99%. And we have to remember that. We'll go back to my presentation now, slide number 2. Yeah. So here's the focus of this presentation. Should we give the United Nations standing authority over what it defines as emergencies? Before I say anything, does that sound like a good idea? No, it's a terrible idea. What rights do we have in international law to prevent the abuse of emergencies? We have them, we just didn't know. So with that being said, next slide, please. Brief introduction, and as you read through the text, I'll just highlight some photographs. On the top right, African Interparliamentary Conference on Family Values and Sovereignty. So we are spreading the word around health, freedom, human rights, and peace. And at the bottom, African Bar Association Conference, there for lawyers, and that's some of the interfaith work that I find to be very fulfilling. Next slide, please. Which way forward for our children? In my conversations with you over the last 48 hours, it became very clear that we care about our children. And we do what we do because we want a world that is safe and peaceful and prosperous for them. These are children from South Africa making peace posters. Next one, please. In contrast, this is a child from Cameroon who was severely injured by a yellow fever injection. That's her family. And this child has heart trouble, she's blind, she has multiple seizures a day. Thankfully, my brother from Canada, Dr. Mark Trozzi, had arranged through a clinic in Canada to send her some medicines. It's helping with the seizures at least. But I would encourage you to watch that film, Infertility, A Diabolical Agenda, where the WHO facilitated an experiment on Kenyan girls and women only. They were told they were getting tetanus shots, but they were laced with HCG, which rendered those girls and women infertile. That's what they did. Please watch that film, infertilitymovie.org. So there are many ways to control and colonize us, and one of the primary ways is corporations like the pharmaceutical industry. Next slide, please. So we have to decide, is it the power of the people or is it the one world government and the new world order? That's not a conspiracy. You can literally search for politicians who repeat that phrase, the new world order. Every time you hear that, you know it means trouble and we need to do something about it. But what leads to the new world order is the one world government. And through the United Nations and the World Economic Forum, they think we're headed in that direction. Next slide, please. This is how we think the world looks, right? Nation states, flags, anthems, etc. But how does it really look? You saw this slide earlier on with Tess. Next slide, please. The global public-private partnership. Policymakers, policy distributors, policy enforcers, there's your national governments, selected scientific authorities, selected policy propagandists, including hybrid warfare specialists like mainstream media and fact-checkers, and policy subjects, us. Our objective is to turn everything around. Not only should we be at the top, what we want is a circle, and we want them to either change the way that they engage with us or to go away. Next slide, please. You never let a serious crisis go to waste. And what I mean by that is that opportunity to do things you think you could not do before. Isn't that what they do? They use crises, real or imagined, and that is how they gain more power over us. And 9/11 is one example of that, right? So that quote is attributed to these three people. It might be one of them. But more importantly, Hegelian dialect. Who knows what that is? Yes, very good. Backslide. So there's an agenda, which is the centralization of power. There's a thesis, for example, a manufactured terrorist threat. There's an antithesis, the repressive police state. And the synthesis, the removal of freedoms and the transfer of power from the many to the few. Are we going to fall for that again? Right? Next slide, please. So this is a slide around, very basically, what happened in our different countries over the COVID-19 operation, from Brazil to India to China to Australia, South Africa, United Kingdom, Philippines, US, Myanmar, Belarus, violations of human rights at often an unprecedented scale. shortage of medicine supplies, marginalized communities, strict lockdowns, harsh border closures, migrant workers facing discrimination, elderly individuals in care homes were neglected and deprived of adequate protection. May God forgive them. The Philippines, heavy-handed approach to lockdown. The US, of course, continued detention of people in overcrowded conditions. Military in Myanmar faced condemnation for brutal crackdown on protests. We're seeing that happening around the world. And Belarus, of course, allegations of using the pandemic as a pretext to crack down on protests. We have to defend the right to free speech. Without it, none of our other rights actually exist. Very important. And I believe Auntie talked quite strongly on that subject as well, free speech. Next slide, please. You know him. You saw him earlier in Micah's presentation. This is a cartoon by Bob Moran. I quite like it because it pokes fun at the other side, and that's how we get rid of some of the fear and anxiety we might feel about these very powerful characters. And you'll see the mask, digital ID, Happy Meal crickets. We're not eating insects. And of course, the bioweapons. I would encourage you to watch this film we made in South Africa called Countdown 2030. We'll make it available to you through the conference organizers. And it's very strongly focused on the World Economic Forum. The way I see it is that the arms are the agencies, the WHO, the IMF, the World Bank, etc. The neck could be seen as the UN. The head could be seen as the World Economic Forum. And then there are strings even above that, behind the curtains. People and organizations we don't know the names of. Next slide, please. UN history, as we know, formed after post-World War II, intended to facilitate international cooperation. In its history, has our world ever known peace? Has it? Do you recollect? No long-term peace. Why is that? Because if there was peace, would there be a need for the United Nations? Right? Security Council is a contradiction in terms. Of course, 2 layers, superior, inferior, doesn't work. Allegations of corruption and sexual abuse. UN and WHO workers have committed crimes of sexual abuse against, for example, the women of the Congo region. And so that's what they do. They go into conflict zones and they violate people's rights. There is an increasing move towards multilateralism, but not in the way that we want. They're presenting it as a solution, as a way to bait us into giving them more power, and they are now seeking relevance through emergencies. So the WHO realized that this resistance movement we built against the pandemic treaty, IHR, so on and so forth, is very powerful. They started to eventually, they couldn't ignore us, they had to acknowledge that we exist. And so I think what they did is talk to the UN and say, well, we're exposed. We need you to now go front and center on the subject of health. Ordinarily, the UN is not responsible for health. It has no oversight in that area. So this is interesting. Next slide, please. If you research United Nations website for the word global governance, almost 5,000 results. They're very serious about the one world government, and we should be too. Next slide, please. So this is the Common Agenda report of the Secretary General Guterres, and I'll specifically be focusing on Policy Brief 2, an emergency platform, but there are other areas that this Common Agenda document focuses on. And I quote, I propose that the General Assembly provide the Secretary General and the UN system with standing authority, horrifying, to convene and operationalize automatically an emergency platform in the event of a future complex global shock of sufficient scale, severity, and reach. The Secretary General would decide when to convene an emergency platform in response to a complex global shock. Does that sound like a good idea? We know what we went through with the COVID-19 operation. Next slide, please. So the UN wants standing authority to direct what it defines as emergency, sufficient size, scale, and complexity. The standing authority is a key part of the push towards a one world government in the New World Order's dystopian agenda. The Common Agenda document focuses on 12 areas, so it does include climate change, of course, censorship, tell me you're not surprised, and emergency preparedness. The policy on emergencies includes this emergency platform run by the UN and the oligarchy that determines humanity's direction, or so they'd like to. What are the key principles of this platform? Sounds amazing, but in practice, inclusive and multi-stakeholder, focusing on securing commitment, leveraging existing mechanisms like those created through COVID, strengthening coordination, ensuring solidarity and equity doesn't mean the same thing to them that it does to us. Flexible and agile, in other words, we do what we want when we want to. Interdisciplinary and multi-sectoral. Those are the key principles for this emergency platform that the UN wants standing authority over. Next slide, please. So what are the objectives of this platform? 1, high-level political leadership. Translate that to no public participation, right? 2, equity and solidarity, again, doesn't mean the same thing to us. A coherent multilateral response, that sounds like a pipe dream. 4, inclusive and networked multilateralism, that's not how the world works, especially when you have a mechanism called the Security Council. 5, advocacy and strategic communications, in other words, behavioral modification to make you think this is a good idea. And 6, securing commitments and accountability. What do commitments mean? Money. They want more money. Next slide, please. So the UN's expanded emergency powers include the following 10 types of emergencies. Please raise a hand if they have either happened or are happening right now as I read through them. Pandemics, real or fake, natural or engineered, wars and nuclear events and variations thereof, accidental or deliberate release of biological agents, disruptions in the flow of goods, people, or finance, disruptions in cyberspace or global digital connectivity, yes? A cyber attack on critical infrastructure, electricity, communications, major event in outer space, aliens, solar, meteor, space war. You're seeing the hearings in the US around UFOs, etc. The narrative is building, right? 8, unforeseen risks or black swan events like financial collapse. They're always talking about this. Technological or scientific developments gone rogue, AI, right? That's a serious one. And our favorite, climate or environmental events, degradation or disaster. They are well on their way because they have set the stage for us to believe that we need an emergency platform for these reasons. And on the right, a visual representation of some of these expanded emergency power. What does the UN have to do with pandemics? Because the WHO is exposed. Next slide, please. Now, this was interesting. I saw this on the very long flight here, I think from Netherlands, Johannesburg to Netherlands. French hospitals told to prepare for war in Europe by next year in leaked government letter. Anybody saw that headline? Yeah, so they are preparing Europe for war, and by extension, the whole world. And so what I think, so the country's health minister has instructed hospitals to prepare for a major military engagement by March 2026. In the presentation I did for the National Citizens Inquiry in Canada, part of what I presented, it was around trauma, children's trauma through conflict, but an interesting research study showing that fewer and fewer Canadians are willing to go to war. And fight for who? Corporations? So there's progress in that regard, and certainly that powerful image on the right is one that we bear in mind. What we do for our children. And very often children help us realize what is right. Next slide, please. What are the risks of this emergency platform? I don't have enough time to go through them in detail, but I'll just read them out. Mission creep and scope expansion. So it starts here and it ends up there. You just need to, it's 2 weeks, we just need to lock down for 2 weeks. Remember that? To flatten the curve, and then it became 4 years. So mission creep and scope expansion. Today it's this, tomorrow it's everything. And I keep saying to politicians that I engage with, you're going to become irrelevant once this thing is in place. The erosion of national sovereignty, obviously, especially if someone wants to teach your country a lesson. Or you may have some natural resources that they want. All they would need to do is trigger an emergency, right? Very easy to do. And then say to the UN, exercise your standing authority over that country and tell it what to do. Unbalanced power and influence. Some countries have more power, influence, and resources than others. So if you're a smaller country with lesser influence, this is going to be a major challenge. Also, the creation of a two-tiered system. We have so many tiers, we can't even recognize them, but ultimately it means the UN and then the national governments and everything else built in between. It also bypasses and weakens existing system. You may have a system that's working in your country for emergencies. That would be completely ignored when power is handed over to this emergency platform. It's also a precedent for further centralization of power. They may cover those 10 areas, but believe me, there are many, many more. And of course, there's the potential for abuse and politicization. So these are some of the risks of the UN's emergency platform, which I think the delegates going to the UN, clearly most of them actually don't realize. They just sit there, it's a job, tick the box, get paid, go home. And nobody discusses with us what are the implications of the decisions that they make. Next slide, please. Who benefits? Always follow the money. COI is conflicts of interest. Who would benefit from this emergency platform? Obviously, pharmaceutical and medical supply corporations, technology and cybersecurity giants such as Microsoft, everybody's favorite, not, large logistics and supply chain conglomerates, major financial institutions and investment funds, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, so on and so forth, large engineering and construction firms, professional services and consulting firms, what they call think tanks. Oh, I hate that word. Professional services, yes, certain governments and geopolitical blocs. Again, some have more influence and power than others. Who would not profit and could lose? Local businesses, small businesses, NGOs, sovereign nations, and most importantly, we the people. Next slide, please. So what's changed since 2024 when they talked about the Pact for the Future and the Common Agenda, etc.? It was circulated. It's a critical document. And it talked about the emergency platform. But the language was watered down because some delegates from some countries did speak up. So the key change proposed that the platform be activated not by the Secretary General unilaterally, which is what they wanted, but by the United Nations Secretary General with the consent of the affected states and upon the decision of the General Assembly or the Security Council as appropriate. You can already see the problems there. It's watered down, but it's still deeply problematic, right? Because the consent, that affected state can easily be pressured. We'll impose sanctions on your country unless you give us your consent. So easy, right? And then, of course, the Security Council, we can't trust them to do anything right. Why this matters? So this change was a direct response to fierce criticism and concern by certain countries, explicitly requiring consent and a decision, making it what they're calling it. They say, no, it's not standing authority, it's convening authority only. Still a very big problem. They start here, they create a big emergency, they say, you see, your governments can't cope, that's why you need us. Next slide, please. So what can we do, most importantly? Educate yourself. Read the UN's Common Agenda document and the related documents to understand the implications of centralized authority. It's why we advocate for decentralization everywhere, all the time. Advocate for sovereignty. Support leaders and policies that prioritize national self-determination and democratic governance. You have elections coming up in Estonia soon, right? In a year's time? Yep. So this UN emergency platform should be one of the bases for your political campaigns because the current crop is going to go along with this very easily. Promote decentralized solutions, push for community-driven responses to emergencies, emphasizing local resilience. I always think, wouldn't it be great if we could meet as communities in our municipalities to decide what needs to happen in our municipality, who's going to do it, how they're going to do it, what is the budget, what is the review mechanisms, and keep national government out of it as much as possible. It is a method, but there must be actual public participation. We have a saying in Africa, nothing for us without us. You can't make decisions without our consent. Build awareness, share information about the risks of centralized power through social media, through grassroots campaigns, and through public forums. Social media, if you can get past the censorship, yes. Engage with civil society. So collaborate with NGOs and activist groups that resist globalist agendas. If ever there was a time for us to consolidate, to unite, and stand in solidarity, it is the next 5 years. So we have to build those connections all around the world, south to north and east to west. And of course, monitor developments. Stay informed about the implementation of these proposals and hold decision makers accountable. Who knows? Who is your representative to the United Nations? Does anyone know? No? See? That's the problem right there. Go and try and find their email addresses on the UN's website, contact number. Is it there? No. What are they afraid of? Right? Next slide, please. So this is a very important resource from World Council for Health. It's a legal brief called Preventing the Abuse of Public Health Emergencies. It also includes the lawful criteria to declare a state of emergency. This is international law, which our politicians and governments either didn't know about or ignored before they can even think about declaring a state of emergency. I'll share very briefly one of the pages or a flyer from this document on the next slide, which summarizes what are the criteria. We need to know it and know it backwards. Prior to declaring a state of emergency, the onus is on the government to show that the public health crisis threatens the life of the nation. COVID-19 was not a threat to the life of the nation. And that this threat meets the following criteria. Think about COVID. The threat must be 1, actual or imminent. 2, involve the whole nation. Did it? No. 3, place the continuation of the organized life of society at risk of extinction. They certainly made us think that, right, with the fear tactics, but it wasn't true. And 4, be so extraordinary that ordinary measures for protecting health and order are clearly inadequate. Also problematic. Ordinary measures would have done just fine if they didn't block access to therapies that worked, if they didn't lock us down, if they didn't deny us sunshine, vitamin D. So a public health emergency that does not meet these criteria would not constitute a legitimate threat to the life of the nation. So any human rights infringing emergency would be illegitimate in terms of international human rights. Next slide, please. I'm almost done. We compiled this legal brief with Professor Willem van Aert. He's an international law professor. And you can see genuine emergency here with the criteria, and COVID-19 pretend emergency on the right. It didn't meet the criteria. Very important. Next slide, please. So I want to briefly touch on the WHO, following from Micah. And I wrote this article, Why is the WHO allowed to threaten member states into giving up sovereignty? So we learned from delegates who reached out to us to say that they were being threatened at this World Health Assembly and being told, well, you want sanctions? You want us to malign your country in the media and make you look like you need regime change? What do you want? You know? So it's essentially gangsterism. And of course, the UN must have been aware of this, right? That this was happening at the WHO. Witnesses say that delegates were intimidated. There's been no condemnation by the UN or an effort to investigate. Surprise, surprise. Deepens distrust in the UN. That last phrase was literally told to me by a delegate at the World Health Assembly. I'm currently under technical surveillance and writing to you using VPN. His next message said, I cannot continue this conversation. Next slide, please. Can they impose sanctions? Please do read this article. Short form, yes. Again, unilateral coercive power, using the media, using sanctions, etc. They can impose through influence for not obeying them. It's a long article, but an important one. Next slide, please. This was a notice we sent to the United Nations on the Summit of the Future, the Pact for the Future. Number 2, a statement of dispute about the common agenda. Number 3, a notice to objection to the UN declaration. They did a political declaration on pandemics. The United Nations. Again, doesn't make sense. This was in September 2024. Did they reply? No. Crickets. This is a document we're working on at World Council for Health, the People's Guide, Countering the UN Power Grab. Please support our work so we can do more. Next slide, please. More resources. These are a couple of bills that I've drafted. I would be very happy to share it with everyone. Citizens, politicians, National Sovereignty Protection Bill, preventing the conflicts of interest bill, accountability in international representation, public participation in international agreements, and preventing political participation in the World Economic Forum. If you are a member of the World Economic Forum, you have no business being a political representative in any country. And we have to be very serious on that. Of course, we're more powerful when we empower each other. Next slide, please. We are one human family. I'm sure you might recognize Vera Sharav. She is very dear to many of us. And this was her speech at Nuremberg 75. I also spoke, Tess also spoke there, and she said, we are one human family. Such an important message. So tomorrow's workshop, which I'm hoping you're coming to, I'll be focusing more on public participation, treaty ratification, diplomatic immunity. There is a way to pierce the WHO's diplomatic immunity. And we'll be doing an emergency simulation, so we'll be practicing a simulation of what would happen if the UN or the WHO declares an emergency. What would happen? You know your country, so you'll be able to bring that knowledge to the workshop. Corporate colonization, one of our favorite topics, right? And we'll be talking specifically about those Pfizer contracts. And believe me, you're not only going to be shocked, you're going to demand to see the whole contract, all of it. Next slide, please. Some words of inspiration. Our strategy should not only be to confront empire, but to lay siege to it, to deprive it of oxygen, to shame it, to mock it with our art, our music, our literature, our stubbornness, our joy, our brilliance, our sheer relentlessness, and our ability to tell our own stories. Stories that are different from the ones we've been brainwashed to believe. The corporate revolution will collapse if we refuse to buy what they're selling. Their ideas, their version of history, their wars, their weapons, their notion of inevitability. Remember this, we be many and they be few. They need us more than we need them. Another world is not only possible, she is on her way. And on a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. Isn't that inspiring? Another world is possible. And the last slide. Thank you so much. So we're going to vote now on this UN emergency platform. Let's show you an example of a vote we took at the Better Way conference on the WHO. And then get ready to vote. That'll be the last part of my presentation. Let's watch. Can I just get a quick vote from everybody here right now? Who thinks we need to defund and exit from the WHO? That's a full house. The people have voted. Thank you very much. Right? That's how it's done. So, right here in Estonia in 2025, we're going to vote on the UN emergency platform. Please raise your hand if you believe that the United Nations should not have any standing authority through any emergency platform. Does anyone have a hand down? Turn around and look at them, please. Well, the people have spoken. It's a full house. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shabnam Palesa. Our next speaker is online, Mr. Mark Trozzi. We see you, we hear you, so floor is yours. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. God bless you all. Hope you're having a wonderful time. I wish I could be there with you, and I'm so honored to be a part of this, and very honored to speak after none other than Shabnam Palesa Mohammed herself. And, you know, and Shabnam mentioned something in her speech which really segues well into what I'd like to talk about today. She said that COVID-19 in and of itself, you know, a weaponized virus, man-made, gain of function, plenty of patents to prove it, that it didn't present a threat to the survival of mankind. And I agree with her, and it did not qualify. It qualified as a crime, but I don't think it qualified as an international emergency. However, one of the main things that it was used to accomplish, which was to inject the majority of the population with a genetic experiment under the false pretense of a safe and effective vaccine. This does present a very serious risk to the survival of our species. And so what I'd like to talk about today is the mechanisms of COVID-19 vaccine injury. In other words, how do these supposed vaccines, these genetic experiments, how do they cause all the health troubles that we're seeing with them? Here you're looking at just one of many examples of VAERS image of data from the US. You can find similar data anywhere you can find even reasonably honest statistics. And what you see is that within a few months, the COVID-19 vaccines caused more death and more injury than all vaccines for all diseases for all of 30 years, all combined. It is absolutely ridiculous that they weren't pulled off the market immediately. Now, the list of traditional diagnoses that arise as a result of COVID-19 genetic injections is long. So, for instance, Pfizer's own analysis lists more than 1,000 different adverse reactions diagnosed. So the failure and dangers of these genetic experiments, they were predictable based on scientific knowledge that preceded 2020. But however, despite diligent efforts to warn the public, a lot of you in the room, a lot of us at World Council for Health have been very involved in that, warning elected officials, bureaucrats. Unfortunately, billions of humans, in fact, we think the majority of humanity has been injected, many repeatedly, hopefully, and we know some got duds. In other words, injections that weren't well manufactured, so they didn't have the toxic effects. But we have a major issue. This has been a radical and unethical medical experiment, to say the least. So in many countries, including Canada, doctors who cautioned against these injections were unlawfully persecuted. Our careers, our incomes, our reputations were vandalized. Similar abuses have now also been launched against doctors for attempting to report vaccine injuries, or even attempting to treat patients for COVID-19 genetic vaccine injuries. So now nurses, doctors, and other health professionals who remain in the system and unfortunately are themselves both victims of this unlawful injection campaign and really hostages to Big Pharma's control over their actions, they do not or will not even recognize the existence of new underlying cause for the dramatic increase that they are seeing in deaths and many diagnoses, from infections to cancers to blood clots, myocarditis, miscarriages, infertility, and many, many more. So this is a blind spot in healthcare, and this is creating yet another wave of harm from the COVID-19 operation and injections, and that is that injured people are being diagnosed in old terms and provided treatments that are not consistent with the new cause of their disease, which is the COVID injections. So in order to provide hope and optimize the outcomes for billions of injection victims, we have to correct this major flaw in healthcare today. And I hope this brief presentation helps others to understand some of the main mechanisms through which these injections are causing disease and death. Because understanding the pathophysiology of disease is essential to providing and advancing life-saving care. So from here, this is my brief introduction to many of the mechanisms of harm from the COVID-19 modified messenger RNA so-called vaccine injections. So this is an image. If I were to put two images to represent the COVID shots, one is the Trojan horse. And if you think of the Trojan horse was a vessel to get through the wall into Troy. What it contained was a toxic thing, in that case, a bunch of soldiers to slaughter the Trojans. In this case, what you have is not a vaccine. A vaccine is a few hundred or a few thousand particles of what you're trying to vaccinate against. So, a measles vaccine, a polio vaccine, etc. And I'm not promoting them in any way, but they would be a little bit of the thing you're trying to vaccinate, a little bit of the virus modified or damaged so it can't cause disease, but it presents some of its surface markings to the person's immune system with the theoretical benefit, which turns out not to be very solid. But in any event, these injections, on the other hand, if you look on the right side, what you're looking at is a pegylated lipid nanoparticle. What this is an infinite tissue delivery system. In other words, whatever you put into pegylated lipid nanoparticles can and will penetrate every tissue in the body. That includes the brains, the ovaries, testicles, even the unborn child, and the unborn child's brains, ovaries, or testicles. And what did they put in it? Well, what they put in it, again, not a vaccine, what they put in it, depending on which brand you got, was anywhere between 40 and 280 trillion copies of a foreign genetic code in a highly modified format. and specifically a foreign genetic code to cause the human cells to produce the toxic spike protein of the man-made SARS-CoV-2 virus. So I just want to step back for a minute and just look at real basic genetics. So your chromosomes live in the nucleus of your cells. They don't leave the nucleus of your cells. When your cells need to manufacture their proteins, proteins are the machines of your cells. They're the pumps, the channels, the portals. So many very beautiful things happening in cells. And when your cells need to make a protein, a section of your DNA, which contains the genetic sequence for that protein, it opens up, it unravels and exposes itself. And then within the nucleus, a messenger RNA is constructed. It's a template. So it's a mirror image of this section of DNA. That messenger RNA now takes the message of that genetic sequence. It leaves the nucleus. It engages with a little protein or a double protein called a ribosome, which now reads that message, puts together amino acids in the corresponding sequence, and that manufactures the protein that your cell needs. So that's what's supposed to be happening in cells. Now, what is in these injections is a modified version of messenger RNA for the SARS-CoV-2 patented spike protein. Now, the mRNA has been modified by substituting what's called N1-methyl pseudouridine in place of one of the letters of the messenger RNA alphabet, uridine. Now, this gives the RNA an extremely long life of at least 1 year, perhaps 3 years, perhaps forever. We don't know. So if we contrast this with natural messenger RNA that your body would make to make your own proteins, it lasts for a few hours. So the problem is now subject cells continue to produce this foreign coronavirus spike protein for a very long time. Another issue is this modification involving this N1-methyl pseudouridine. This introduces errors in the reading of the RNA by the ribosome. This results in the subject cells not only producing the toxic spike protein, but also producing a wide array of really unpredictable random bits and pieces of proteins and proteins. And as you'll see, these introduce another element of toxicity to these shots. So that's what we were told. People were told it was a safe and effective vaccine, but if you read the fine print like some of us did, which caused us to sound the alarms nonstop since 2020, you were told, oh, it's pegylated lipid nanoparticles with messenger RNA, tens of trillions of copies for the spike protein. And those things, unfortunately, are actually in most of the injections. But the injections also contain various undeclared contents and contaminants, both in terms of chemical contaminants and an array of plasmid DNA. So yes, unfortunately, the messenger RNA shots also include DNA, a variety of genetic sequences, including the sequence for the spike protein. And the list of the genetic sequences is still the subject of ongoing study. But we do know already that this includes the presence of SV40 enhancer and SV40 promoter sequences. And these are genetic engineering tools which are used to facilitate the incorporation of other foreign DNA that's injected into the victim's actual chromosomes. So this is actual genetic modification of people. The mechanisms are there. So this means we're facing the very serious risk of permanent genetic modification of human subjects to produce toxic proteins, among other issues. And the research into this is ongoing, but we already have laboratory cell culture evidence of genetic integration of the DNA into human chromosomes. So now let's talk a little bit about the toxicity. So there's a little bit about what's in the injections. First of all, lipid nanoparticles have known serious toxic effects, especially if they're injected repeatedly, which of course the C19 injections are. Polyethylene glycol that's used to stabilize these lipid nanoparticles so they can slip through membranes and deliver their payload into cells. Polyethylene glycol triggers an adverse immune response in many people, as much as 70% of people. But those are kind of the least of our worries with the shot. Here we're looking at the spike protein. The coronavirus spike proteins are a known toxin. This is not news. This is known since at least 2015 research in hamsters. Now, the current engineered SARS-CoV-2 virus spike protein, both as it appears on the virus and as it is produced in the injection victim cells following injections, they have enhanced toxicity beyond what you would get with the natural coronavirus spike protein. These modifications are extensive. They do include the incorporation of a furin cleavage site. They include patented modifications to damage recipients' chromosomes by interfering with DNA repair. And they've also eliminated the expression of an enzyme called hemagglutinin esterase, which would normally be present on a spike protein surface. The elimination of hemagglutinin esterase is one of the big contributors to the exceptional ability of this spike protein to produce blood clots, both at a microscopic and a macroscopic level. This ongoing microvascular clotting is one contributing mechanism to accelerate organ deterioration, so that the victim's organs are aging faster than normal. And this can account for a variety of clinical presentations, from accelerated microvascular dementia to kidney failure. As well, if you imagine these pegylated lipid nanoparticles in the bloodstream, so they can be picked up by the inner layer of cells that line blood vessels. There, they will deliver the genetic payload that will cause these cells lining blood vessels to produce the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein and express them on their surface. Well, that now marks these cells as if they are foreign. They are not part of a human. And this triggers the immune system to attack them. This means that the inner layer of cells of the blood vessels is destroyed and sloughs off. That exposes the next layer of cells beneath them to repeat the process. So in this way, the tunica intima, or the innermost layer of blood vessel walls, and can go even deeper into deeper tissue layers of arteries and veins, are damaged, eroded, and weakened. So this compounds the enhanced blood clotting effects of the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein, because damaged blood vessel walls are powerful triggers for blood clotting. As I mentioned, the erosion of blood vessels can be much more profound and can even lead to more profound arterial injuries, such as ruptured aortas and bleeding within the victim's brains. Now, I imagine most of you have at some point seen the unusual white rubbery things pulled out, filling many of the blood vessels of injection victims on their when they die. And there's still an ongoing study. There's some very unusual things in the genetic sequences found in the DNA plasmid. One of the most unusual is that the genetic sequence for the spike protein has an open reading frame at the opposite end, so that it could trigger ribosomes to read it backwards. So imagine reading a book backwards. What would you come up with? Well, one of the most bizarre things is that in this case, you get some genetic sequences which resemble spider silk, spider protein. And that may be one of the things that accounts for these bizarre rubbery clots, although more recent research is suggesting that it's actually largely very unusual cross-bridging of unactivated blood clotting proteins that normally would not be involved in such binding together. Now, this is probably one of the biggest aspects of the pathology. You'll hear it referred to as autoimmune, and the reason I'm calling it quasi-autoimmune pathology is that when cells produce the spike protein, and also cells that receive the spike protein, so it's produced elsewhere in the body, it can travel and then be bound to ACE2 receptors, which are the receptor that a coronavirus takes advantage of to infect cells. So spike proteins stick to ACE2 receptors. So whether the cell produced the spike protein or received the spike protein, either way, it now has a foreign protein on its surface. And this marks these cells, though they're the victim's own cells, it marks them as foreign cells. They have foreign coronavirus proteins. So the immune system therefore attacks them. What you're looking at here, when proper staining is done, which is just immunofluorescence staining for the spike protein, this lights up. These come from an autopsy. This is dead person's tissue. And what you see is the cells are covered with the kind of reddish orange pigment is showing where the spike protein is, and then the immune system is attacking the tissue and attacking the cells. This is very much similar to what you would see when people reject an organ transplant. Someone gets a kidney transplant. A lot of work has to be done to prevent a person from rejecting a kidney, even when it's well matched, never mind cells that are producing coronavirus proteins. And so this is one of the major mechanisms of injury seen in the first years following injections. So young hearts, testicles, ovaries, kidneys, brains, placentas, and other tissue samples from autopsies show the tissues of affected organs heavily laced with spike protein and under intense autoimmune attack. That's one of the three main mechanisms of causing autoimmune-like diseases. The other is what's called antigenic mimicry. The spike protein, it bears some resemblances to numerous natural proteins in the body, including syncytin-1, which is an essential protein in female and male reproductive tissues. So the immune response triggered against the spike protein can also target these natural proteins, causing another collection of autoimmune diseases and adverse effects, which includes, of course, miscarriages and infertility. Yet another mechanism, sadly, by which these injections are causing a groundswell of autoimmune diseases, of course, all being misdiagnosed because they're being interpreted in the absence of the information that I'm presenting to you today. But if you recall, the modified uridine in the injected mRNA causes ribosome frame shifting, which means that the ribosome making the protein makes a lot of errors. And so in addition to producing spike protein, about a third of the proteins produced are just random pieces of bizarre proteins. And every one of these has the potential to resemble a natural protein in the body adequately enough to trigger another autoimmune disease. So there's three mechanisms of causing autoimmune diseases. Another issue with these injections is antibody-dependent enhancement, which means increased COVID disease. So the production of large amounts of spike protein within the subject's bodies triggers a dramatic production of adaptive antibodies to the spike protein. And these antibodies have various toxic effects, including, sadly, the enhancement of coronavirus infections. And this is one of the reasons that we've observed increased rate of COVID infections, hospitalizations, and deaths among the supposedly vaccinated versus the supposedly unvaccinated. And this process is called antibody-dependent enhancement. Now, prior to the COVID-19 events, experimental evidence in animals had shown when you try to vaccinate coronaviruses, especially vaccinating against the spike protein, there's a strong association of antibody-dependent enhancement, meaning that the presence of these antibodies, rather than defending the person, actually helps the virus infect and harm the person. And in these animal studies that preceded COVID, you saw dramatically increased death in animals from cats to ferrets who were vaccinated against the spike protein because of this antibody-dependent enhancement. The image you're seeing there, probably a lot of you have already seen it. There are many studies now demonstrating this, but this is a great one. This was the first Cleveland Clinic study on the subject in April 2023. And what that study demonstrated, looking at more than 50,000 healthcare workers, and interestingly, to the credit of the Cleveland Clinic, though they didn't warn against the injections, they didn't force their nurses and doctors to be injected with this stuff. But when they looked at the cumulative rate of COVID infections, what they found is every COVID vaccine makes you more likely to get sick with COVID. So antibody-dependent enhancement is a very real thing. Another issue is vaccine-induced AIDS. And again, vaccine is in quotes because this is not a vaccine. But the subject's dramatic immune response to the spike protein, remember, we're talking tens to hundreds of trillions of copies of foreign genetic material that is made to be hyper-persistent and includes the ability to permanently modify the person's chromosomes to produce the spike protein. This overwhelms the person's immune system and weakens the immune system in a variety of ways, including the suppression of CD4 and CD8 positive T cells, including deterioration in levels of all antibodies, and including generating tolerance antibodies called IgG class 4, which basically trains the body to ignore a variety of things from coronavirus infections to spike protein to cancer. So this damage to the subject's immune system accounts for the rise in cancers, very aggressive cancers, and a large variety of infections among the supposedly vaccinated. So there's multiple mechanisms to cause cancer. And these include the immune system damage. They include chromosomal DNA damage. In fact, just recently, an article was published out of France, and we published a translated version of it on drtrozy.news a few days ago, looking at 17 different mechanisms by which the COVID shots are increasing cancer all around the world. And the insertion of foreign genetic material into the human genome, of course, has many harmful effects. This includes the disruption of various tumor suppressor genes, which normally defend our DNA against damage and defend us against cancer. Additionally, the special spike protein of the SARS-CoV-2 injections has many unique characteristics, which includes the capacity to migrate into our cells' nuclei and there damage the DNA and interrupt tumor suppressor genes. By the way, that technology was patented by a member of Moderna long before COVID was launched. So all of this adds further potential mechanisms for cancer. Yet another mechanism of injury from the jabs is antibody-mediated selection. And this is another reason that many of us warned against this genetic vaccine program, and that's the issue of antibody-mediated selection. So this is the reason that though vaccination real vaccination, if there was a safe and effective vaccine, we'd be open to that, but real vaccination may have a role to avert a pandemic before it happens, but it is likely to prolong a pandemic and drive the evolution of one variant after another if administered during a pandemic. Now, I'm sure a lot of you agree with me that the math doesn't work. This wasn't a pandemic in the first place, and we know the WHO had to eliminate the math from their delusional definition of a pandemic in order to use the word pandemic to abuse the world. But even just an active infection, so when you have an active spreading infection, vaccinating into that situation drives the evolution of one variant after another. And this is a foundation for the golden rule of vaccinology, which is that you should never try to vaccinate our way out of a pandemic, because attempting to do so drives the evolution of the virus, creates one variant after another. And interestingly, these variants that evolve, sadly, really, the injection victims are used to generate the variants. These variants are particularly dangerous to them, to the vaccinated subjects, rather than persons with natural exposure and natural immunity, because natural immunity is broad. It responds to many aspects of the virus. So the virus cannot just simply modify its spike protein to avert natural immunity. However, due to the injection campaigns, we have extended what naturally would have been a few months of active infections to years of variants, infections, and more misguided infections. And though it has been very profitable for the vaccine industry, it has been devastating for mankind. So that's an overview of some of the mechanisms. There are more mechanisms. We are discovering more mechanisms all the time. So this is a very cursory, broad overview of all the ways that the COVID-19 so-called vaccines are causing death and disease in unprecedented amounts. Some of the things I didn't talk about that I would love to in the future include prion diseases of the brain and damages to the victim's gut microbiome, which are very essential to good health. So friends, more research is needed regarding the mechanisms of injury from these injections. Details of the immune system disturbances caused by these injections are extensive, and they are under intense study, and I hope to be part of bringing you more information about that in the new year. So my conclusion is the COVID-19 genetic vaccines, they present no benefit and they cause much harm, and the time is long overdue to halt the manufacturing and administration of these injections. I think we must look to reinstate the scientists, nurses, and doctors who've been warning against these problems while advancing the research and treatment of the injuries despite being stripped of our positions, our laboratories, our hospitals, and our incomes. So advancing our understanding of the mechanisms of injuries and how to treat them and distributing this information on an urgent basis should be among our highest priorities in the world. There are new pathophysiologic mechanisms causing the dramatic increases in disease, disability, and death around the world. The medical and scientific communities have been muzzled and co-opted, so the healthcare practitioners are currently flying blind. It's time to end the suppression and manipulation of medical science. We must urgently advance our understanding and treatment of the toxic effects of the COVID-19 genetic vaccines. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Trossi. Thank you for the presentation, and our next speaker is ready. So hello, Dr. Erik Neput.
Yes.
We are ready.
Hello.
We see you. We hear you. Hopefully, you see. You hear us.
Yes, I see you and hear you fine.
So floor is yours. So thank you.
Okay, good day, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, and dear friends. Today, I am honored, and we're gathered at a very critical moment in history around the world. Healthcare is at a crossroads, and for decades, we've watched the system grow more complex, more expensive, more political, and yet, in the middle of all of this noise, one thing has truly been lost, and that is common sense. Healthcare has was never meant to be a maze of bureaucracy or a battlefield of conflicting interest. And at its core, really, healthcare is about people. Many of you are physicians that are watching this, and I know that you got into healthcare because you wanted to help people. It's about preventing disease. It's about healing the sick. It's about empowering individuals to live a vibrant life. And yet, here we are facing skyrocketing costs. Chronic illness is on the rise higher than it's ever been before. And we're facing public health that is no longer trusting medicine as a whole. And people are more confused than ever about what it really means to be healthy. And this is not an American problem. This is not a European problem. This is a global problem. And the truth is, the solutions are not as complicated as we've been led to believe. In fact, the future of healthcare truly depends on the leaders who are in this room right now, the leaders who are listening and watching globally of this message, and those who are willing to stand up and not stand down against true tyranny and true medical tyranny. Leaders who return to the basics who trust real evidence and trust nature and trust the common sense that we've unfortunately lost for so many years. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Erik Neput. I'm a physician. I'm an author. I am a international speaker. I'm a biotech entrepreneur whose technologies have disrupted the healthcare status quo for the last 2 decades. My work is rooted in one simple revolutionary idea, and that's that self-care is the real healthcare. Through my clinics, I've owned and operated over 30 private clinics. Through the research that we've done, I've been an owner of hospital systems here in the U.S., owned and operated surgical centers, genetic laboratory testing facilities, molecular blood lab facilities. I don't tell you that to impress you, but to impress upon you that my background is different. I've helped tens of thousands of patients move beyond symptom management to really true root cause healing. And our protocols that combine the best modern science like DNA and genetic testing, peptide therapies, advanced nutraceutical formulations with timeless fundamentals such as good nutrition, detoxification, movement, and proper mindset. But I'm not just a healthcare innovator. I'm truly a fighter here in America, a fighter for freedom, someone who stands up against what's wrong. And I know many of you that are here and listening right now have that same heart and that same mindset. I've taken on the corrupt bureaucratic machine here in America, and I'll tell you about that shortly. But too often, politics and profits are getting put ahead of people. And for what? For standing up and for speaking the truth. Listen, I've faced censorship just like many of you have. I've faced legal battles and relentless opposition, and yet I've also not stood down. And instead, I've decided to stand up. And that's what I want to encourage all of you to do today. I want to encourage you to continue to stand, reminding us that it's our responsibility to help people understand that they have the ability to be healthy. They have the freedom to choose, but they must have the opportunity to choose and the free will to do so. My mission is simple, and it's global. It's to empower people everywhere with knowledge, with tools, and encourage people to take their own health back. Listen, I believe that by shifting the focus from treating disease to cultivating vitality, to helping people transform, not only can we help individuals, but we can help our entire societies. So I share with you today, those of you that know the goals that we have globally, is not just to talk about the problems, but it's to spark solutions and to really inspire you to stand up for common sense in healthcare. So my friends, colleagues, and fellow healthcare leaders, today I want to speak to you from the heart. Listen, the world is watching all of us, and the world is waiting for us as physicians and scientists and innovators and leaders. We have been entrusted with the greatest responsibility of all, and that's the health and vitality of humanity. But let's be honest, the system we have right now is absolutely not working. Just look at these slides on the prevalence of chronic disease. It continues to rise, and healthcare cost is skyrocketing, and patients are now more confused and more medicated and yet less healthy than they've ever been before. In fact, not only is this affecting our adult population, which in the United States alone, some 76.4%. Let me say that again. Some 76.4% of all Americans have at least one level of chronic illness. And this is now starting to take effect globally. We're seeing those global increases in chronic illness rise in Europe and in Asia and across the globe as well. And patients are they just don't know what to do. And we are repeating the same protocols, prescribing the same medications, following the same outdated models that have failed us. And we as experts and we as politicians and decision makers, we must think differently. We must act differently to get different results. But as the saying goes, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. Just look at the sickness that we have in North America alone with our children. 1 in 3 children has some type of chronic illness. I mean, look at the fact that big pharma in the US and globally has created so much devastation, and it's rapidly out of control. I mean, just look at this. In the last 10 years alone, there's been over $20 billion in fines and penalties that have been levied against the pharmaceutical manufacturers, and yet no justice has been settled for any of those individuals harmed or the physicians who have been wrongfully informed on prescribing these ill-willed medications. It's time for us to break free from the insanity. It's time for us to think outside the box. It's time for us to innovate and motivate. Well, folks, I did that, and we did that during the pandemic. My 30 practices, our surgical centers, and our hospital system saw over 11,000 patients during the COVID-19 pandemic. And instead of the government of the United States asking us what we did and how we were able to get such great results and stop the insanity that was happening here, I was personally, and my business was sued for $508 billion. That's correct. $508 billion. And many of you are thinking, why have we never heard of this before? Because this was one of the most absolutely politically science-driven lawsuits that you could possibly ever think of. And I will tell you that it's absolutely time for us to understand that we are in control. It's not about keeping disease under control. It's about giving the truth to people. It's about restoring the mind, the body, the spirit, and about function to the way the body was designed. Now, I was told by the United States federal government when I was sued under the FTC sued me under the COVID Consumer Protection Act, that no one has ever heard of that. That's not even an act anymore. I'm the one and only person who was ever persecuted and sued under this. And there was one reason and one reason only for that. And it was because they wanted to stop other doctors, to intimidate us from standing up, for sharing the truth, for sharing outcomes with colleagues and patients globally. In fact, folks, not only was I sued for over $508 billion, but the United States federal government froze my bank accounts, froze my wife's bank accounts. They tried to stop my ability to fund and finance my lawsuit, and they tried to silence and suppress and shut me down. Well, this is a picture, a collage of me after the U.S. government sued me. This is from the 2021 until 2024. This represents me being seen by over 1 billion people across the globe. You can see I'm there with the American Frontline Doctors. I was one of the original members in that organization with Dr. Simone Gold. You can see me with the late, great Charlie Kirk at the top here, who unfortunately was assassinated yesterday in the United States of America for standing up for freedom, for standing up for exactly what we are talking about now. And I'll tell you, after a long, exhausted battle, I was very excited. We spent 3 years fighting the United States government. In fact, two of the United States representatives from the FTC who is actually suing me dissented from the FTC, wrote letters to President Biden saying that we were using political power against doctors like myself, and requested to become an expert witness for me. This was all about political science, not real science. And I'm glad to say that after spending $5.5 million defending myself, losing over $20 million in potential revenue, this is a medical journal in the United States that has shown that Dr. Naputi won his case against the FTC and DOJ. But you don't hear about this. And the reason why you don't hear about this is because the governments of the world, bullies of the world, don't want to hear about people standing up against tyranny. Because this is what happens when we stand and tell the truth. The truth will set us free if we let it. And I'll tell you that after fighting this long, exhausted battle, I've testified in front of Congress multiple times. We've helped implement policies and procedures that are now changing the way that healthcare is delivered and received in the United States. And we're excited the fact that we're doing this globally. The world is looking for men and women to stand up against tyranny. Folks that are in this room now, people that are watching this webinar across the globe, the world is waiting for you to stand up and say, enough is enough. We should have the freedom to practice medicine the way that we want to practice. We don't want the governments in our consultations. We don't want them in our healthcare system. We want to restore the doctor-patient relationship, bring truth and transparency and trust back to what it is to be a doctor and a scientist again. And I'll tell you that it was a blessing in disguise. Not only have I now been able to have the amazing opportunity to work with the Make America Healthy Again campaign and movement, and also Health and Human Services Secretary Bobby Kennedy Jr., but we've actually been working in courtrooms around the country and in Congress and in state Congresses, helping advocate for transparency and truth and healthcare reform. And I'll tell you, this goes beyond America. I was just recently in Japan, and the Japanese are massively in a healthcare reform. I know that reform is happening across Europe as well. This is a global movement that we have the opportunity to change right now, but we can't stop. We must press forward. We must help civilization and humanity continue to thrive. My lawsuit wasn't just about my case against the government. It helped expose deeper systemic failures in our government. It exposed the healthcare corruption. I was just doing interviews yesterday on national television talking about the fraud and corruption in the United States. We have found multiple trillions of dollars of fraud and corruption in the U.S. alone over the past couple years. And I'll tell you that there are powerful institutions, you know this globally, that are prioritizing control over care, profits over people, and sickness over solutions. We know that we have a serious problem with our food and our water supply. There's over 1,000 chemicals that are allowed by our current FDA, which is slowly getting rid of those that are illegal or banned in other countries like Europe and Asia. And we know that this is a global systemic problem. And one of the problems is exactly this. This is our Medicare guidelines. Now, in the United States, our socialized medicine is known as Medicare. Medicare guidelines, section 2251, we were just speaking about this when I was in DC a few weeks ago. Think about this for a moment. Doctors are handcuffed and limited because of this very thing. And no wonder that chronic illness is running rampant through North America and why it's going globally, because according to our Medicare guidelines, which is the foundation for all insurance approvals in the United States, any treatment plan that seeks to prevent a disease, to promote health, and prolong or enhance the quality of life, or a therapy that is performed to maintain or prevent deterioration of a chronic condition is deemed not medically necessary. No wonder we have such a crazy problem with chronic illness. Chronic illness prevention and treatment is not taught in mainstream medicine. Chronic illness and prevention and treatment, it's not paid for by the insurance carriers. So there is no economic reason currently for the United States to work on preventing and reversing chronic illness until just recently. And we are working diligently, standing up and fighting against the powers that be. Many of you saw Secretary Kennedy earlier this week testifying in front of Congress about the corruption and fraud that's happening on a global level, and the fact that Big Pharma is pushing back so hard. And we're seeing a rise of a COVID 2.0 situation happening in America. We know that the global crisis is here. More chronic illness, more metabolic dysfunction. We have an overload of toxicities in the world today. There was a recent paper just released here in America that showed that the #1 cause of chronic illness is chronic inflammation. And the #1 contributing factor to chronic inflammation is environmental toxins, the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat, and yet mainstream healthcare does not do anything or know anything about the detoxification process or pathways. We have turned several of our clinics now into long hauler and COVID injured patient treatment centers, and we're seeing an increase in mental illness and these metabolic dysfunctions happening since 2020 on a level we've never seen before. And it's continuing to get worse. Unless we continue to stand and put our foot down and draw a line in the sand saying enough is enough, and if it's meant to be, it's up to us as a society. We have a systemic failure of our system. You know, we do not have a healthcare system. We have a sick care management system. We're not focusing on the root cause. That is now shifting. HHS Secretary Kennedy has now made mandates that medical schools are now looking into nutritional training. And I will tell you that where my conventional medical training had failed me was understanding how the structure and frame of the body truly works and how balancing that can help with chronic illness. It didn't teach me about foods and nutritions and how to eat well, think well, sleep well, and be well. It taught me how to prescribe medications and refer for surgeries. This system is broken. This is a business model. This is not a healthcare delivery system. How does this affect us? Well, we have a constant battle of chronic symptoms and issues that are happening. Look, I polled just this morning some of the major talking points that we've got going on globally with healthcare. Chronic disease is the #1 killer worldwide. Heart disease, diabetes, obesity, autoimmune conditions. We're seeing more of them now than we've seen in the past several decades combined. We have a multi-trillion-dollar budget in North America alone, just for healthcare, but our outcomes remain poor. We spend more money in America than the top 100 industrialized countries combined, and yet we're still one of the sickest countries out there. Ladies and gentlemen, United States of America spent more money on COVID than anyone else, and we have the worst COVID success rates. The systems are broken systemically. And as a doctor, I was persecuted for standing up, telling people the truth. Please do not forget the fact, ladies and gentlemen, that doctor is Latin for teacher. Our job is to teach, preach, inspire, and motivate people on whatever level we possibly can. And by the way, in Europe, the rising cost of chronic disease and healthcare shortage echoes the same pattern that's happening here in America. Doctors and nurses and healthcare practitioners are scared to stand up for their patients. They're scared to stand up for the truth. And if we don't stand up to the fear, which is nothing more than false evidence appearing real, and how do you destroy the spirit of fear? You must have faith in who you are and whose you are, and you must have facts and how the body works. Ladies and gentlemen, I was one of tens of thousands of doctors who were persecuted during the pandemic. There are thousands of doctors being persecuted every day, still to this day, for standing up for what they believe in, because the system is not based off of real science. The system now is based off of political science. And we're now seeing that split, where modern science is finally catching up with what common sense has already told us, that lifestyle creates health and disease. And standing up means when saying more, it's saying that we put prevention before profits. The system's broken. We must build a better way. The systems have been, many times we've heard, the system is too big to fail. You saw that the United States government a few years ago bailed out the banking system because the banks were too big to fail. That has destroyed our global economy because of that. Well, I'm going to tell you that we must create a parallel healthcare ecosystem in order to stand up against the tyranny that is here. Because if the healthcare system we have right now is too big to fail, then we must create another one that is based off of self-care. Self-care is the real healthcare. That is the mantra that you're going to be hearing globally. In the US, we're moving away from the conversations from fatness to fitness. I wrote a book called Self-Care is the Real Healthcare, Becoming Biolimitless. It talks about the history of how we got here. It talks about the Rockefeller, Carnegie foundations and how we through the centuries of modern medicine have got into this global crisis. And when we talk about the fact that the best type of care is really self-care, understanding how the body truly works, a one-size-fits-all does not work for folks. We have to understand that physiology doesn't lie. We test, we don't guess, but we must be willing, able, and we must stand for the rights of doctors, scientists, politicians, and most of all, for our patients, especially for our children. I don't know about you, but I'm a father of 3. And I'm going to do everything I can to leave this healthcare space in a better position than it was whenever I first got here. Folks don't even know what health really is. You go out and you ask people right now, what is the definition of health? And individuals don't know. They don't know what health really is. Doctors a lot of times don't even know what health really is. Health is about function, not just about feeling. So we've been able to take some advanced nutraceutical, neurological, and functional medicine protocols and put them together in AI technology and advanced learning systems. And doctors, I'm telling you, I was against a lot of the machine learning. I was against a lot of the anti-age or the AI technology that's out there because of all the bad that can come with it. But I'm going to tell you, there's a duality in life. There's always going to be a good and there's always going to be an evil. There's good nanotechnology and bad nanotechnology. There's good AI and bad AI, and we must be willing to stand up to put the good out as well. And we've been working diligently over the last 4 years to put together a system that is delivered directly to the consumer so that we can put the responsibility back in the hands of our patients, back in the hands of our communities. And we're going to give individuals the autonomy, again, to stand up for their own health. We're taking some of the tried and true basic principles of health and wellness and putting them in a direct-to-consumer delivery system. We've taken the success of functional medicine. Folks, we had during the pandemic a massive success rate with our patients that were coming through. Like I said before, 11,000 plus patients came through all of our centers and all the clinics that we were affiliated with, and nobody died. Nobody went to the hospital. And we use these simple, tried and true, very simplistic protocols to help folks. And we were persecuted to the highest extent of the law because we were telling people it's all about cellular health. It's all about looking at your bacterial DNA. It's all about measuring your mitochondria. And when I was deposed by the United States federal government for 14 hours, by the way, 14 hours I did a deposition in front of lawyers from Washington, D.C. and the Department of Justice. And for 14 hours, we gave them data and science and facts. And the reason why we were able to win our lawsuit and why we're still standing today is because we had real truth and we had real transparency on our side. The United States federal government said that there was no data that supported any of the therapeutics that we were doing. We were recommending the Merrick protocols. We were using high-dose vitamin C and corticosteroids. We were using intravenous IV fluids and vitamin C and ascorbic acid intravenously with thiamine and other nutraceuticals. We were using high-dose vitamin D. We were using high-dose bifidobacterium. There was a massive study in the United States that showed that individuals who were infected or injected with the COVID-19 lost their bifidobacterium, which is the immune system in most people. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what we were persecuted for. But we were able to show the United States government over 300 studies that showed that we were correct. And I'll tell you, I don't know if any of you have ever been sued for, well, I don't know if any of you have ever been sued, or if any of you have ever been sued by your government, which is the United States government for me. And I don't know if any of you have ever been sued for $500 billion, but I was, as a practicing physician, sued to be silenced, to suppress, to not tell people the truth. Because the truth is setting people free. And by the way, just like my dear friend and colleague who unfortunately was assassinated yesterday, Mr. Charlie Kirk, we were just standing for the truth. And folks, the truth will set you free, but you have to be willing to stand up for it. We are living through a defining moment right now. The choices that we make will determine whether our next generation inherits a world of sickness or a world of vitality. Standing up does not mean that we all have the answers today. It means that we refuse to stay silent and to face common sense, and we're not going to be ignored anymore. It means that we're willing to fight for prevention, for truth, and for people. Listen, I believe, and I believe that many of you watching right now believe the same, that we're on the edge of a global awakening. In fact, it's already happening. We're seeing the change going on. We just have to stand. The days ahead are not to be feared. They're to be embraced, because every great revolution in history began when ordinary people, when ordinary doctors and leaders and politicians and parents and scientists and all of you watching decided that they will no longer stand down and they will stand up. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us rise together. Let us stand for common sense in healthcare. Let us remind the world that real healthcare is not found in policies or politics, but in prevention, in truth, in courage. And folks, the future belongs to those who stand. And my friends, the best days of healthcare are yet to come. So ladies and gentlemen across the globe, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your energy. Thank you so much for your intention, for all of us working together to make this world a better place. And folks, until we meet again, I'm Dr. Eric Naputi. God bless you, God bless America, and God bless this beautiful, beautiful world. Thank you all, and have an amazing day, and stay strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Naputi, for your kind words, your wisdom, and your energy. You empowered us. So we have a short break now, 10 minutes. So see you around, and well, again and again, thank you. It was so great lecture. God bless you. Thank you. Our next speaker is ready, Reggie Littlejohn. So floor is yours, and you have a microphone, so I take my.
Okay, great. You want to take your copy too? Hello, I want to say thank you to the World Council for Health, Tess Lowry, who's sort of the head of the whole thing, World Council for Health, Estonia, Helen Lazen, and also to Dr. Lukes. So without going into detail, I got off the plane with a dental emergency, and he was very nice, saw me 3 times. Helen brought me all 3 times, and I would not be able to speak to you today if it weren't for Dr. Lukes. So thank you very much to Dr. Lukes. By the way, the way he relaxes is by traveling around the world running marathons, and when the marathon season isn't happening, he does the same thing with what's that called? Snow skiing? Anyway, crazy. My name is Reggie Littlejohn. I'm an attorney. I'm the founder and president of Women's Rights Without Frontiers, which as an attorney in the 90s, I represented Chinese refugees in their cases for political asylum in the United States, and these people were victims of the one-child policy, including forced abortion, forced sterilization. So that's what I've left the practice of law in order to help these women to have their babies, you know? This is a woman's right to have her child. Anyway, so I did that for a long time, and then when COVID came along, I saw that the Chinese Communist Party tactics of suppression were being spread out over the whole world through the World Health Organization. And so because of my background with China and fighting them, I saw that I had to turn my attention to alert the world to the way that these tactics were being used by the World Health Organization and others through COVID. Now, so I founded Anti-Globalist Alliance, founder and president of Anti-Globalist Alliance, and also in the United States, co-founder of something called the Sovereignty Coalition. I've been asked to speak about the dangers of the World Health Organization and also specifically about the pandemic treaty. But first I need to set a little context, which is that I believe that we are at war, and it's not a battle between right and left. It's a battle between right and wrong, between good and evil. We are living in a globalist coup, effectuated by a wealthy and powerful international elite determined to enslave humanity to its own advantage. The two entities that are at the forefront of this globalist coup are the World Health Organization and the United Nations. The World Health Organization can be used to establish a totalitarian surveillance police state through pandemics, and the United Nations can do the same thing through complex global shocks. Never before has humanity been so close to losing our freedom and entering a digital dark age or a digital gulag. So for all of those who would dismiss this as a conspiracy theory, I'm going to show you several videos and charts in which you can see the globalists talking about this themselves. So don't take my word for it, take their word for it. All right, so in COVID-19, I saw that the World Health Organization was basically repeating the lies of the Chinese Communist Party. So, as you might remember, the Chinese Communist Party started out saying there was no human-to-human transmission, okay? And so because of that, there was no need to stop flights from China. And they even sort of implied that doing that would be kind of a racist thing to do. They completely denied that this could have been a lab leak, and they said that it was from a bat or a pangolin. And then they used vaccine mandates, mask mandates, lockdowns as ways to handle this, and the World Health Organization basically parroted everything that they said, and now having completely botched the COVID pandemic response, the World Health Organization's solution is to allocate to themselves more power, and they've done this through the International Health Regulation Amendments and the Pandemic Treaty. Now, I just want to read you a quote from somebody named Brock Chisholm. He was the first Director General of the World Health Organization. He went to Yale. I won't hold that against them. That's where I also went to, for law school and seminary, by the way. But this is what he said. He was a psychiatrist, an eminent psychiatrist. And what he said was, here it is. To achieve world government, it is necessary to remove from the minds of men their individualism, loyalty to family traditions, national patriotism, and religious dogmas. That's the first Director General of the World Health Organization. What's his goal? to achieve world government. How is he going to do it as a psychiatrist? Just think about this. Removing from the minds of men our individualism, our loyalty to our families, our national patriotism, and our religious faith. So that was how the World Health Organization started out. Now, if you want to understand the motive for pressing a vaccine into every arm, you got to follow the money. And so what I would like to do now is play the first video, which is a video of Bill Gates. It's an interview of him at the World Economic Forum several years ago.
We're here today with Bill Gates. A lot to talk about what he's been working on. And thank you so much for being with us. I'd like to talk to you about your approach to vaccinations. You wrote something recently, and like you always do, you kind of looked at the problem from a scientific and business perspective on things. You've invested $10 billion in vaccinations over the last 2 decades, and you figured out the return on investment for that, and it kind of stunned me. Can you walk us through the math?
We see a phenomenal track record. It's been $100 billion overall that the world's put in. Our foundation is a bit more than $10 billion. But we feel there's been over a 20-to-1 return. So if you just look at the economic benefits, that's a pretty strong number compared to anything else. The human benefit in millions of lives saved. So, we're here with a pretty strong message that although all these other issues are very important, let's not forget about the great success in global health and maintaining that commitment.
All right, so Bill Gates, he donated more than $10 billion, and he's got a 20-to-1 return on investment, which means he got a $200 billion return on that investment. No wonder why he can just fund anyone and anything that he wants, anywhere in the world he wants. $200 billion minus 10 is $190 billion. $190 billion he got. Why does this matter? Why does it matter? It matters because the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and also Gavi, the vaccine alliance that concentrates on vaccinating children, are both heavy funders of the World Health Organization. And so we have these two Gates-related organizations being major funders of the World Health Organization. And so then in what world do we think the health organization is going to be a neutral body deciding whether or not we need vaccines when two of their major funders would profit hugely if the World Health Organization recommended vaccine mandates? This is called a conflict of interest, to say the least. Now, the fear around the coronavirus, COVID-19, and then this push towards vaccine mandates, like we have to, and it is also is the basis for the digital health idea. They called it a vaccine passport in the beginning, okay? And I co-founded something called the Stop Vaccine Passports Task Force, which I think had the effect not of stopping them, but of getting them to rename them, okay? They stopped calling them vaccine passports. Now they're just called digital health IDs or just digital IDs, all right? But the whole point is that you terrify people about a disease so that everybody will accept, yes, we really do need these vaccine passports, digital health IDs, to see if everybody is vaccinated or not, because to keep us all safe, right? Well, I consulted with a couple of tech experts that said that any mandatory digital ID, and it doesn't even have to be a health ID, it could be even like a digital driver's license, which we are pushing in the United States. Any mandatory digital ID can serve as the platform for the Chinese social credit system. Okay? And I was familiar with that from having been battling China since the mid-90s. And that was what made me decide that I need to really blow the whistle on this. So, what is the Chinese social credit system? The Chinese social credit system is, in China, they amalgamate everything about you that's in digital form and is all in one place on your phone. So they've got they've got real-time geolocation, so they know where you are. They have facial recognition. It's tied to your bank account. It's tied to your credit card. It's tied to your social media posts, your internet search history. I mean, you can really know a lot about what somebody's thinking about by their internet search history. Your internet spending history, your medical history, your criminal history, anything that's in digital form is all just through AI is all put in one place, and they come up with a score about how compliant of a Chinese communist doormat you are. So if you never make any waves, you obey all the rules, you get all your vaccinations, then you can lead a life that looks kind of like a normal life, moderate freedom. But you know that if you step out of line, things can happen to you. So first, if you do something like criticize the government, okay, then they can do something like you lose your job. You won't be able to borrow money to create a business or buy a home. Your kid won't be able to go to a good school. You won't be able to travel, and I mean not even getting on the local bus, because you have to show a valid, okay. You keep it up, they will sever you from your credit cards and your bank accounts, and then you continue with it in China, and they will just disappear you, which means one day you are no more. You're never to be seen again. We do not obviously want that system to be able to be spread worldwide. But these digital IDs can form the basis for it, okay? The technological basis. I'm not saying that the people in power right now would use it this way, but you know what? People in the future in power, if they have this digital framework, could use it this way. Now, what I would like to do now is show the digital ID image. This is taken from the World Economic Forum website. And as you may know, Tedros Ghebreyesus, the current Director General of the World Health Organization, announced on June 5th, 2023, that he was launching the worldwide Global Health Certification Network. The EU Digital Identity Wallet is scheduled for a rollout by 2026. China has launched its national online identity authentication system. They launched it just in July of 2025. And in the United States, as I mentioned, we have mobile driver's license and digital IDs as well, that they are, the real ID is what they're really pushing in the United States. And like I said, this is even under the Trump administration. And while I trust President Trump not to abuse this, we have no idea who's going to be elected after this, and it could be somebody who would want to abuse it. On this chart that comes from the World Economic Forum website, you will see that, that you will need a digital ID for basically everything. To access health care, just even access health care and medical treatment. To open a bank account. To carry online financial transactions. You want to buy something from Amazon? You have to have a digital ID. To travel. To own a communications device, like a laptop or a cell phone. To shop online. To access social media platforms. You want to post on X, you have to have a digital ID. And then to pay your taxes, vote, and collect government benefits. So the point is that we need to stand against these digital IDs. Because in the wrong hands, they could be used to do the same thing as the China social credit system. And how will they accomplish this? What is the mechanism of ultimate control? I would argue that it is central bank digital currencies. And I have a great video from Augustin Carstens, who's the general manager of the Bank of International Settlement, from 2017 to June 2025, just a few months ago, in a 2020 speech at the International Monetary Fund. I actually have a transcript of what he said. All right, so I'm just going to read you the transcript of what he said. These are the words of Augustin Carstens, the general manager of the Bank of International Settlements. We tend to establish an equivalence with cash, and there is a huge difference there. For example, in cash today, we don't know, for example, who's using a $100 bill today. We don't know who's using a 1,000 peso bill today. Isn't that terrible? They don't know. Like if I give somebody, if I pay for a cab, they're not going to know if I do it in cash. A key difference here is with the CBDC is that central banks will have absolute control on the rules and regulations that will determine the use of the expression of the money, of the central bank liability. And also, we will have the technology to enforce that. These two issues are extremely important, and that's what makes a huge difference with respect to what cash is. All right? So the goal here is to get everybody on a central bank digital currency so that the central bank will have absolute control over how or if or when you can spend that money. So what are the different things that they can do? They could say, for example, that you've used up your carbon credit, so you can't, buy a flight to a funeral or a wedding that you want to go to. They could say that, because there's some kind of a new pandemic, and you haven't been, or let's say they have 15-minute seats, that you can't use your credit card or your bank account more than 15 minutes away from your home. Or let's say that you belong to a disfavored political or religious group, or have criticized the government, or criticized the globalists, like I'm doing right now. Hello, globalists. They could just shut you off completely. And if you think that can't happen, it happened in North America. It happened in Canada when the Canadian truckers struck, and they cut them off from their bank accounts and from their credit cards. So most of the countries in the world are in the process of researching, developing, or deploying CBDCs. Now, in the United States, President Trump has said that he will not have any CBDCs, but we passed something called the Genius Act, which establishes something called stable coins. And stable coins carry the same issue of CBDCs, that they are programmable. It's just that they don't come from the central bank, but they can come from other, commercial or private banks, or they can come from a private company that's been, given permission. So it's still the same thing, where you can be completely tracked on every single one of your purchases, and that they can control what you're doing. So I don't see that the stablecoin is any better than a CBDC. I'm sorry, but that's my view. So what is the role of the World Health Organization in all this? Like I said, under the International Health Regulation amendments, they established this requirement of everybody in the world having a health ID, and in industrialized countries like ours, then these will be digital IDs, and these can serve as a platform for this China social credit system. That's one role. Then in the pandemic treaty, which passed in May of 2025, they have language in there, this is in the preamble, that the treaty requires nations, quote, to prevent misinformation and disinformation. Prevent it. Not censor it afterwards, but prevent it. So in other words, it wouldn't be a case of them taking the video of this conference down from YouTube. It would be preventing us from even having the conference, all right? So that's in there. And misinformation and disinformation is not defined, but we can see the way that it would be used as it was used in the pandemic, which is basically any information that contradicts what the WHO is saying, even though it's true, right? Like if you said there is human-to-human transmission, you probably lose your medical license and all kinds of bad things could happen to you, even though it's true, but it contradicts what the World Health Organization was saying at the time. And I would just say, restricting access to accurate data subverts national sovereignty and personal medical freedom. How can nations or individuals make sovereign decisions over their medical affairs if they cannot have access to correct information? Now, we also have One Health. This is Article 5 of the Pandemic Treaty. And One Health is basically, it's a mishmash of definitions, depends on where you look. Bottom line is, it connects human health to animal health, to plant health, to the environment, saying that they're all connected, which sounds so nice, and they make it look like a little poster that would be on a kindergarten wall, okay? But actually, it's very pernicious. Can I have the next slide? this is what I think One Health is. It's like the monster, One Health, One World, One Future, because what One Health does is it has given, I mean, this past, the WHO control over every aspect of existence on Earth. And the WHO has not said it's going to prioritize human health, but rather that it will balance human health with animal health and plant health, so that you could have a situation like we did in California, where the governor decides that because there's a little fish that is endangered, that he's going to let all the water from the rains flow straight out into the ocean instead of going into the reservoirs, prioritizing the fish, so that when we had the California wildfires, we had no water to fight them with, all right? Or I read about another situation where there was a farmer whose farm was just decimated because they said, oh, you're using too much nitrogen for your cattle. And so then, because there was some little kind of grass, like, I don't know, that didn't like the nitrogen. So this is a way of controlling the food supply. They even mentioned like your pets, you know, that pets, your little dog or your cat, you know, they come under the jurisdiction of the World Health Organization under One Health. And let's have the next slide, please. One Health Equity. This is from a journal, from the Lancet journal. It's called One Health, a Call for Ecological Equity. Quote, the consequences of this thinking entail a subtle but quite revolutionary shift of perspective. All life is equal and of equal concern. This understanding is fundamental to addressing pressing health issues at the human-animal environment interface. So that means your life, my life, the lives of our loved ones are equal and of equal concern to the life of a cockroach or a clump of grass, according to the World Health Organization. And, you know, that's actually, is this just a perspective or is this a religion, you know? I mean, my faith tells me that human beings are created by God in his image, and that's not something that we share with cockroaches, but not according to One Health. All right, now, perhaps one of the most chilling aspects of the pandemic treaty is called the Pathogen Access and Benefit Sharing System. Pathogen Access and Benefit Sharing. So what's pathogen access? What they're doing is they're encouraging countries to go out into their jungle or whatever they have and find pathogens with pandemic potential, PPPs, and then to share them with the World Health Organization. So they send them to the World Health Organization, and then the World Health Organization can then send them to labs all over the world, ostensibly to create vaccines or other therapeutics. But, you know, what could possibly go wrong, right? So the PAP system is, quote, to promote the rapid and timely sharing of materials and sequence information on pathogens with pandemic potentials. So this system will concentrate all the world's most deadly pathogens into the hands of unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats under the influence of the pharmaceutical industry. And to the extent that COVID-19 was a lab leak, this is going to greatly increase the chances of lab leaks. And not only that, but what are you going to do with countries that are at war with each other or hate each other, you know? It's going to greatly increase the chances of bioterrorist attacks. And there are no effective restrictions on gain-of-function research in the pandemic treaty. So, I mean, that's something that we really need to call for, because this is really horrifying. And by the way, the WHO and Switzerland have already established a partnership for a global WHO biohub system, the purpose of which is to create a fast and reliable system for sharing materials that could cause epidemics or pandemics. Does that sound insane to you? I mean, why are we sharing these things? We should be quarantining them. I would say this. The pandemic treaty and the PAB system are not a done deal. They're in process. So the PABS system, which is Article 12 of the pandemic treaty, was so controversial that they just sort of put in the bare bones of it into the treaty, and now it is continuing to be negotiated in an annex. And the annex presumably is going to be voted on at the World Health Assembly next year, in 2026. And then only after the annex has passed will countries be able to sign the treaty and then go through the ratification process. So we have two chances. We can oppose the PABS annex, and we can oppose the ratification in each of our countries of the pandemic treaty. And that's a heavy lift. It's a heavy lift, but it's something I think that we need to get behind. And that's something that Anti-Globalist International wants to get behind. And by the way, I should circulate this while I'm talking for the last few minutes. If you want to be on my email list or my Substack, just sign your name here. Got a pen that can go around? Here's a pen that can go around. Oh, that's, okay. I would love to stay in touch with you. Okay, so with respect to the United Nations, my colleague Shabnam already spoke a lot about the, I guess you can do the next slide, complex global shocks. This is really terrifying. This passed in September of 2024, and no one was talking about it because everybody was so focused on the World Health Organization. Meanwhile, we've got the United Nations passing something called the Pact for the Future that has an emergency platform that will they were asking for it to operationalize automatically in the case of a complex global shock. And here are some of the shocks. So what that means is that the United Nations wants to call the shots if there's a major climatic event. So here we go with the climate change. So the World Health Organization has pandemic. They could basically establish a biotech surveillance police state through that. And then here's the United Nations doing it with complex global shocks. Okay, disruption to global flows of goods or people. So like a supply chain disruption, cyberspace or global digital connectivity, like if the grid goes down, if the internet goes down, a major event in outer space, so I guess if two galaxies collide, they can take over, and then an unforeseen black swan event, which is anything they forgot, okay? And so this is, so they're coming at it from us from two directions. You've got the World Health Organization focused on taking over through health, and you've got the United Nations focused on taking over through everything else, including health, because the World Health Organization is the medical arm or the health arm of the United Nations. And so much of this is, the United Nations and the World Economic Forum have a partnership, and you wonder how they can get away with this stuff. And the reason they can advance their agenda is because they have infiltrated governments. So I want to play this. I hope we can play this clip from Klaus Schwab, who's the former head of the World Health. 15-minute cities. Gosh, do I even have time to get into that? Where's Helen? How much more time do I have? 0? Is that what you're saying? 2 minutes? All right, can't get into 15-minute cities. And you know what? I'm not even going to get into Klaus Schwab. Let's not do Klaus Schwab. Okay, but I want to do... well, there he is. Well, can I have 4 minutes? Come on now, Helen. Okay, we're going to play Klaus Schwab.
And I have to say... when I mention now names like Mrs. Merkel, even Vladimir Putin and so on, they all have been young global leaders of the World Economic Forum. Mm-hmm. But what we are very proud of now, the young generation, like Prime Minister Trudeau, President of Argentina and so on, that we penetrate the cabinets. So yesterday I was at a reception for Prime Minister Trudeau, and I know that half of this cabinet, or even more half of this cabinet, are actually young global leaders of the World Economic Forum.
And that's true in Argentina, too. Wow.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's true in Argentina as well.
It's true in Argentina, and it's true in France now. I'm with the president, with a young global leader, but what is important for me?
This is how, I mean, the World Economic Forum is a major player in all of this. And all of it is going to be run through AI. Now, so many people think that AI is just great, but here's Larry Ellison, the head of Oracle, saying what his vision is of how society is going to be run by AI. Okay, play it, please.
Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison predicts AI surveillance will be part of our everyday lives in the future. During a recent Oracle Q&A, Ellison said AI will soon play a major role in monitoring society through a vast network of interconnected cameras, including security systems, police body cams, and vehicle dash cams.
Everyone would see it. Your body cams will be transmitting that. The police will be on their best behavior, because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
Ellison's vision is for AI to analyze data from this network of cameras in real time in an attempt to prevent crime while also tracking and influencing public behavior for a safer society. However, the idea raises serious privacy concerns. Critics argue it could lead to a surveillance state with constant monitoring infringing on personal privacy rights, while others say it could help solve crimes faster and provide transparency to citizens in cases of excessive force from law enforcement.
We're going to have supervision. In other words, every police officer is going to be supervised at all times.
Ellison's proposal highlights a growing trend among tech giants to harness AI for societal influence, which may significantly reshape our lives in the coming years. For more unbiased updates.
Okay, as soon as you get that, his vision is every one of us are going to be wearing a body cam at all times. Now, they didn't do the whole interview there. He said, so that we would be basically spying on each other at every conversation, every lunch conversation, everything. And if you want to go to the bathroom, you can ask AI to turn off, and it will say, okay, we're turning off, but it won't really turn off. Because what if you're not really going to the bathroom? Or what if you're doing something in the bathroom you shouldn't be doing, right? But you can only get to that if there's a court order. And then he also said that this would really help with mall shootings because, with everybody wearing body cams and, that AI would pick up that there was an escalation and then they can send in drones to break it up because drones can get there so much faster than police officers. This is one of the tech titans of the United States and of the world. One of the visionaries. They say that this AI is to create individualized mRNA vaccines for everybody's individual cancer. Well, Dr. Robert Malone, who played a major hand in creating mRNA, says that's impossible. You can't do that. So what's the real reason behind this? I would argue that it is to create a Chinese-style social credit system for the world. And that's why they're building these massive data centers all over the country, including all over the world, including the United States, because you need these massive data centers to collect all this data on all of us. So, friends, we are on the cusp of a diabolical, totalitarian takeover. And if we are able to wake up enough people to resist the trap before it springs shut, then we may escape. But if not, we face the destruction of our national sovereignty, our personal medical freedom, our religious freedom, and possibly the destruction of Western civilization. So if we have any chance to escape, we need to escape and resist now. Thank you.
Thank you, Reggie. And our next speaker is Alexandra Henrion-Caude. I hope, Alexandra, you are ready. So please, floor is yours.
I will start immediately telling you that how happy I am to be here. I want to say a special thank to Hélène, who has been putting so much energy into this conference. I have to say I'm very much in admiration with what you do, with what you all did, because I know it's a collective effort. Thank you so much, all of you. And I also have to say that I was a bit, let's say, depressed or down lately, and it feels so warm to be together and to see you all. So I want to open the floor with Rainer Fulmich, because I cannot stop thinking of him. He's currently in jail, and this is the press release he delivered back at the end of last year in 2024, almost the Happy New Year, from the jail. And he summarized so brilliantly the situation. He said, first, how dangerous was the supposedly deadly new coronavirus was. And then he said, no more dangerous than the flu. Then second, we wanted to know, what are the properties of the PCR test? Can it actually detect a coronavirus infection? And the answer is no, it cannot. And he got back to Drosten himself, explicitly stating that in a magazine in 2014. Third, we wanted to know, he says, how dangerous the measures taken, including, of course, lockdowns and so-called vaccines were. In reality, these were not vaccines, but genetic experiments, as I said, as an expert, and it makes me the opportunity to introduce myself. I am Alexandra Henry on Code, and I've worked for the French government in the sense that I'm a researcher for a director of research of the French NIH, from which I retired. And of course, these injections were really dangerous, and so I will go and dedicate. Do I have the control? Or okay. And so I want to dedicate as well to someone I didn't know yesterday, the presentation, because so this is Edward Profitlich. And so it's my way of saying thank you to the Estonian, because he said something. So he died as a martyr from the communist, and he was German. But then he came to Estonia, and he basically gave his. He became Estonian by the blood he gave. And I find this statement very beautiful, because this is pretty much what I find with you all, is that we are all engaged so much into fighting this injustice, these destructors, that it is very powerful to see that previous people have done the same, and they go all the way. So that's so very quickly. Still to introduce myself in numbers, it's very fashionable. So in numbers on X, I am followed by 191,000 followers. On Telegram, 40,000 followers. On YouTube, 82,000 followers. In library, I was the bestseller translated and censored worldwide book, which was called Les Apprentis Sorciers, and translated in Lithuanian. I was not allowed to play on Facebook. I created an account and I was kicked out immediately. I was suppressed on Wikipedia. But then they rebuilt my page saying only false things. I was banned from a number of boards, committees. I was responsible for the epidemics of demonstration in France. So, yes. And I had very few success, but we need to say them in New Caledonia, in Luxembourg, and in some French island, where we were quite efficient as to having the less possible people to get this horrible injection. And also, I want to say that I have been financially supportive of victims, the suspended in France. That is to say that all the money, the 100% money that I gained from the book, I gave it back to the people because they suffer so much. So in France, I was also the first to be censored by the media back in February 2020. So it's quite early. But it shows you how early I was in the fight, and this is probably why I am a bit exhausted and a bit sensitive now. I was the first to list all the symptoms of COVID, because at that time people said that you had cough and mild fever. So I said, no, it's much more than that. I was the first to propose azithromycin as antibiotics with antiviral properties, to warn about ADE, antibody-dependent enhancements against coronaviruses, against the risk on fertility. I was the first to warn about the madness of treating healthy people with gene therapy. That is all in 2020. Yeah? To publish, so that was in 2021, to publish on the excess of mortality in Israel youth, to raise the substantial contribution of spike to the disease thanks to tests. I remember that it was at the World Council for Health at the beginning, and to propose that the disease would be called spikopathy. To coordinate a number of opposition, yeah, that's it. You know, and then of course it has been a long journey. I want to also to say, why did I choose that topic? It's pretty much complementary to Shamnan. We have learned a lot from what we've lived, and there is a huge instability at the moment. We all know it. We are all aware of it, and so I present this only if you contribute. That is to say, I will need your reaction. I will need your input. We have to think it together. And this is pretty much tailored not only for us, but as well as for people who did not understand anything to start with the COVID vaccine and everything. And we need to help them, because if we don't help them, to go back to Reggie's presentation, how are we going to manage? How are we going to block this invading our lives? Can I? Okay. Oh, cool. Thank you. So our crisis planned? Oh no, this is way too conspirationist to say that they are planned. No, they are just prepared. I hope that you like the subtlety that no, they are not planned, they are prepared. So what is prepared is at the moment, until November, they are playing this big game, preparing for a next a pandemic. It's a health exercise, that's they call it. In France, they have been publishing a terrible paper in the mainstream media, like Shamnan said, about saying that we may expect between 100,000 and 500,000, meaning 500,000, of injured people from war by the end, by 2026. So, yes, this is quite interesting, isn't it? And so, because they are so bad, those people, this is the letter that was sent to the hospitals by our government, that they should expect as much as 100,000 to 500,000 injured people between 10 to 180 days. Those people are really very precise. It's always... Yeah, and but then the other mainstream media, they took over this this letter, and instead of saying 100,000, 500,000, they said 10,000, 50,000. It's a little bit about the end thing. It's like they don't really care. Maybe, you know, it's by 10 the factor, but that's okay. You know, no big deal between, 500,000 and 50,000. This is how much terrible all these journalists are, and this government. So yes, 500,000 injured, they say, by 2026, within little time. They claim it's a war and social movements. Also, of course, in those very serious people, In fact, it's this shows you how this CDC was so into the science, because they they tell you that you should get prepared to a zombie pandemic. You know. Next, please. So, in regards to what is going on in the UK, they all received a little text on their mobile saying that the government was playing emergency alert. And I looked at those wireless emergency alerts to understand. So, previously they were known as commercial mobile alert system, follow the money. And prior to that, they were called personal localized alerting network. Obviously a tracker. And sometimes, it may happen, you have false alarm. For instance, on Wikipedia, they were saying, sometimes they announce that there is a missile, there is none, a tornado, but there was not. And sometimes they would evacuate enormous, big places like Los Angeles County. But in fact, we just needed a little 1,000-acre of people, acre to be evacuated. And sometimes as well, they get testing errors, so the target errors. So instead of sending their emergency alerts to the right person, they send it to the TV stations. So next one, please. So the scams are continuously being tested on us. Even though sometimes they apologize or almost apologize, and they said, yes, that we agree that we have put a big effort into frightening everyone, but then they go back to their business as usual with the worst, deadliest cave that could cause next pandemic. So those scams, thank you. It is very interesting because there are many papers that are published in the literature, scientific literature. I took a number of them. So they are called like misinformation and public health messaging in the early stages of the monkeypox outbreak, mapping the Twitter narrative with deep learning. What those kind of articles, and there are really many of them, show is that the reaction of tests, my reaction, all our reaction are being scrutinized by those people to see how we react when they throw a little bone saying Marburg or monkeypox, and how are they going to react. So we always have to understand that we are being watched. And this is the kind of results they come up with. So they talk about immunizing the people. If you want to immunize the people against the misinformation, about 20%, this is the ratio that they think is likely to revert to a normal level of communication. And these strategies are being explored to fight the fake news by a number of agents. So for instance, in this article, each agent had a list of other agents that they might share information with, typically 80 to 230 members of the bubble. And these they would send 140 times per hour messages. So they are really organized. And when you go on Twitter and you hope that you have any kind of impact because you have, like me, 190,000 followers, forget about it, because this is what is behind you and the whole system. Thank you. So now the toolkit. First of all, we need to block all the fear promoters. And this is the way we do in France. We hook the guy. We don't harm them. Huh? We just get rid of the fear promoters. Next. So this is the guy that is now hooked in history. And this is in this example, it's Mario Draghi. On July 2021, to Reuters, he says, calls for people not to get vaccinated is a call for people to die. If you don't vaccinate, you get sick, you die, or you let other people die. Can you believe how aggressive that kind of people are, and they are our prime ministers, and you name it, you have it. Emmanuel Macron, Angela Merkel, Joe Biden, Vladimir Putin, they all said that kind of sentences, terrible. So just to threat us, over 1 million articles on the epidemic had been published between March and May 2020 in the French press. So we have also to watch for their agents, now that you know of them, because they are promoters of division. This guy is a typical agent. He is promoting the division with ego fight, and those promoters of divisions are never far from fear promoters. So we have to be really careful in the way we are completely infiltrated by now. The second toolkit is watch closely your environment. You have to become a public health expert. And how are you going to do so? By looking around you. You go at home, you look at your family. Is my family dying like flies? No, they seem okay. Then I go to work. Are my colleagues like dying, all of them? No, they seem all right. What about in my neighborhood, my neighbors? No. And then any change in the animal and pet behaviors. So what the nature gives us is beautiful example. Those starlings birds, they stay together within a flock, and they pay very much attention to the movements of 7 other birds closest to them. And I think this is a good way of, checking what is going on. Is there something serious or not, to worry or not to worry? Let's watch together. Let's watch. We see children in their square, but they seem very healthy. So what you analyze here is that people are mad in this school because teachers are really bad into putting all the kids in different squares. Here they see, you see a poor guy in respiratory distress in a bag, so wrapped in a bag. So you say that you don't want to go to that kind of hospital. Here you are in Cannes. Wonderful Cannes. I don't know if you've ever been there. This is the beach. People are just, having their best moment. But this guy is spraying H2O2 on the beach to disinfect the beach. So train those who tell you that everything was fine, that they were so happy to get their 10 shots. Try to open their eyes with that kind of images. Become an expert yourself in infectious disease, and you have a great teacher here who is Fauci, because Fauci, when he looked at all the different pandemic, 1918, 1957, 1968, he had this very nice conclusion that, in fact, you do not die from viruses, you die from secondary bacterial infection. So the conclusion of that article was basically that pandemic planning needs to go beyond addressing the viral cause alone, because obviously the virus is not the cause of your death, which is interesting when you know what has been his policy. Next one, please. The third toolkit, use your words and your criteria and not theirs. And this is, I really want to stress that for you, all of you, because I kept on listening to you all. You use their words. You use their jargon. We should never use their jargon. This was not a pandemic. It was an epidemic of madness in a healthy world based on a PCR fraud. It was not a deadly virus. It was SARS-CoV-2 being a human-engineered bioweapon circulating since 2019. It was not a vaccine. It was false experimentation with poisonous products. It was not a lockdown. We were home gelled. And there was 5G blossoming everywhere while we were home gelled. This is not mRNA vaccination. It's the first mass genetic modification of human. This is not a call for solidarity. It's a call for the extinction of solidarity in a control-freak society packed with traitors. It was not about facing a health crisis. It was about enemies who became the health providers, the police, the church, the schools, the restaurants, the sport facilities, enforcing insane rules and laws. This is really important. Go and use your own words, but don't use their words, because then you understand what's going on. Fourth, so there will be 7 points, don't worry. Fourth, think about your first aid kit. It is good to remember what used to work as opposed to their health solutionism. So let's say we listen to the BBC and fighting the flu back in 1959. It is so interesting to listen to those people. They would take vitamin C, lemon barley, whiskey, boiled water, Spanish onions, brown sugar, vinegar, whiskey again. That sounds good, like having a flu. Hot rum punch with a jolly good sweat. So what it is that they were putting a lot of enforcement onto sweating, onto getting your temperature high and sweating. This has completely disappeared in the way we treat patients at the moment. And so in my institute in Mauritius, that's what we do, is we keep on looking few solutions that are easy to reach for everyone, that you don't need to buy from any one of us. And those are like vitamin D, C, moringa, Bartemisia, licorice, ravinsara, curcumin, lactoferrin, propolis. All these are fantastic and they are only part of all these ingredients that we find amazing antibacterial, antiviral, anti-cancer. And you don't need to stick to your ivermectin like, oh, I don't have ivermectin, I'm going to die. No, you're not going to die. There are many, many solutions, and that's the good thing about my presentation, is that you get to learn that there is also this honeysuckle tea that's from the Chinese medicine, and it's actually fantastic against different viruses or like different conditions, influenza, enterovirus, varicella, dengue, and COVID. And we even know the way those kind of herbal tea work. They work through my specialty, which are the microRNAs. So it's very interesting because it's not all recipe grandmother stuff, it's known stuff. Thank you. Please. And I want to stress again to your attention that basically in COVID, almost all drugs were efficient, but paracetamol. The only one that, that would increase the risk were really paracetamol and PPIs, and all the other ones, they all worked. So that is to say that you don't need to stick again to HCQ and whatever, because early in 2021, we already knew that, Nigella sativa worked, melatonin worked, and, all these molecules worked. So basically, treat yourself if you are sick. Take any drugs that you have at home. Number 5, define what is non-negotiable. Non-negotiable is no compromise on those intrusions into your body. Typically, of course, the injection of but also this PCR test that they wanted to take annually. And they did they tried it in France, they did it in Britain, and then when I started speaking about it and making it loud, then they backed up and they say, oh, maybe it was not the right timing, we will do it another time. But yet, the intrusion of going, in this nasopharynx was completely crazy and mad, so no compromise on whatever intrusion they want to make in your body. And in Luxembourg, I have to test. The National Health Laboratory failed to confirm 80% of the tests that were carried out in the private laboratories. So that just shows you how fantastic these tests were. They are reliable. Never answer, never ask. What I mean by that, non-qualified individuals who are neither doctor nor nurses should ever know about your health status. You should not negotiate that. No one should have asked you if you took the test. No one if you were positive, negative, or your children if you had the jab, how many times. And you should never have asked. And I'm sure that in this room, a number of people have asked to, did you take the jab? How many shots did you take? This is, I think, completely wrong, because if we didn't answer and we didn't ask at that time, nothing would have gone because you would just stop the system. If suddenly the school asks you, but you cannot answer because this is about my health status, the whole thing collapsed. So it's just so easy as to say, I don't answer. Are you a doctor? Are you a nurse? No. So I don't answer you. And you stop the system. So never answer, never ask. And no compromise on intrusion into your genome, of course. Reboot your immune system. It's important as well. There are so many ways you can do it. I like this PNAS paper saying that biodiversity from the natural environment create an ecosystem that is so good for your immunological system, but also from your psychological system. That is to say, walk in the green space, dog walking, social interaction, sunlight, exercise, and all that. It's common sense, obviously, but it's so good to see it in a PNAS saying it works. And the same thing goes with the circadian rhythm. And we are, a number of us, we are a little bit, we work late at night and stuff. I want to stress how circadian rhythmicity is a factor in immune system optimization. Desynchrony of the circadian rhythm and immune system may lead to increased susceptibility to infections. So this is really important to respect the circadian rhythm. Play collective, yes. Build yourself a mini society of individuals that can help you and that you can help. What do I mean by that? I thought about myself and I said, okay, so, tomorrow if there is some kind of real crisis, it can be a fake, it can be a real one, I don't know, I would need food, okay? So how do I get my food? I don't have a garden, I don't grow anything, so I need food providers. Okay, so there is this little grocery supermarket that I know the people. Have I ever took the time to explain them the situation? Never. Okay, so if now tomorrow they don't provide me the food that I'd like to have, or they close their grocery store, it will be my fault because I never invited them to take a coffee and to explain them the situation. So this is just your responsibility and it is mine to explain any individuals in this list, the food providers, the health support, the drug, the one, maybe pharmacy, maybe doctors, the water source, the one who will provide the water if you need it, the smile and laugh exchanger, identified if I need to laugh, I need to smile. If you don't find a partner to laugh and to smile, you're in big trouble. So identify just like the birds will do with the 7 around them, identify someone, identify a compass for you. That is to say, in the days you are really down, you need a lighthouse in the darkness. Who is that person who brings you some light when you feel dark? Just listening to his or her voice, just being with him or having news from him or her. And a home refugee, that is to say, a refuge, that is to say, identify places that you would feel good to go to, and they may be not your home. Avoid virtuality. So this was in a Nature paper. This woman who looked nice, huh? She was just Catherine Jansen, the head of Pfizer vaccine R&D research and development department, and the title of the article was "COVID vaccine. We flew the aeroplane while we were still building it." Whoa! Did you really? Did she really fly this aeroplane? And how did people react? Are they happy? How dare they avoid virtuality, avoid that kind of persons? Who said we were facing a pandemic? So my question is, did those actors get paid? Because, okay, now we're facing the Guardian, the Telegraph, l'Express, French government. So they are just, showing the same kind of pictures. And so when you look at this picture, you should not say, oh, this is rubbish, they want to scare me. No, look at them. Now we have a number of hypotheses that could be compatible with simultaneous people falling dead in the street. One would be nuclear bombing, but it doesn't seem that there was a nuclear bomb here. Another one would be asphyxiating gas, but then those guys with their mask would fall down, wouldn't they? Lethal radiation could be poisoning, or maybe they were just actors. So you hear all the time during COVID, but that scenario is wrong. And too little people know about that. SARS-CoV-2 already circulated back in March 2019. I've presented that slide many, many times, but each time I think I need to repeat, because when they say, oh, it's the Wuhan thing here, the Wuhan. Okay, so March 2019, so 1 year before they declared this pandemic, in Barcelona, Spain, you had SARS-CoV-2 traces in the wastewater. And you go in 2019, in these different countries, Spain, Italy, France, Brazil, United States, with different cohort, with different techniques, whether PCR or antibody check, and you get the same information. SARS-CoV-2 was circulating in March 2019. So don't ever say during COVID. And now, in case you live in the city, are you okay? And you know where is your well, the nearest well? Yes, you have it. It's here. Don't worry. If you have no more water, you do have a tank full of your water. So the only thing is that you should manage is to get your whatever you do normally in that hole, to put it in the bag and not to flush, to close the bag so that it doesn't stink in your house. But you have a tank full of water. Same with a bathtub. It can contain a lot of water. So you have your own well, even in a city. And about food, you say, oh, I forgot to speak with the grocery store. I forgot to have my friends and my mini society. Yeah, but you maybe have some little things that you can grow, and you have your fresh vitamins, and it takes no time to get you grow your own vitamins. Now, in case you miss out completely, this is typically my case. I give advice to people, but I forget about taking care of myself. So don't worry, it's okay. We can always drive fast. And dry fasting physiology is amazing and has a lot of properties. So let's say I cease drinking and I cease eating for 5 consecutive days. And in fact, it turned out that it has a good impact on a number of conditions. And even for the diabetic person, they were very interested in 2025 to see the results. And they say that it could be a therapeutic approach for obesity and different type 2 diabetes and other metabolic diseases. So I think this is very important because they keep on telling you that if you do not have water, you die. So apparently, you don't really die. And you can be safe for 5 days. The only thing important, you can even dry fast longer. But the thing that seems to be really important is when you start eating again, be very, very slow. Very slow, like only little vegetables, water, and slowly. So basically, the time that you've been fasting, you should almost double the time you take to get back to normal food. And don't do that if you want to waste weight. It's not a good way because you recover the weight you just lost. And in case you in case you really missed everything, and on top of that you were at the wrong place, at the wrong moment, it can still be okay. And they don't want you to know probably that in Hiroshima, in Nagasaki, the day that the bombing took place, we are on August the 6th, you had 4 priests wandering in the street, like in the middle of nowhere. But yet they were followed all their lives. And yet, not only did they survive, they were here in the time of the bombing, and the same happened in Nagasaki. They were just doing their rosary, so you were not supposed to know because otherwise you wouldn't even you would start even not fearing nuclear bombing. So I figured out that it could be useful in your toolkit to know that these priests never had any sort of cancer or consequences from the radiation, neither in Hiroshima nor in Nagasaki. So there is a conference I gave in 2018 on our senses, and I love senses. Senses are fantastic. They touching, smelling. It's just they empower you to your own life. And I prompt you to watch that. TEDx, because I got really attacked for this as well, about the treasure box of unexplored senses, because it just makes you realize how wealthy we all are just by being who we are. So now I will quickly recover all So if you are afraid that the sky is about to fall on our heads, like we French people pretend to be, fear not. You may be David against Goliath. Goliath may look really awful, but yet you know that David wins at the end. And get rid of those who scare you. Watch closely your environment and your neighbors. Use your own words and not theirs and not their jargon. Think about your first aid kit. Define your non-negotiable and be just like Caesar. It will be non-negotiable. Use your senses. Build your mini society. Avoid virtuality. Basically, have fun. Enjoy. Next slide, please. And it will be my last one. And let's play at defining the never again with those who are still happy with what happened. Never again guinea pigs. Never again in jail. Never again Muppets, never again GMO, but always together.
Thank you, Alexandra. And I welcome our next speaker, Sebastian Lukomsky. So please feel free, and you have a microphone, so enjoy the floor. Thank you.
Grateful for the invitation to speak at this conference for health and human rights. I'd like to extend my thanks also to Helen and all the organizers. It really is a privilege for me to address a forum here with all of you, where crucial topics of public health, human dignity, and individual freedom can all converge together. My name is Sebastian Lukomsky. I'm a global campaigns representative at Citizen Go and a correspondent and analyst specializing in the United Nations and EU affairs. Citizen Go is a grassroots organization made up of millions of citizens around the world committed to the defense of life, family, and freedom. Over the past years, we've been closely tracking the developments surrounding the WHO, the pandemic treaty, the international health regulations, and we've been deeply engaged in advocacy, activism, and analysis across the board at the UN. Today, I wanted to offer a perspective that is often missing from high-level discussions, from high-level political discussions, a perspective which I want to call from the real world or from day-to-day life. What I mean here is a perspective where the voice of the ordinary citizens is understood and, more importantly, heard. So the people who go about their daily lives, who place their trust, sometimes naively, in unelected officials and international institutions to act in their public interest, and who far too often are met with disappointment, as we all know. In the world of global politics and policy making, their opinions and their concerns are way too often ignored. But what happens when big government intrudes in the daily life of ordinary citizens? And more importantly, what can citizens do about it? Well, what we've witnessed over the past years at Citizen Go is the rise of a movement, proud of the community it's become, and proud of the influence it's enjoyed in global negotiations that are often thought to be untouchable. In a real democracy, real power must come from the people. That legitimacy in any system, be it at national level or global level, should not be manufactured top-down. It must rise from the bottom up. And globalist policies flooding the political scene are too often ruthless top-down approaches. But really, policy that is good for the people or that is for the good of the people, be it through public health, social development, or whatever it may be, should be from the grassroots up. So that's where the real world perspective begins, and that's where it must return. Now, during the COVID-19 outbreak, or there are different terminologies being used during this conference, but it's late in the afternoon, I'm going to go with outbreak. So during the COVID-19 outbreak, governments and global institutions, they rushed into sweeping policies, many of which caused more harm than good. Lockdowns shattered livelihoods, schools stayed closed for months, leaving scars on children, and real scientific debate was silenced, dismissed, and dismissed as misinformation when it was needed most. And many of the speakers addressed this point previously. And I want to go back to the issue of censorship. I want to go to the issue of censorship a little bit later on, but let's not forget the situation we saw ourselves in. I mean, censorship is one of the most important tools they use. So it was being weaponized during the COVID-19 pandemic. Even Mark Zuckerberg last year admitted that the Biden administration was pressuring Facebook and Meta to remove vaccine-related posts that did not align with the government's narrative or the government's official narrative. So this censorship issue is actually a stark reminder that it still remains one of the most powerful tools by authorities to not only suppress dissent, but also shape public perception. So yeah, instead of admitting those mistakes and working to eliminate and not repeat the horrors of those last years, the WHO instead chose to build on them, doubling down through two key texts, which we've addressed also, the Pandemic Agreement and the amendments to the International Health Regulations. What began as temporary crisis management is now being reshaped into permanent centralized authority. As the world struggled to recover from the shock of COVID, both health-related issues, economic issues, social issues, a new debate started taking shape in Geneva. And the debate was, should powers over things like information, borders, supply chains, and personal medical decisions be really handed over to an unelected global authority? So CitizenGo is proud to be a truly global grassroots community, united by a shared commitment to freedom with the support of over 8 million active citizens worldwide. We don't cave to political pressure, globalist agendas, nor do we speak with the weight of billion-dollar budgets. We speak with the weight of citizens and act on the demands of citizens. So when the WHO launched its push for the pandemic treaty, CitizenGo responded with one of the largest grassroots mobilizations in our history. Over 3.5 million people in more than 30 countries demanded that their governments defend sovereignty, protect human rights, and avoid repeating the errors of the past. So our position has been clear and consistent from the very start. Cooperation, yes, but centralization, no. I mean, we all agree that sharing information and standing in solidarity during whatever crisis it may be is important and necessary and almost natural. But centralizing major decisions into the hands of distant, unelected bodies with limited democratic accountability is a seriously dangerous path. Preparedness, yes, but a permanent state of emergency, no thank you. Emergencies must end and not begin. Tools created to manage a crisis must never become the foundation for everyday governance. And last but not least, human rights and sovereignty always. No treaty or regulation should ever undermine our fundamental freedoms. Freedom of speech, expression, freedom of conscience, personal privacy, or even our country's right to decide its own path. The pandemic treaty and the IHR amendments represented threats ordinary people could recognize in their daily lives. The possibility of mandated medical interventions, digital passes, which we spoke about also, that conditioned freedom of movement, and censorship built into government frameworks. That is why our call to resist resonated and continues to resonate so widely. When negotiations began, we took action and we mobilized from Argentina to Canada, from Portugal to Poland, from Australia to the Philippines and beyond. Over the past 3 years, more than 3.5 million citizens from over 30 countries joined in rejecting the centralization of global health power through the Pandemic Treaty and the International Health Regulation Amendments. These signatures represented a coordinated global appeal for sovereignty, transparency, and the protection of our civil liberties. These have been consistently hand-delivered by us to heads of state, health ministers, and diplomatic missions across multiple regions. Throughout the negotiation period, Citizen Go maintained a visible and consistent presence in Geneva, including repeated public demonstrations outside the WHO headquarters, the deployment of message buses, and targeted visual campaigns designed to ensure that delegates and officials do not ignore our public opposition. In parallel, we also held meetings with WHO representatives, UN ambassadors, and national delegates. In May 2025 of this year, ahead of the World Health Assembly, authorities attempted to suppress our visibility. Citizen Go's freedom buses, which many of you might have seen, which carried the message, no to the pandemic treaty, yes to freedom, lawfully permitted, registered, peaceful, and compliant, they were intercepted at the French-Swiss border a day before the World Health Assembly began. Drivers were threatened to substantial fines, and entry into Geneva was blocked. This intervention clearly indicated an effort to limit our public exposure and their public exposure, and prevent critical messaging from circulating near the UN compound. The pressure generated by sustained grassroots mobilization is what I'm here to emphasize, that through visibility, engagement, and policy scrutiny, it all contributes to a shift in possible negotiation dynamics. The pandemic treaty, originally intended for earlier adoption, ended up being delayed twice and technically still lacks completion. These delays have not occurred in isolation. They reflect growing resistance, increased political divergence, and a broader recognition that international health governance cannot be advanced without democratic legitimacy and a civil oversight. But the WHO's missed deadlines and all these things, they're not its only setback. One of the most decisive moments came in January of this year, on President Trump's first day back in office. He signed an executive order initiating the United States withdrawal from the World Health Organization. And a few months later, that decision was followed by a move to reject the IHR framework. We thank Secretary Kennedy for his leadership in driving this process forward. And it also sent a powerful signal to the world that health freedom and national sovereignty must take precedence over unaccountable global control. In Argentina emerged another clear example of how grassroots mobilization can influence national decisions. In early 2024, our petitions were circulated across the country, signatures were gathered, and direct engagement with lawmakers was strategically executed. In June 24, Congressman Beltrán Benedit introduced a formal declaration in the Argentine Chamber of Deputies, raising concerns about the implications of the WHO Pandemic Treaty for national sovereignty. In a subsequent meeting, he acknowledged to us that materials circulated by Citizen Go played a crucial and direct role in informing and motivating this initiative. Citizen Go Argentina remained consistently engaged, submitting petitions, meeting with legislators, and requesting government hearings. In April, a formal audience was requested, and by May, the Secretary of Health issued a decree to withdraw from the WHO, while reaffirming Argentina's firm opposition to both the Pandemic Treaty and the International Health Regulation amendments. So this is just one example of how Citizen Go has worked to ensure the voice of the citizens is amplified and helping push one of the most decisive national rejections of the WHO process. Because when citizens are informed, mobilized, and organized, they can generate real and measurable political impact. Through sustained grassroots pressure, what once may have seemed distant or predetermined can directly influence and shape decisions at the highest level. But these gains are only the beginning. As we know, the WHO's ambitions remain unchanged. The pandemic treaty continues, like a car with no driver, propelled not only by a globalist vision of centralized control, but also by the interest of a multi-billion-dollar pharmaceutical lobby, eager to institutionalize its influence and, of course, to cash in. Whether under the banner of health, climate, finance, or digital policy, the mechanisms of supranational overreach are really expanding fast. If we stop now, we're surrendering ground. The lesson is clear. Pressure works, but only if we keep building it. Beyond health, new threats to freedom are advancing rapidly, and some were touched upon as well earlier on, demanding not only our full attention, but our urgent awakening. And once again, the same patterns repeat themselves. Centralization, censorship, and coercion, echoing across new arenas of global policy. The fight to preserve the fundamental freedoms that ordinary citizens once assumed guaranteed has really intensified, and we're experiencing this on a day-to-day basis. A growing globalist agenda now threatens not only health sovereignty, but things like economic liberty, digital privacy, national self-determination, and the right to speak freely. Within the European Central Bank, the digital euro is advancing rapidly. While presented as a neutral innovation in payment infrastructure, really, it lays the foundation for an unprecedented state oversight over personal finance, which Reggie as well touched upon really well about that. I think that's crucial to understand that it's creating it's putting in place the mechanism for behavioral enforcement, and even in the context of an eventual social credit system or something close to the kind. And lastly, it creates a prerequisite for the eventual elimination of physical cash, and with it, financial privacy and freedom. At the same time, the EU is advancing the chat control law. It's going on right now, actually. I think they're meeting tomorrow. Legislation that would mandate the scanning of private digital communications. So any platforms that that we see are encrypted, such as WhatsApp, iMessage, Signal. What's happening is that they want to install an AI software in order to control the messaging platforms. And it signals a dangerous shift towards mass surveillance and preemptive monitoring of citizens. Meanwhile, censorship laws are basically exploding everywhere. The UK, I was just covering some of the things that were going on in the UK. I think the UK is a perfect example of how far things have gone with regards to censorship laws right now. But they're spreading rampant across multiple countries. Vaguely defined hate speech and misinformation regulations are being used to silence debate, stigmatize dissent, and punish those who have views that are outside the mainstream. And of course, more broadly, UN Agenda 2030, marketed as a roadmap for sustainable development. It's in fact a cornerstone of a wider global agenda. Beneath its polished language lie far-reaching ideological goals that seek to re-engineer society, centralize decision-making, and standardize values across nations. Its implementation risks sidelining national sovereignty, democratic pluralism, and the cultural distinctiveness of our societies. Citizen Go is actively campaigning against all these threats as they accelerate towards critical decision points in the months ahead. So our movement is proud evidence that sustained civic pressure, when applied strategically and consistently, can have far-reaching impact and even shift the terms of global debate. But all this is not the final chapter. In fact, far from it. Just yesterday, Ursula von der Leyen warned of a new global health crisis and proposed that the EU should lead the charge on a new global health resilience initiative, whatever that may mean. The point is that the narrative is familiar, the narrative is repetitive, to be honest. The patterns are repeating, and the implications for governance, transparency, and individual freedom for us remain deadly serious. We have seen how quickly emergencies become pretexts and how easily frameworks intended for coordination can drift into centralization, surveillance, and above all, control. That is why our work and that of all of us here must continue with clarity, resolve, and long-term vigilance. Because beyond health, the same principles are at stake across a growing number of domains. And because the defense of freedom today requires more than slogans. It requires structure, strategy, and commitment. Policy must be influenced, institutions must be held accountable, and national decisions must reflect the will of the people. As a people, we want freedom, not conditionality. We want cooperation and not centralization. And we want dignity and not managed compliance. If these past years have proven anything, it is that freedom does not defend itself. It depends on people, ordinary citizens, who are willing to take that responsibility seriously. Thank you to everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you, Sebastian. And now I will kindly ask all speakers in front of the here. We put some chairs. And Antti lead the panel discussion. I will hand over the microphone.
By the way, where's the yellow pad that I was circulating? Does anybody have it? Can somebody give it to me? I'd like it. I want to make sure I get it.
This is the first advice I give you. Share your addresses, information, and networking is highly important. And first, thank you for everybody. And we have some 20 minutes to share our experience, our emotions, or understanding, or takeaways. Shortly, what we got from this conference, and I use the chance to begin. And I am very, very fulfilled with very valuable information and very different angles for the similar questions. So really, I have maybe weeks and months to work with this material. And then probably after a few weeks, I start to feel I must contact this person and ask something more. And I must follow her for Twitter and so on. And this is so important. I carry on, and I can use in debates. When I need additional information, I immediately look. Rimas, please. Rimas, give me this data, this information. This is for longer term. This sharing is caring. And please, who has microphone? Varro, you have? You can. Yes, please give it. I mentioned Rimas. Please, Rimas, can you give your takeaway?
Yeah, thank you, Antti, so much for giving floor for you and for organizing this conference, for caring of it, with all difficulties. Yeah, we were all the time aware about that and surprised. But what is special in this conference? I think people have spoken frankly. It doesn't happen often. If you see speeches in Parliament, they always consider what will happen if I tell that, what will happen if I tell that. So I would say that despite there is no requirement of masks anymore, but still most of people are with masks and largely resembling Soviet Union, as you have emphasized in your speech. So thanks, Andrew.
Please give next.
Thanks very much. I want to reiterate what a wonderful conference it is and is continuing, will continue tomorrow, and just thank you for the opportunity to speak. What I really feel is we've heard a lot of really scary things today, and I think many people might be feeling overwhelmed with the information that they've heard and received and wondering, where to go from here. But I just want to say, we're at a turning point. I think we've all realized that the civilization that's, going headlong into the abyss of technology is collapsing. It's falling around. It's really, we've come to the end of a civilization and we're birthing a new one, which is more nature-based and spiritual, and where we remember who we are. We seem to have been complicit in the past through our ignorance and disengagement, and we've just handed over the controls and the reins to those that really want the power. So I think now we realize we've got to take back our power, remember who we are. We're courageous, we're spirited, and we're all the same. We care deeply about our humanness, and we want to hang on to it, and develop it. So. What we have, and I'd like to put to you, is an opportunity, and an opportunity to start again. And lastly, I just want to say, you might think, you might be tempted just to put your head in the sand and say, well, it's all too much, I can't. But we cannot comply our way out of tyranny. And we cannot react our way out of tyranny. We can't get cross every time, be on the social media and get cross and, shout at the politicians or whatever. We have to create our way out of tyranny. So we're in a very creative phase now. We've got to really think about how we can engage our fellow human beings on these really, really important topics like the digital ID, like the destruction of our farmlands and the wind turbines and the solar panels and all of these things, the electrification of everything. So, we're going to get creative now, and this is the way we get out of here. And we're going to work together and unite. So I just want to thank you once again and hand the mic over.
Thanks, Tess. Wow, day one has been an absolute enriching experience. So thank you very much to the organizers and everyone who came to remember who we are, again, essentially. A couple of things I want to say. One is that you might not know, Africa did relatively well over the COVID-19 operation, right? Where's Alexandra? She here? Okay, it's an operation, that's what it was. And so, lowest uptake of the COVID-19 injections and lowest mortality in terms of the number of people that had passed away. So that tells you something. Why then should we be taking advice from the WHO or anyone else, right? We relied on natural medicines, and I'm sure you have natural medicines here in Estonia and Europe as well. So these are very important for us to explore and to harness the power of. I also want to say it's extremely important to challenge authority, false authority. Authority with titles when you intrinsically know that what they're saying or doing is not right. And that's even when it comes to your politicians. I know we have some ethical ones here, which is great. But be able to challenge them, which is something I tried to do in South Africa on the ivermectin issue, and discovered that the Gates Foundation is funding not only the Regulatory Products Authority, but all government departments in our country. So we're very much occupied, but people's eyes are opening, which is great. I also want to say using boycott as a strategy is important. Follow the money, find out who benefits from violating your rights, and use your power of the pocket. Sometimes it's hard, but at this point, if we're still using Microsoft we have a problem, right? So that's one of the first strategies we have to do, is to stop using these technologies. And I'll close here for now, because I'm sure we have lots more to say. Remember the 10 types of emergencies on that list? We have to do everything we can to make sure that those emergencies don't happen, real or not. That includes the pandemics and the wars and all of that. And that's how we ensure the UN doesn't get standing authority. Last but not least, remember the children. Who's the youngest person in this room? Maybe I shouldn't ask that question. But we need to arrange opportunities to empower our children, because these are the people who are going to lead us into the kind of future that we want. Thank you very much.
I also want to thank the organizing committee. It has been a brilliant conference, and I have learned a lot concerning the mRNA. Well, maybe I shouldn't call them vaccines. Actually, I think it is a bioweapon because so many harming ingredients are in that juice, that means we are in war, we are being attacked, and if you look at this as a war, it means we have to stand together and work together, put egos aside, and no matter what organization you are in, we have to connect and work together. I also think that these, our enemies, are only a few people. I have been researching the homepages of these globalist organizations, and it is the same way they are phrasing and wording what they say. It's like they actually take some of the sentences and swap them around when you go to another page. And it seems that I think only a few people are behind this. And if somebody know how to, well, I shouldn't ask people to do anything illegal, but if anybody know how to go behind this, I think we could find out who are these people. And the moment we know who they are, they will be very weak. Well, but anyway, I think we should work together as much as we can and organize, and I think we will win.
Yes. Well, thank you also from my part to the organizers. You have done a fabulous job. But to share with you some thoughts of mine, which have been confirmed throughout the day. Oftentimes people ask me what gives me hope when we see that things are getting worse and worse around us. And I always tell them that what gives me hope personally is the conviction that all systems based on lies will collapse sooner or later. That's the universal experience history gives us. All systems based on lies will collapse sooner or later. We know that the Soviet Union collapsed because it was a system based on lies, and the globalist system will also collapse because it is exactly the same way, in a different way, but in a principled way, the same manner, a system based on lies. But to be successful in our fight against systems, dictatorial systems based on lies, I think there are two important things. The first thing is to speak the truth. A system based on lies, by definition, fears the most people who speak the truth. Fearlessly, without counting the cost. That's the first thing. And that's what many of us did here today, which is why it is so important. And the second thing, we should not allow this dictatorial system to kill our imagination. That's something I have been thinking about a lot recently, that imagination is incredibly important in the fight against dictatorial systems. Because what dictatorial systems try to do, they try to take away the understanding that things could actually be organized in a completely different way. And I see it around around me all the time, that people don't practice the imagination. They are complaining about details. They are saying that the system should be organized in a different way only as concerns details, but actually it should be organized completely in a different way. And that's again something I saw today, that people are expressing the view that we need to build a completely different society, and we don't need to be afraid to say it out loud. Thank you.
I have to say I'm a bit jealous of the Estonian situation. You have a party in the parliament who knows how things are, what is true or what is not. And they are not afraid to say this. In Finland, it's totally different way. Maybe we should build up a World Conference of Health organization in Finland too. There is no one, nothing yet, but there is another organization which has about 50 doctors and scientists who have spoken several years of this. So maybe we just merge these two organizations together. I can see there are two doctors at least here from Finland. Maybe you should take the lead of this suggestion. Just say yes. Okay, nothing more. Thank you.
Well, when people ask me what gives me hope, it is, and I look at the globalists, the way that they are closing in on us, is my faith that with God, all things are possible. And it seems to me that what these globalists are doing is that they are creating a new Tower of Babel. It's the same impulse. They want to build this towering structure where we can all communicate, all of these digital IDs, all the data and everything is interoperable, international, readable by any nation. It's a Tower of Babel. And I think that God's going to take it down. And you might have seen that I had Joan of Arc as the patron saint of Anti-Globalist International. She always had her feet on the ground and her eyes on God as she carried the sword of a warrior. She was a fierce warrior. And one of my favorite scriptures is, be bold, it won't make you burst.
Okay, I have two take-home messages. We shall overcome. That's the first one. We will win this, we just have to be calm and continue to spread the message. And the second message, take-home message: nobody is a victim. And everyone could control his or her life. If you live your life genuinely healthy, in a healthy way, if you sleep well, if you have a good nutrition, and you have to add minerals and vitamins, of course, if you exercise continuously every day, if you have lots of friends in lots of groups, because we are social creatures, and if you are an agent in your own life, that means that you have a power at what you are doing, what you are working with, what you are studying. Those 5 things, if you scan them, then and you live really healthy, then you probably will be at least 90 years old. If you don't die in some kind of accident, you will not die of any infection disease. So every man on earth has the opportunity, has to control his own life, and no human being or you should never ever think that you are a victim.
Well, I first want to thank Helen and her team for organizing this wonderful conference. I was so impressed, with the whole thing, like how it developed, and to be so courageous to do it. So, and also with everything that happened with in the parliament and here, and it just shows so much the courage and the true spirit that we need. So thank you so much. And I thought it was a wonderful conference, very inspiring and very wonderful. And I think we have nothing to fear, because if we're honest and courageous, people are like mirrors. So we look at each other, and so it's like a virus. So if everybody starts speaking the truth and becoming courageous, then everybody will become courageous. And this is how it works. It really does. It's like a miracle. And it's a spiritual war. And the great news is that we will win this war. This is my total conviction. And we don't know when. And it's also important to not look too far ahead and just look at today. And today I see a room full of wonderful people, very true, honest. And I'm really thankful.
Also to extend my thanks to Helen and the organizational team to have come out with this incredible conference and deeply insightful panelists and attendees and everything. I think it was a crucial conference to have, to come together, each one of us from perhaps a different perspective, but all fighting for the same goal. To second a little bit from what Reggie said, I think faith at the forefront, because we know it's a battle for good against evil. And I think the world, or let's say global policymakers, have put us through a testing ground over the last, let's say, few years. And I think the good news here is that we've passed it, because we know what's going on. We're awake. Not everyone can say that. Some people are still sleeping. And I think another important thing to recognize here is that we all have, from listening to the experiences from many of the people here, we've all had similar experiences. We've been censored, we've been stigmatized, we've been called all sorts of things, conspiracy theorists. So all this means that we're definitely doing something right. And just to finish off maybe on Edmund Burke's famous quote, I think for tyranny and evil to succeed, all it takes is for good people to do nothing. So it's good that we're there doing something. Thank you.
So I said to connect to your senses and to listen to my TEDx conference. And I should add that if you do not remember the 7 points that I brought up in my conference, then just remember that against madness, you have to connect to your heart. There is your treasure that opens you to one another, even to your enemies.
Thank you, Alexandra. And my thoughts is that we see how pure evil acting, and it's a demiurgic crisis now. And we should not fight. We should learn, and we should hear our heart. We should hear our intuition. From what comes inspiration, and from inspiration comes innovation. And we should be creators, not fighters. And to show that love wins evil, love wins all bad things. So make love, laugh, hug, smile, make great things, and let evil disappeared from our societies all over the world. Make world great again. Thank you.
And my greatest thank you and good wishes to Secretary Kennedy, who is doing huge job as he's permanently under attack. Thank you for readiness to.
And perhaps as one final thing, many words of gratitude have been said, and they are perfectly deserved. But we should also make one more applause to the hotel as the venue of this conference, because we know from inside information that they too were heavily pressured not to host this conference, but they never backed down. So thank you to them also.
And one the last thing, all participants, listeners, you donated for others. Do you understand? When you bought tickets, now we paid for this video support for the rooms, for translators, and thousands of people looking us online. So we are organizers of the conference because you are here. Thank you.